3 days of Rocket League action have flown by. We are in the thick of it here at the Rocket League World Championship. Day 4 just about to get underway, and we are going to conclude our wild card action, sending more teams through. The highlight of yesterday, Realized, and the APAC boys getting their first series win and surviving to Day 4. Welcome to the Rocket League World Championship, coming to you live from Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm Wave Punk. I got a T-Bates, a Cole, and a Johnny Boy here. And guys, man, the action continues to heat up. Do you have a favorite part so far? There's one thing that stood out to you so far across the 3 days?
Every region is still alive. That's my favorite part at the moment. We're all still here, so that's got to change by the end of today, surely. But at the moment,
I'm just glad we finally got our Game 7. We finally went to Champions Field with Space Station Gaming and Senbei yesterday. It's been a long time coming, but the Rocket League itself is now coming to the boil as well.
And then finally, just going into this new era of Rocket League, this isn't Championship Sunday, boys. It's Qualification Sunday. That's a totally different Sunday. We have two Sundays. Championship Sundays next weekend. We have a big Sunday here today to see who even makes the main event starting on Tuesday.
Oh, there is so much to happen here, so much glow up to happen across the course of the next week of competition that's going to happen here with our competitors. We get to see the main event team showing up in the next day of competition. That'll be on Tuesday. But oh my gosh, we got some action here to get through. Let's catch you up on what happened yesterday in case you're just now joining us. Here is the Swiss Wildcard we are working through. We concluded round 3. Quite a lot of drama, quite a lot of games. We got round 4 coming in today, but let's talk about the matches we saw here on the mainstream yesterday. 4 bangers, a Game 7 finally, but we started off the day with Pirates versus Gladiators.
And Gladiators playing with their substitute, Commutator. They knew that they were up against it this weekend, but they fought bravely in this matchup. They really stole the hearts of all the crowd who were so happy to see a Commutator goal. There it is.
Look at the smile.
He's just repping Grand Champ 1s all around the world. You know, I myself am just thoroughly inspired by this man who scored at an RLCS World Championship wildcard. So great stuff from them. They couldn't get the dub though, despite their best efforts. Pirates proved to be a bit too strong.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good performance from Pirates as well. They still had to beat the team that was in front of them. And just look what it meant as well. The region that nobody believed could come here and take a series win managed to do just that. But I mean, Senbei versus Space Station Gaming, this was the one that everybody had their eyes on, and it did not disappoint. Space Station started off better, taking that first game, but Senbei, they just don't seem to care if people write them off. They're 3 players that have been written off time after time. And they're not just playing boring Rocket League at the moment. They are scoring goals, they're attacking, they're getting into it, they are believing. And as I said, Bates, that Game 7 is exactly what we all needed in this tournament.
That's right. They're showing that defense wins championships, and also defense put in a little bit of composure, put in the experience. Just overtime goal. All of a sudden, Space Station had all the pressure, all it takes is that one blip by Shaw said, and then bang, Senbei takes the W.
Raw.
He was so excited about that, silencing the doubters. K-Corp versus Optic was the next 2-0 match, and we were excited for a brawl between the walls, Johnny. We got anything but that. This was a slaughter.
Yeah, K-Corp were just too much for Optic. We saw Optic sweep twice on the way to Day 3. Then they got to taste their own medicine with their sweep from K-Corp. And Nolly has just really stepped up here. I feel like Astral's, stolen the show in the earlier rounds, but Nolly just looks so inspirational on stage and on the field as well versus Optic.
It's great the fact that, they had that top 4 back in spring and they've taken that and run with it. But this was our closer. I had the honor of casting this series right here. Happy Meal, he's one of my favorite players here. He's such an inspiration for his team. But Senbei Strikers, when they got going, they improved as the series went on. This was the first series I felt that Senbei Strikers, obviously the first in which they were the favorites, and they played like it as well. Some of the mechanics they were showing were sublime. We'll see a realized peach of a goal a little bit later on in this little replay package. I just love that. Here it is. Look at this. On bang. I love that. Look at the reaction as well. Realize he's such a good player to watch.
That was goal, I believe, 4 of that game as well. They were already up by 2. They were in a pretty comfortable spot, but you could see how much it meant to them, especially that getting that 3-goal lead, Bates, where it's you can pretty much guarantee, look, we've got this one at that point. Where the realization was starting to hit him as he was like, we're going to win this.
Right, it's all that grind, all these years. Realize he's been playing the game for how long? Probably 4 or 5 years, 6 years maybe at this point, and now he's finally playing on RLCS stage. He gets an RLCS land victory, something that nobody thought could happen anytime soon, but then it came to fruition.
He's also one of the older players here at 21 years old. In RLCS terms,
21's old?
That's That's pretty ancient, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah, exactly. I'm
Man,
29 now.
I feel young. Not no more.
But yeah, you know, to have to wait so long to have his moment and then take
It's
it
fitting.
flourish. It's inspiring.
Yeah, it's fitting. Snowy from South Africa, from Sub-Saharan Africa. He's the first player from that region to really put himself out there and showed us that they can compete against other parts of the world, the main continents, but realized for Japan and for APAC. He was the first guy to do that. So I think it's fitting that they're the two who survived to day 4.
For sure. We'll get to see them play like a little bit later on. Actually, very, very quickly here. Make sure you're staying tuned for the first match of the day. But before we move on to talking about things for today, let's take a look at the top 3 plays from yesterday. Some absolute bangers. And we're going to start off things, Bates, with the goal we were just talking about.
Ooh, realize thing, brought up high, realize, beautiful reset. Daisy, you try to put a hand up, but you got to put a hand up high. Hand down, man down. You know the rules. Realize 5-1 reset, double touch, top corner, baby. And this is big. This is big for them. Senbei, of course, we just talked about, he's touched on. This is how they finished the series off. Took the W.
I love Realize calling off Stigums as well for that goal. But now we go to another region entirely. It's Sub-Saharan Africa. It's Orlando Pirates, and it's an absolute banger between the 3 of them. Snowy is the player that Johnny mentioned earlier, but Darth and Skillsteel pretty darn good themselves. The passes are perfect. The finishing is precise as well, and a 0-second goal to top it all off.
And taking the top, so I think you can all guess what number 1's going to be. It's a play that's so good we've never had to say all of these different moves in sequence before, and as I think Wavepunk joked before we went live today, it's one of those that you kind of make up. You just throw together a bunch of mechanics and, you know, joke that, oh yeah, as if that could happen. But just look at it. Flip reset, ceiling double, mind game, floor double, 1v3 play from Nolly. I mean, that could be goal of the tournament at the end of the entire thing.
It's how late he uses his flip there. It's pretty much as he connects with the ball. The composure to have that in that moment is incredible.
The inversion, right?
Yeah.
Like you get the flip reset first.
Yeah.
Then put it off the ceiling.
And then wait.
And then it goes under your card. And at that point, like, okay, he's not using the slip reset anymore. Like your brain is kind of like just takes it out of the category and then pops off with it. My goodness, what a touch. Noli was on fire yesterday. So love to see that from them. We'll get a couple more, hopefully we'll see a couple more crazy goals like that across the course of today. But we actually sat down with some of the people here on the desk and some of the other casters to give them a little bit of a geography quiz yesterday.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Rocket League World Championship Geography Quiz. The game will be this. There are many Rocket League players competing in this World Championships and they come from many different countries, which is something that we love to see. But which countries do they come from and can we point them out on this map? First off will be Mr. Damar. This is your player.
Oh, it's easy mo. It's Arsenal. Oh, I'll just write it right there.
But that is completely correct. I'll let you keep Arsenal right there. You've earned it.
That was the easiest question of all time.
This fella right here.
Oh, this is Senzo.
It is
Senzo from Veloce, one of the GOATs. Oh gosh. Ooh, it's one of these two. The geography, I think it's right here. I'm gonna put Senzo right there.
No, unfortunately not. You were so close.
Give it to me.
This cheeky chappy right here.
What do you get?
Oh, this is my boy CJ. My God. My boy's right down here. Tasmania.
Wow.
Bring it to me.
He's made it to majors, but will he make it to your knowledge base? There he is, right there.
Oh, this is Ivan from
Yes.
Evil Geniuses. Best shoe game in the RLCS scene. Now, Ivan is from an interesting country that is in this mess called Europe. Austria, right here, gotta be. No, he might be Polish. Nah, he's Austrian, I think. Ivan, right there, is that right?
Correct.
Dang, baby, come on!
Got it. Well done. Our next man.
I mean,
This fella.
Oh,
That fella right
this is my
there.
man Abjack.
Sorry, could you not move on my
Yeah.
friend, please?
I'm gonna try here. I'm gonna Abjack here, I think. Bow. Right there.
You are 100% dead on yet again. Damar is just
shocker.
performing
I can't miss.
valiantly.
he got Abjack.
Hopefully this next player doesn't make you too upset.
Do you know this man?
Sad. I think Sad's Brazilian, so we'll go put Sad right here. I believe he's Brazilian.
Completely correct again. Damar, are you ready for this lovely man right here? Look at that smile.
Oh, this is Realize. From
Great player as
Japan.
well.
From Japan.
Yes.
Oh boy, okay.
Getting this one.
You know what? I'm shutting him up. I'm shutting him up right now.
Oh my goodness. Tyler, is he right? Is he right?
I'm so obvious. Congratulations.
Okay. Next up, a player who stayed relevant for many, many years, but will you know where he's from, and can you put it on the map?
Oh, Metanoris.
Mm-hmm.
I have no clue where Metanoris is from. Oh no, I don't know where he's from. He might be from Denmark. I don't know where this guy's from. I'm gonna put Metza in this little country right here. There you go. Metza, he's down there somewhere.
Metza is right here. That is Finland.
100% correct. This is unbelievable. Come on. Next up, this guy right here.
Oh, this is Ray's bull.
See the cogs turning.
I'm gonna go Chile.
Oh.
That's right. Thank you. You're too kind. You're too kind.
Okay.
I didn't know.
Are you ready for a tricky one? There you go.
LCT.
Base, don't choke.
I don't know what it is.
You gotta come back, Base.
I get on the hard ones. What is this?
The first player in the RLCS from this country.
Oh, well, then, that really narrows it down. Did a great job there, Cole. There we go. It looks like a country that might have some people there.
I'm going right here.
For real?
Wow, I don't know how you keep doing this. All right, we've got to run through these. A difficult one.
Difficult one?
This is getting silly.
This is Snowy. Snowy is right here.
Tyler, is it there? It's right there. It's perfect.
This is unbelievable.
Okay, this one right here.
This is Shad.
Now, where is Shad from?
It's from Argentina, I believe, which is right next there.
Are you correct? Yes, you are.
Oh my gosh. Absolutely unbelievable.
Our final scores. We have Tyler on 17.9. A very valiant effort. Damar, perfection, 24 points. You could not have done any better.
Let's go!
But wait, everybody. But wait.
What?
There is time for one more bonus round. If Tyler can win this, he will go up to 27.9 and beat Damar. Where is Scrub from? You'll be going first.
I definitely remember looking at the map, and Scotland was definitely up here somewhere.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go SK right there.
Damar, where is Scrub from?
No! Oh my God!
That is 10 more points for Damar, taking his total to 34. Pioneer Scrub is from Australia. Congratulations, Damar. A lame high five, you get it. Tyler, thank you so much. Everybody, this has been the Rocket League World Championship Geography Quiz. Whatever.
Bates, there's two scrubs, and only one of them.
You should have asked, man. You should have asked there, Bates. It's tough. And I mean, it's hard when you're in a quiz like that. You know, you're up against a genius. Are you surprised at how well Daz did?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he got lucky, right? Did he though? But did he get lucky? Did he get lucky? Or I have a reveal for you.
What's the reveal?
He knew everything. We had told him beforehand all the answers. So you were up against it. You never stood a chance. Also, that thing at the end was planned. Whichever one you were going to say, he was going to do the other, and he was going to get the bonus point.
What? Whatever, bro.
Yeah.
I knew he didn't know all that nonsense, bro. He was too smart. I'm like, I got this in the back. I ain't going to go up against you. If I had to go up against you, it would have been a problem. But
You're
now,
never going to trust him again.
No, I can't. I was so mad, bro. I was like, there's no way he knows all these countries.
So you've been tilted for 24 hours. That was yesterday.
Yeah.
You've just been tilted the entire time.
Listen, I'm a composed young man. I got untilted after.
You want a rematch now, don't you?
I don't need a rematch. I know he's a cheater. After he's a cheater. He's a fraud. His fraud dads. Frauds are in. Frauds are in the chat. Frauds are in the chat, please.
Y'all did Tyler dirty here. That was.
Yeah,
that was,
I know. He did well, though. Actually, to be fair, you did better than I would have done on that. You did really well, I think.
They planned on you losing more, is what he's saying. My
exactly.
goodness. Let's talk about the Rocket League action that is in store for us here today, folks. Moving back forward in the bracket, we have APAC and SSA still alive here, Johnny. I want to talk about these matches, and for the fans of these regions, hopes, dreams, what is the path forward here? How do they make it out of the Swiss? We have Senbei taking on 0-1, and the Pioneers will be playing against the Pirates here for day 4, for round 4.
Now, I think before the wildcard event started, the vast majority of people, including myself, would have expected both of these matches to go heavily against SSA and APAC. probably 4-1 or 4-0. But seeing how Wildcard has gone, there's been so many extremely one-sided series. Once the team gets momentum, it can definitely start rolling. So today being the last day of Wildcard, it's qualification Sunday. This is, I think, an opportunity for both SSA and APAC to really just go further than anyone thought was possible. I mean, they've beaten each other in that 0-2 round. SSA's taking down APAC, APAC's taking down SSA. If either of them can make it through here, they establish themselves as the clear next region in line. But they've got to, they've got to upset to do it. It's an upset necessary for sure. But is it possible? I think now is a good chance because they're coming off a win. Their opponents are coming off a loss. You never know.
They just have to use the fact that they've got no pressure, really, as well. They can completely go into this one, make weird challenges, play fully on the front foot, not fear their opponents at all, show no respect. As soon as you do that, you're going to be styled on, right? So you got to get in their faces.
I feel like there is a little bit of pressure, though, right? Because of the rivalry between these two regions. They both want to be the region that goes further than
they don't want to finish last. Yeah.
Exactly, right? So they've already gone 1-1 in the 0-2 rounds. Now here in 1-2, they want to see, to get to 2-2 and not be the one that goes out first here would be a big deal. Who has the harder opponent here? Pioneers going up against Pirates. Senbei going to take on 0-1. 0-1 versus KCP. I mean, who do you feel has got the tougher draw, Bates?
Oh, Pioneers is a better team than 0-1, and 3s at least. 0-1 has a lot of mechanical ability, but they really haven't proven themselves in 3s consistently. A little blip in Gamers 8, I know Johnny would love to bring up that. But other than that, they've been kind of inconsistent, while Pioneers, generally speaking, have been the better 3s team. Going into this event, they should be power ranked as a better 3s team, so they definitely have the harder matchup.
Okay, well, 2 matches to keep your eyes on as we continue through our longest day of the wild card here. Let's get some hot takes from the people here on the desk. Bates, actually, I want to start with you. I want to hear what you've got first. I'll give you, just in case any of them are going to steal your hot take, I want to give you the chance to give it first.
Oh, hot take?
Give me your hot take. Well, I want to hear it. Something crazy is going to happen.
I'll give it to you right now. The club's going to be version 1 later.
Wow, I was going to say that. Okay. I was going to say that, so we're on the same page.
Look at that. When you have the Johnny Bates synergy, when
do you have the same logic? Do you have the same logic as to why?
Okay, do you want to explain first, or shall I?
No, you go first, as I said.
Okay, so, well, Club are coming off a very, very strong win yesterday. They took down Pioneers, and I agree with you. Pioneers are a strong team, but the Club really starting to get some momentum now. I like the trajectory that they're on. I rated them to make it out of Wildcard coming into this, and I thought V1 would just completely 3-0. So the fact V1 kind of struggling. They're not looking as hot as we expected them to. Pressure's on them. Club, they've got 2 shots at this, and I think they're going to take the first one.
No, I mean, V1 have been stepping up. Com looked really shaky in those first couple of days, and he has stepped up a lot yesterday for their victory. I think that's going to be massive for them, taking pressure off Com. I think V1 are still big favorites in that one, is what I would say. But
they have to be. That's why it's a hot take call.
But that's very true. Yeah. That's very true. What I mean is, I think the favorites are going to take it, despite having you guys next to me.
Why have you got it? Is it more of the same?
Somewhat-ish, but I would say more so the fact that Club's going to have a lot of offensive pressure. I think V1 likes to sit back there, and I think the SAM teams really match up against V1 because all that pressure, and V1's on top of their game. If Torment's playing the best Rocket League he's playing years like he did in London on the defensive goal line, you have a chance, but if you're allowing that many shots on you, you got to concede eventually, and especially here, the low bit pressure on V1, that's a matchup they're expected to win. They're expected to go 3-0.
They were, yeah.
Just being in that situation, I got the Club. That's one.
Okay. Nicole, what about you?
I've got a more long-term spicy take, and it's more that I want to see how spicy people think it is. I'm curious about this, okay? So I'm going to put it out there, and I'm curious what the people think. I think the BDS, I'll make it stronger, will make the grand finals.
Okay, that's a long-term one.
Yes, it is.
But it's definitely spicy enough.
Yeah, I think so. I think the fact that they have had these defeats, they've had these losses, all the best results come after a painful defeat. Look at Moist in spring, after they lost in the bracket reset in winter. Okay, you look at G2, they struggled in fall. Then in winter, there they were. BDS have had double that. They've had 2 terrible laps. So they're going to be double combo super powered, and they've lost with Faco. They came into spring. It was too easy for them.
Here's my thing about BDS though. It's a hot take, it's a long take, but at the same time, either they come out of the gates and we're like, oh, BDS is back and everyone's in trouble, or BDS is out. I don't know. To me, it's either BDS is back or BDS isn't. Whether they're making grand finals or not is just dependent on that.
I think because we are approaching now the group stage teams joining in, suddenly that's something that's come into my mind, that people haven't really mentioned them a lot. There's been talk of Falcons, talk of Moist, talk of G2 even. BDS not so much. So I just thought I'd throw it out there to have a chat.
Well, we're running short on time here. I was going to say that Renegades aren't going to make it out of the group stage, or out of the wild card.
Well, you've said it now.
We'll say it. I've said it. We can't. No time to defend. No, in fact, that was what I was going to say. Anyway, let's take a look at the schedule we have for today. we've been using the B stream all throughout this event to help cover the action at twitch.tv/RL Esports. They will help us cover the round 4 matches, but then they will be done after that, and all the rest of the action for round 5 will be happening here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. So Pirates versus Pioneers, Optic versus Renegades, V1 versus the Club. All those will be happening over on the B stream. Here on the A stream, we will have all of round 5 to close out the day. Before we get there, we'll finish off round 4 with Dignitas versus SSG. That one should be spicy. Veloce versus Team Secret will be happening in the middle. But 01 Esports versus Senbei Strikers is going to be our first match of the day. We were talking about it earlier, Bates. This is such an important match for both teams.
It really is, and I think Senbei, especially coming off that win yesterday, they're gonna have a lot of momentum. 01 looked a little shaky yesterday against Dignitas, I believe. It looked a little bit shaky. Could have played better. I think a lot of us expected not a 4-1 or such dominant fashion, more of a 4-2, 4-3 in 01, even if you picked to win that game. But it is what it is. I think both of these teams have a lot to prove.
Well, fighting for survival here on the main stage. It's 01 Esports.
اسمي فهد، اسمي باللعبة زيزونكس. اني اكون الثيرد بلاير، اني اكون ورا بالدفاع افضل مكان. شوف اهم حدث في حياتي، مهمة جدا اللعبة، تنسين جدا البطولة وإن شاء الله نسويها. بقول إن شاء الله مع الخبرة نقدر نوصل أعلى المكانات، وإن أنا اللي أقود فريقي ونفهم إن شاء الله. أنا سعيد جدا، وإن شاء الله نقدر نسويها، ناخذ الوضع.
Johnny, we saw them talking about how nervous they are to be on this stage. We talked about this when we saw them on day 1. From what you've seen, have they handled the nerves?
I'm going to say no, because we've seen this 2 events in a row now, Gamers Day and now the World Championship Wildcard. When they lose badly. In fact, Dignitas, before losing to 01 in Gamers Day, they did destroy them the previous matchup. So that's one crushing defeat. They've lost to Guild 4-0. Now they've taken 2 4-1 losses here. When they lose, they tend to lose badly. However, they have bounced back from most of their losses that we've seen, and they have avenged a lot of them. So they just keep on grinding out these wins. I've spoken to Falcons about them, and yeah, they put down 01's inconsistency to nerves, and this is going to be the most nerve-wracking situation, the most nerve-wracking day of Rocket League they've ever played. So it's a tough one, definitely. They haven't really figured out a way to stabilize those nerves yet. Maybe need to work the breathing techniques, but yeah, this should be a good matchup for them. I think that they are better mechanically, and that should help settle it.
That's what I was going to say. With respect to Senbei Strikers, it's the sort of matchup you want to have if you are 01 Esports. After really being put to the sword, they conceded 16 goals in the last 3 games against Dignitas yesterday, so need to turn it around.
Well, trying to continue the winning streak they started yesterday, it's Senbei Strikers.
そうですね、やっぱこの1年間ずっとこの一番最後にあるでかいワールズに向けて、プレイしてきたんですけど、いろいろロスターチェンジとかがあったりしたんですけど、こうやって最終的にダラスに来ることができてすごい嬉しいです。スプリングメジャーから入ったシグムズがすごい明るくて面白い人なんですけど、そのシグムズが入ったおかげですごいチームの雰囲気が。以前スウェーデンでもうランイベントをプレイしたように、もうラン経験も結構あるので、そうですね、こういう本番でしっかりと普段プレイしたことを結果として出せるようにしていきたいです。自信を持ってプレイしてきたので、当然の結果だと思います。
Honestly, just seeing that setup there and seeing the players. Tokyo Verdy's got a lead.
みんな分かってる通り APAC はやっぱ他の地域と比べて、経験も少ないし、まだ経験のないリージョンなんで、みんな甘く見積もってると思うんですけど、やっぱそういうチームに負けるっていうのはみんな怖いと思うので、そこを生かしてガンガン強くプレイしていきたいですね。今のうちに自分に優しくしとかないと後で後悔すると思います。
They showed us how fiercely they could fight yesterday, Bates. They're going to have a tougher opponent, though, here today.
They are. They had a lot of free airspace against Bravado Gaming yesterday, but now O1's really going to cut that off. But it's up to the young man right there alongside realizing and Sig to really bring their mechanical prowess to the forefront and see what they can do.
I mean, they can do a lot of damage from the air. They, as you say, they had complete dominance aerially yesterday against Bravado. They won't have that this time, but hopefully that will have sharpened them up. Their mechanics will be quick and, to use their word, fierce.
Yeah, strong start is very important here, because if they can just come out and get a couple of those big goals that we've seen from them in the previous round, like I said, they're not likely to get that much space against O1, but you never know. Maybe they can just find that magic and get the ball rolling. That will really, really put the pressure on their opponents, who will consider themselves heavy favorites here.
You mentioned how powerful.
Look at that. Speaking of heavy favorites, pride favorite.
Yeah, the crowd was rallying behind them. It doesn't matter. Just check it off. We saw also in the front row a lot of the OCE fans, representatives here cheering on APAC. There's been sort of an alliance made between those regions.
If I know OCE, I feel like they're probably just cheering on everybody yesterday, but they were definitely very, very happy to see Realize win.
It's lovely. I mean, everybody has wanted to see that man win on this stage forever, since hearing him, since his freestyle videos first came out. And he has made it here. That they are up against O1 Esports, a team that will be hurting after yesterday. They will feel horrified about the performance they put in against Dignitas, a team that, as you mentioned, Johnny, they have beaten at a LAN before. So I think O1 are going to come into this one and just want to put this one to bed as quickly as they possibly can. Can Senbei rally with that?
Does this come down to game one? If we see Senbei come out of the gates swinging, get a really strong win in game one, with what you've said about O1, does that spell disaster?
I think it wouldn't spell disaster, but it would give Senbei the chance that they need. If they fall behind here, I think it's going to be very difficult to come back. I think if they can just stay, one game ahead or tied, then they've definitely got a shot here to do the impossible, get that win against these guys who are, known online as ranked grinders. They're players that nobody really likes to play against because they are just so solid. O1 individually, they've got that potential, but they just haven't really shown it in the high pressure situation.
You can see the numbers the teams put up during the regular season, but it all comes down to this 7-game series. You win, you survived round 5, you lose, your journey at the World Championship is over. So let's see what you guys think at home in the Verizon fan vote. #O1, #SEN. Bates, I want to start with you on this one.
Ooh, this time. See me, I think that Senbei is a little underrated. I actually do. I think they've had a close couple games against Optic Gaming in their one series, and then O1 had a close couple games. Let me check my notes here. They had close couple games against K-Corp. So it goes back and forth. They've gotten blown out a couple times by great teams and had close games against great teams. I'm gonna go with Senbei. I'm gonna go with Senbei over O1, and I think they're realizing how really gonna bring their mechanical prowess. I think O1's gonna match. I think they're a little bit too inconsistent right now, coming out of third seed of the MENA region. Senbei Strikers over O1 Esports.
I admire that you go for Senbei, and I think that we are going to have a very good matchup here between these two. But I do think that O1 are better mechanically, and I think they are going to be able to shake the shackles of those nerves and see this one away.
Okay. That could have been your hot take, Base. I feel like it is.
That's a hot take?
I respect Senbei a lot. I didn't expect them to come in so strong as a team who kind of fell off at the end of the season. They've really shown up for LAN, but I don't think it's enough. I think O1 Esports are just that bit too good. We've yet to see the best of them either.
We got a bunch of haters up here on the desk.
These folks. You're on with Senbei with me,
hey, only love.
Come on,
only love.
Let's see. I believe in the chapter that began yesterday. We can see them come through again. And are they favorites in the chat right now? Senbei is fans' favorites in chat. And listen to the base. What a world is going to be. Can they possibly do it? Do O1 Esports bounce back after the loss yesterday? A close match to start off the day, and one of these teams going home in the blue. O1 Esports in the orange, the Senbei Strikers. Let's get over to Achieves and Company in the Verizon Skybox.
Thank you very much, Wavepunk. I find myself in very pleasant company. It's Turtle. Glad to be back with you here in the booth. And both of these teams have played some difficult matchups, but in general, they've shown that they have some things to hold on to. A lot of the times for me looking at Senbei, they do have a lot of great defensive structure, like against Optic. You got to see a little bit of the offense yesterday, whereas O1, they've had some good matches as well.
Yeah, and they played off against, obviously, KC, the Gladiators, and then ultimately losing as well against Dignitas. And that was a close series. I think that O1 Esports really put on display within the first 2 games what they were capable of. early goals in game 1 versus Dignitas. They implemented a lot of bumps. Ended up taking out the goalkeeper several times. They got the first goal in game 2, so early starts are a huge thing for O1 Esports, excuse me, as we look into getting into this series versus Senbei Strikers. I think that early start has to come out. You give Senbei Strikers any momentum, you never know what that man Realize can pull out.
Yeah, I think Johnny was definitely onto something at the same time, though, when talking about O1. Senbei don't have that good start. They find themselves behind quickly or struggling to get ground. They could definitely get out-pressured by O1. And at the same time, I wouldn't be too surprised to see a very pendulum swing type of game where you have a really good game for O1 and then the next one a really good game for Senbei. I would definitely believe that coming to fruition here as well, as O1 pressing a little bit here in the corner. See how Senbei react. That's a big miss. Maasen will collect. The first one goes to Mina.
And this is a free one for Maasen. You can see off the backboard, Tenhao was looking for any touch. Couldn't find it. Right across the goal line, Maasen is there to clean up.
And I think Sig probably thought he could reach it and then just realized too late that that's actually going a little too quick.
That's going over right.
Can't actually get there. It looked a lot worse than it actually was on the replay. So, tough break for Senbei, just caught a little bit out of position. Have to work from behind here.
Right. And we do have a long series, a best of 7, but a lot on the line for both teams. If you win this series, you won't qualify for the group stage, but your record will obviously improve. Meanwhile, for the other team, you will be eliminated. So no more competing in the World Championship, and that's where the nerves can kick in whenever we get longer and more down the line in this series.
A lot of pressure here for Senbei as AMS would delay a push potentially, as Zonix actually great control in the midfield as well. Pulling up 2 people from Senbei means Realize doesn't have a lot of support pushing here. Was going for the big block. One-on-one, throws it off the wall. And do they have the third? And that one's unfortunately too high. They had the press. Thankfully, Realize is rotated back around and they find the tie.
I am so impressed with Senbei Strikers. There were a couple of shots here where you're thinking this one's going to go to the back of the net, but instead opting to go off the backboard, setting up an easier shot each time that ball does hit the backboard, and you got to clean up. Senbei Strikers equalizing.
Not the first time we've seen them pick apart an open backboard in this tournament.
Yeah.
I was questioning the second throw off the wall as well, and then you look at it on the replay and you say, yeah, there's a lot of people in net. Throwing it up there one more time is not a bad idea. Big save from Realize, going to bail Tenhao out of a jam, who got caught up on his own post. Realize off the ceiling, no boost, and we're really just trying to keep this one in the blue half.
If we were to go back to the Fall Major, obviously we're looking at a different roster, but at the Fall Major, if we had a similar situation there, I don't think we would have gotten the follow-up from that third man. Hold on a second, Realize. Trying to get a waterfall drop-down hit, but doesn't find it. Ooh, good possession too. The back pass. Look at this movement from Senbei Strikers.
Great idea to keep possession, but they do get caught a little bit too far forward. Have to give ground to Mina here. As Maasen off the bar, and thankfully Sig in position. 0-1 pressing nicely. Can they keep possession is the problem. Trying to delay the inevitable. Zonix getting in Tenhao's face, and Maasen trying to support, but squeezes by, and Senbei with a chance to regain some control.
Really early pressure there from Sig. You love to see it. Get in the face of O1 Esports, and that's going to be a much needed factor if you are going to take down O1. They have much better mechanics. For Senbei Strikers, I don't think beating them in the air and trying to outpace them is the move. Being more patient, certainly the better call in my eyes, but this one drops down in front of the net. We've gotten a back and forth game here between O1 and Senbei.
Maasen trying to construct something, will be denied by Sig, diving across his net, ripped on target with the bump, and Zonix will collect a second one. Huge play for O1.
Oh my, an absolute beaut of a shot from the corner. Top down and in. That is as accurate as can be. O1 Esports. That was lovely to watch.
Gorgeous execution on all fronts, especially when they were trying to go for some misdirection, a lot of flip resets, trying to see if they could pull people out of position, and they're realizing Senbei just too well structured and had to get a little bit physical, throw a wrench in the gears. They find themselves out in front one more time.
Oh, it's a big 50 win. Senbei Strikers been able to transition nicely. Then a massive clear down the other end is going to deplete all their energy. Still a good touch from Realize. He does pick up the corner boost. Even a demo from O1 Esports. There's some pieces here and there for Senbei Strikers, but O1 Esports are kind of taking them apart.
Unfortunately, Senbei kind of running into the issue where they don't quite have the boost on everybody to really have the support pushing upfield that they would like. Am's denied by realizing the goal line. Senbei keeping this one within striking distance. As I say that, off the wall, no second chance for 0-1. They're both playing a little conservatively in the midfield line. That's a big win from Sig. Can he get a dump into the midfield somewhere? Crosses it out. That one's going to squeeze in. Realize connects with Sig. What a play.
With 29 seconds left, the hero Sigs does some work in the corner, dishes it out to Realize. Perfect position, perfect shot, game tied up.
Tight line from Realize. Wasn't sure if he was actually going to have the angle to shoot. Still able to find a way to get it around the post. That's a nice demo from Tenhao as well. Only 25 in the tank, though. Not really able to stick with the plays. The Sonic's actually going for the bump, and missing on Realize means that Senbei has a chance to regain possession here. Maybe the last few chances in regulation. They can get control from Masen, who's currently dodging through everyone, and that's a big save from Tenhao all over it. Realize has nothing in the tank, unfortunately, so he plays conservatively, gets a block. Masen will throw it in the corner. Overtime in game one, so a couple people wondering how this one was going to play out. In general, feels pretty tight.
Yeah, absolutely clutch, though, from Tenhao. That save, excuse me, off the backboard was very much needed. Nobody wanted to get up early, and Tenhao managed to find the read, got the prediction in the front of the shot. For Senbei strikers, that defense looks rock solid. Their offense is making use of every single player, always opting to go for that pass across the field, the Chiefs.
And 0-1 doing a nice job, not quite able to beat the last man, thankfully. Nice. Just gonna wait with Tenhao back on the orange side of things. Rolling around, Senbei strikers seeing if there's a way out of their own half and making sure they don't get in each other's way. Realize into the middle, Tenhao denied as well. Probably should have left that one for Sig. You'd have to think that it would have been a much stronger clear, but now they find themselves trapped in their own half.
A minute and 8 seconds into this OT. We have stabilized, I'd say, in the midfield. Senbei strikers went into this OT with most of the momentum, especially off of that save. And now they're looking to mount something on offense, but it's a big clear down the other side. 0-1 Esports. Something in the corner. They haven't been connecting too many passes because they haven't needed to. It's the accuracy of their shots that's doing most of the dirty work on offense.
And really, it just feels like if Senbei break through this midfield line with more than a paltry amount of boost, they're going to have a lot of support to try and score it. But here comes Ams. He's got enough in the tank over the top of everyone. 0-1 Esports going to come away with game one.
Wow, and this was a frustrating one. Tenhao needs to get a touch there. Realize he's in a real sticky situation. Tenhao couldn't find any contact on the ball, and because of it, the pass was too flawless, and a much easier shot was then proposed. So for Realize, I say you just swallow that one, move on to the next game.
Overall, though, that's a great game. I was definitely doing some prep work this morning and kind of wondering how Senbei strikers are going to handle 0-1, because I really liked the speed and aggression that they played with. A little bit reckless at times, but in general, I thought 0-1 was going to hold a lot more pressure. It does look like they did in the overall shot category with 11. Senbei only mustering 5, so playing out a little bit in that order. But in general, Senbei keeping this one pretty tight, forcing them to respect the push back the other way as we take a look at mobile and high-performance replay.
It's just interesting because you bring up 0-1 Esports and that reckless aggression that I also noticed too watching their games yesterday. I don't think we got any of that. There wasn't too many risky positioning from 0-1 Esports. Nobody wanted to extend the pitch and go for a demo, maybe take out the goalkeeper, which was a routine play for them against Dignitas. We didn't see any of that. Maybe this is a passive approach. They just want to wait for mistakes to come out of Senbei strikers, which is certainly happening. Think back to Tenhao. Couldn't get a touch, too slow in the air. They were able to capitalize. So only punishment goals for 0-1 Esports.
Yeah, and it worked out. In general, I think they definitely held the boost edge a little bit. Sometimes a little surprisingly far back, I would say. When they get that ball around that corner, you're thinking, okay, maybe a shot's going to come here, and they're off having to go grab boost. So maybe 0-1 willing to think about controlling a bit more of the map than necessarily just shoving down everything. Is actually off the wall. I thought that maybe it was going to go bar and in. Instead, 0-1 Esports going to have to look for a second chance. That one's off the bar as well. Dumped across, and Am's trying to react to it. close call, could have been something, but a lot to ask with how quickly AMS was closing the distance on that.
For 0-1, there's two approaches here coming in as the team with, I would say, the advantage mechanically, as well as having the backing of most analysts here, besides T-Bates. You could come in here and be as aggressive as possible, go for every flip reset, and pretty much ego out Senbei strikers, or you could do what they're doing now, and that's spread the field, be patient, and assume that mistakes are going to come out, which have been from Senbei. And that's definitely the one that makes 0-1 feel more confident and comfortable on the pitch, and as a result, we don't get many double commits, not too many mistakes. The defense is so split up and so spread out that nobody's willing to overcommit, and it's led to a difficult defense to get through, and on offense, you are threading the needle back and forth and finding something delicious in the midfield.
Absolutely. Very tasty from Zazonix. Very happy to take the dish that Boston served him up. Able to work through two people out of the corner. And when you get to that point, you get just kind of scratching your head as the guy on the goal line for Senbei, like how did none of us make contact with that? And you just don't quite have the time to react. But 0-1 Esports picking up right where they left off at the end of game 2. A lot of pretty solid pressure. And it's all on Senbei to work on that clear game, but no time to think about that. AMS rips one to the back post.
Senbei strikers aren't expecting early shots. This is the third or fourth shot going in favor of 0-1 Esports that's taken from the corner. That last man back doesn't wait patiently in net. They're pushing out, willing to go for a challenge, but one quick firepower of a shot.
Whoa. Oh.
And it's just gonna go past them. Here comes Maassen. Maybe he's gonna find something himself, goes for the flick. Instead, it's a mind game. 50-50 against the second opponent. Doesn't get past them. Senbei strikers, first bit of offense we have seen all game long.
And I think 0-1 Esports actually recovered beautifully on that kickoff, dumped into the middle for Maassen.
Oh my.
Senbei could have scored as they had the dead stalemate off the wall and right back into it. Hello, Sig collects the pass from Realize. Way to get themselves back into it.
And this was kind of a slap in the face to 0-1 Esports because Maassen in the midfield was just going for 2-3 mind games in a row, and Senbei striker says, you really think that low of us, that we're not going to press you at this moment? They get aggressive and they find a goal.
Keep themselves in the mix. And 0-1 trying to regain map superiority. Bounce into the middle. AMS trying to give away to Zazonic. Should be a free ball for Tenhao. Rightly keeping it close with his little boost as he has. Unfortunately not able to battle AMS for possession either. And that's just a forced clear from Senbei. They need the space, the breathing room to make sure that they have some boost, but now it's all about, okay, you have to connect on that challenge right there. Yeah. You can't have your third man coming forward and be the one to actually make contact, because then your support is gone. Or can you? What do I know?
The classic from Senbei strikers, third man, and it's because Realize went for a second challenge. He won the first one, followed up on the second challenge, and then was able to set up a nice and easy shot, all tied up, 2:52 to go, Achieve.
You can just be that good. That'll always get the job done.
I mean, if there's one third man you want taking the ball into the air on Senbei strikers, it's going to be Realized. Then a pass into the midfield. What is happening? 0-1 Esports getting broken apart.
Can see it coming. Another beautiful kickoff for Senbei. This time they're able to avoid the bump in the midfield, and so Tenhao is uncontested as he takes it around the corner. Realizes saying, come on, bring it middle, I'm ready.
He's ready, fired up.
Delivered a big one, Senbei out in front. Now they force 0-1 to have to make plays. And now you start to wonder, okay, there's 2.5 minutes on the clock. 0-1 Esports, how aggressive are you willing to be, or do you want to wait and see if you get any more of those
I don't think you wait. You need that reckless aggression that they have been able to show several times in the past with every single series they've played. There's been one or two moments where, okay, everybody pushes up. Not getting that in this series, and maybe a lucky opportunity missed for 0-1 Esports, a pool pass into the midfield.
And Realize just trying to keep the ball on the other half. Sig there to help.
Big clear.
Nice big clear. Tenhao dodging a demo. That one would have connected. Who knew what the Senbei strikers back line would have looked like?
Oh my.
As
Look at the dribbles.
Trying to change pace of play. Sig one-on-one, and AMS actually goes for a fake challenge and pulls back into the midfield to steal that corner boost. The boost lead definitely going to be favoring 0-1 here a little bit. Senbei, I believe, stole away a midfield 100 pad as well, so definitely making 0-1 immediately give back a little bit of that map presence that they could have had, and Senbei worked their way onto the blue half once more.
Oh, I love the control. Tenhao off the corner, back into his own hands. He got a nice early shot on net. Didn't count, and then down the other way, Maassen able to find it by himself. No help from the teammates. That's okay.
Actually, an incredibly difficult ball to keep out for Tenhao. Knows.
Oh my.
I think he missed the boost in the corner. He cut it a little sharp, and so he has to play this challenge with nothing. And that means that unfortunately he doesn't have the ability to take his momentum across the net as strong as he likes, and it leads to him getting dunked out. And an equalizer for 0-1. Realize wants a worldie, and he just misses it.
Smart approach from 0-1 Esports. A battle of decision-making on the pitch, I'd say. 0-1 Esports still don't
what a fake!
Be too aggressive. They go for a second fake in a row. 0-1 Esports really love those mind games.
Oh, a little scary for Senbei Strikers. Goes right down into Realize. Unfortunately, he didn't catch it cleanly. Slows down the transition and forces Tenhao to make the save on the back wall. And 0-1 right now.
Oh my.
Seems that they've got a pretty good read on how Senbei likes to move the ball on their own half, and indeed they pick them apart. They get out in front of a pass and just slowly break them down.
What is that corner pass from Zazonix? The follow-up off the sidewall into the best spot possible in the corner. It
Straight back to the middle.
You can't even read that if you're on the defensive side. Normally, it's just one touch into the corner, and that's it. You can go back, rotate in. No, there's even more work to be done for 0-1.
Realize and Sig, little miscommunication, and again, it slows down that transition on offense where they maybe could have had something. Tenhao trying to force it with 0 boost. If he had 12, I think he scores that.
Or a flip.
Or, yeah, anything that could have just helped him move forward. Realize trying to stick it on the blue half with only about 20 seconds remaining. And can Senbei muster a win? Dumped into the middle. A hopeful dive and misses from everybody. Thrown off the timing. Jump to Realize. Bar down and out. He just can't fit it under the crossbar. Close call. And 0-1 gonna slow things down. You need that touch. Huge read indeed. 0-1 trying to find a way to make this one touch the floor. Realize doing his best. A surgeon's touch as he moves up the pitch. Sig.
Buzzer beater.
Contested in the corner. This is actually a great bounce. Tenhao's all over it, but it's way too high for Realize. The idea was there. They knew what they were going for. It just came down to execution, and they overcooked it just a little.
I really like the speed on that pass across, but it's just the height of it made it impossible for Realize to even get up in time. Senbei Strikers held the lead for quite some time, but 0-1 Esports, through sheer determination in that beautiful corner play pass, we're able to take this one.
Just win a challenge, pop it perfectly with the spacing right into the middle. And Tenhao kind of sitting there scratching his head. I mean, like, what do you want me to do?
Right, and they all started in this corner. Look at Austin by himself, around 2 players. I think the 50-50s from that first man need to be better. Senbei Strikers do a good job of positioning a second player behind that first challenge, but it'd be much easier for that player to get a better follow-up if whoever's going in for the initial challenge can just get a touch on the ball. I mean, we've even seen Tenhao miss a chance off the backboard that led into some opportunities for 0-1. Simple moments like that need to be fixed for Senbei.
Yeah, brilliant. It's not the structure is good. The approach on your first and second man just needs to be tweaked a little bit. You'll be able to lay 0-1 Esports pushing and getting some of those extra opportunities because, again, this is the second game where they've had over 10 shots. They had 12 this time compared to 11 in game 1. And if you cut down just a few of those extra opportunities, you really start to equalize the amount of pressure that you're allowing for each team. And that's really the only tweak I think you're right that Senbei Strikers have to make.
But we're not going to lie to you, okay? Senbei Strikers, they get on offense. They are very dangerous. I am in love with the way they like to play offense. And with a player like Realize, you could try and just throw him forward and hope that he can 1v3 the offense. But everybody is getting involved. And while he has done it one time, it's a far better chance to use each other.
Much easier when you've got teammates as the shot denied on the goal line. Zazonix just kind of hoping that no one was there. He was essentially right. The follow-through coming a little bit late for Senbei Strikers. Sig caught in a bit of a weird spot here, but Mawson forcing Tenhao up, and Tenhao's kind of been the guy caught on the goal line more than once at this point. I shouldn't say caught, but positioned back that far, as that's a big save from Sig. Realizes racing back. There's no pads anywhere. How do you find a save? And the misdirection would have worked if AMS was placed properly. Thankfully, nobody on Senbei Strikers can recover, and Zazonix gets a freebie.
And you feel for Senbei, as Realize doesn't get the touch. You need to find contact. I think he thought the ball would roll down and out instead of just hitting the backboard. A very awkward bounce for him, but a moment where he needs to find something for his teammates to recover.
Unforced error cost the goal. Sig on a dribble.
Right.
Can you scoop it across? There's Realize, but too quick. Zazonix will smash the ball into the corner, and O1 Esports get away with another one. Nice fake challenge from Realize to try and keep the ball on the blue side, but he's actually a little too slow to stay with it. Nice bump from Sig to give an uncontested clear for Tenhao, but it's not headed anywhere. And Senbei strikers can really capitalize, kind of at the mercy of the O1 Esports positioning at the moment.
I'm still happy, though, with that approach from Sig. Tenhao does get one in, capitalizing off of O1 Esports' inability to have a third man rotating back. Mawson was alone.
Oh, he caught it.
Not the best touch, and that last man back is too slow. A nice shot and a nice goal for Senbei.
I think Mawson's idea was to have that ball kind of land on his hood and take it onto a dribble.
Yeah.
And I think he realized he overdrove it, so he just tries to pop it mid and just doesn't quite have the strength on it. But off the kickoff, Zazonix is trying to score. He just misses the dunk and just going to go for the back pass. I think he was maybe thinking about crossing it. No options for Mawson, because you're right, no boost. He just has to punch it on target and see if somebody makes a mistake, but not this time.
Senbei prioritizing their own corners. Very needed. In that first game, it seemed like they were getting starved out completely. Couldn't find even their own pads, even their own mini boost pads, but here that is not the story. A big clear across the field. Ams is there, looking for a pass off the ceiling, but intercepted quickly from Sig. A double commit on the field, but it doesn't matter because Realize is still going to push forward and start some offense.
Realize looking for a little help, unfortunately. Again, O1 Esports actually incredibly consistent, challenging off of their backboard. Pretty good at always making contact and not making sure anything gets into the middle on their own half for free. As Senbei looping back around Sig. I think he dove a little early. I think he got a little antsy and gave one up.
And how can you not panic in this situation?
Yeah.
There's so much space on the field. You expect this player, Mawson, to keep boosting into it.
Yeah.
But that slight hesitation, you saw him stop boosting on the shot, and that made the player, the goalkeeper, fly by him for a nice, easy setup.
Great adjustment on the approach for O1. Capitalize on a diving defender. And O1 Esports again, a lead in the middle of the game. Senbei tasked with finding a way back in. And in general, they've been pretty okay at getting opportunities, but O1 Esports is...
Oh, Sig!
Straight through it. Straight through it. That was tough.
They'd be feeling the nerves after that previous mistake on defense. This feels like a must-win game for Senbei strikers. Otherwise, need to get a reverse sweep in a best-of-7, facing elimination in the wild card. Very difficult stuff from Senbei strikers, but they have to recover. They have to respond to what O1 Esports are throwing at them. Just improve and pick up on the mechanics. Seems slightly off. A couple of whiffs here and there. Not the best touches. Hopefully things polish up.
The old cardinal sin. You dump the ball off your sidewall with nobody behind you, Sig. Trying to regain control. Everybody on Senbei strikers starting to get a little flustered on defense. That structure breaking down a little bit as they realize that losing this one puts them in a statistically highly unlikely chance to find success.
Dire situation. And I think for Senbei strikers, it's all about that transition game, finding ways to move out of your own defense, because the offense looks fantastic.
An idea!
What? Mawson, defying physics.
This is genius from Zazonix. I mean, he just has no boost, so yeah, just clip it back middle while everyone's thinking you're just going to either drive on by or hit it really hard. Just that soft floater up and in front while all of Senbei is trying to chase you across, and they all kind of have to stop, hit the brakes really hard somehow. And that was a massive goal to put this one almost out of reach, considering how much trouble Senbei strikers have had finding consistent shots on target.
Oh, another follow-up. Zazonix mopping the floor with the defense of Senbei strikers, and it comes down to mechanical issues. Sig not able to get a touch off the backboard, and this is why we talked about the first and second challenge. They need to make contact. O1 Esports, nothing is throwing them off. O1 have nothing that they need to react to. Every challenge is going their way. They're controlling it rather easily. The first touch always keeps possession on offense, and Senbei strikers, they don't know how to throw that offense off.
Well, 45 seconds here in game 3. Almost certainly going to go the way of O1 if you believe in miracles, anything's possible.
I believe achieves.
I believe too. I definitely think I've seen stranger than 3 goals in 30 seconds. But that being said, a lot to ask for as that one gets cut across. Tenhao will clear it out.
Here we go.
Senbei would just like to spend a little bit of time on offense this game. Certainly feels like the most heavy pressure that they've been under the entire series. Would like to see the shot differential after this game is over.
Maybe one for the road, final 10 seconds. But with that being said, I do think we will head to match point for 01 Esports. It started out with a slower, patient approach.
Not 5, okay.
Things amping up now as they look for a 5th goal. Almost get it. A nice save, but 01 Esports, there's no stopping them with all that momentum in game number 4.
Great show from 01.
Yep.
I mean, this felt like their game this time. And what is that? 8-11 plus 6 is 17?
Yes, sir.
So definitely their most dominating game in terms of the shot department. Senbei still roughly getting around the same number, you know, around 6, 7, 8, right around there. For the past 3 games now, so I think we've boiled it down to the science, sort of. We found it. It's just that challenge game on defense, allowing too many extra chances for 01 to get back in position, reset the offense, find the extra chances on target. So small tweak here in the Mobile 1 high-performance replay, but that touch from Zazonix, I thought that was juicy.
Right, and 01 were abusing the backboard, and they know that they can win the first challenge easily. So now it's about, okay, what do you do with the follow-up? Whenever you keep possession, you beat out the first defender, what's the move? And like we just saw, Zazonix, on the defensive side, he knows how to dish that ball out to his teammates after he gets past the first defender. That's crucial for 01 Esports to have the next step already prepared. Can't say the same for Senbei Strikers. It's looked good on offense. The defense struggling, and I'd say mechanically they've drifted off too as the series has gone on. Started out really strong. We saw some powerful shots, big wins in the challenge department, but things trickled down.
It's been a tough road, but they're not done yet.
This is it.
This would not be the first best of 7 reverse sweep on land.
No, sir. No, sir.
It can happen. And Senbei Strikers definitely seem like they're capable of finding wins in this series. It's just a matter of being consistent enough to make it happen. And we see here on Utopia Dusk whether this will be the exit of the APAC North region from the World Championship here in Fort Worth, or if we get to see another 5 minutes.
Facing elimination, what changes can Senbei Strikers implement? Some aggression from Sig. Nice attempt at going for a demo. It does give possession to Realize, who does want to flip reset 50-50. I like the idea.
One of the flip reset right next to the floor. Just pop it straight towards the top of the net.
That would have been a one-up on Daniel's flip reset 50-50.
A really nice idea, but 01 Esports willing to attack it before it could bear any fruit. Mawson gonna get absolutely creamed on that challenge by Sig. Support from Zazonix in the midfield as Realize unable to beat AMS to the ball, and Senbei Strikers, that's exactly what they want. They want to see that breakup potential on the challenge game that 01 Esports are executing on, and Realize just going to poke the ball off Sig's nose. Unfortunately, that actually ends up working against them as 01 position nicely in the midfield to keep possession.
Better challenges out of Realize. Good patience too from Tenhao. Mawson is forced to crash the net, doesn't get a follow-up touch. And these corner plays have been going in favor of Senbei. A big pinch down the other side.
And here's where it matters.
Yep.
Here's where you need to see the challenges come through for Senbei. Once you break through onto that blue half, can you keep it there?
He's got the boost as well.
Oh, that bump, so tough to handle. Can he get back to it? Really nice recovery from Sig to keep it in the corner. Tenhao dodging a demo, but Zazonix, great understanding of where he needs to be on defense to support his teammate.
DBH watching this game, shaking. And also freaking out after he sees Mawson go off the backboard. It's a free double tap setup.
Turtle, you said they need to get a hand up. They got one up, but still no contact. They find the open backboard and a nice double tap for Mawson to again give him the lead at the start of the game. Is a chance. Still well within reach. One goal is not too hard to find at any given point. Well, that's not true. It's actually incredibly difficult to find at this point, but it's possible.
Here we go. Backboard looking clear. Oh, this is painful. A free one given to 01 Esports. You know he had to jump. He was trying to stop AMS. We just saw a double tap go in. Senbei are aware they're going to hit those, and you force yourself to jump up.
Put that in the category of absolutely goated own goals for Dallas Fort Worth. I guess we haven't had the reverse sweep on land yet.
Right.
I guess I get it all confused in my head. But I still don't want to count them out.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we have seen some rough showings on defense, oftentimes missing mechanically, but Senbei, there are so many highlight opportunities and moments for them where they truly show their potential. And with plenty of time left on match point, you never know what can happen. A fake from Mazin doesn't work out as Realize crashes the net and finds a save.
Nice clear from Sig. He's definitely got Tenhao lined up, but no boost again. That's been another thing that's been a problem. They have a good time and position to move forward as Mazin just gives a fake, and I think he probably could have scored it if he would have just shot it initially, but for whatever reason decided to try and get a defender to go right on by and allowed his teammates to come through and make the stop, as that one will be poked on target. Clinical is the right word.
Absolutely clinical. Mazin, look at this follow-up. He gets past Tenhao. Tenhao jumping off the aerial. It doesn't even process to him that he can get a follow-up, that he has enough boost, and that layered approach on offense still benefiting 0-1.
Did you see Mazin's approach on that shot?
No,
he didn't hit that with his nose. He hit that with a tail. Maybe not clinical.
The booty blast. Classic. But this is elimination territory. Senbei Strikers might be going home if they can't pick anything up. 3 goals just to tie it. We know Realize can step up. We know everybody else can follow through with those passes into the midfield. Will it happen?
Sig trying to find some type of boost, but at least getting physical and trying to throw them off. That way, Realize has a chance to try and stay with it, but Zizonix, really nice job poking that one through. Mazin trying to find a demo in the midfield and just put the defense of Senbei Strikers in an awkward spot where they have to come and approach the ball. As everyone kind of figuring out how they want to keep going. Realize trying to take his time, has to dodge the demo.
Almost.
Do they have the boost this time as they go up the field? Realize on 0, but Sig also running out, but they're trying to get physical, and that one's just going to poke back over Tenhao's shoulder. They're going to have to buy a lot of time here.
You can see the desperation from Realize on that play, looking for a bump, trying to stay aggressive. This is the final minute for Senbei Strikers. They've worked so hard to get here, to make it to the World Championship, trying to stay alive. They need a little bit of magic.
Zizonix going to be denied on the backboard. I'd like to see the offense start right about now, but 0-1 Esports unwilling to give up any ground, and now you can see everyone on Senbei jumping at everything they can think of to try and find some type of gap to poke the ball through.
Winning challenges, but still giving right back to 0-1, and then a bump on the goalkeeper. That could have been it, the final goal, but now we're in the final 6 seconds, and it looks like that's going to do it to Chiefs.
As Mazin collects the ball, and yep, let's tee it up. Realize it's actually there for it. Don't think this one quite has the legs to get there, but Hams, flip reset towards the wall.
That's it.
Oh, that is definitely it. 0-1 Esports will close it out in a sweep. In general, the pressure, the challenge game, just a tier above, it seemed, in this series. Senbei Strikers held to only 1 shot on target in this one, and another 8 on the board for 0-1 Esports. But what a show it was from them. Clinical in terms of the challenge game, and unfortunately for the Senbei Strikers, that is the end of the road.
And of course, so much love here in Dallas-Fort Worth for Senbei Strikers making it this far. They did get their first series win previously against Bravado, unable to do so. And you can hear the home crowd love for Realize, and of course, Senbei Strikers with Tenhao and Sig. Immaculate performance, but at the end of the day, just not strong enough to take down 0-1 Esports.
Yeah, would love to see the continuation when they come back next season if they make it.
Oh, certainly.
It's just the challenge game will get up a little bit, and then you feel like they'll really get to flex a lot more of the offense that they got to demonstrate here in some of their series this weekend. As 0-1 Esports, not done yet, can't get rid of them. They advance to the 2-2 round. I'm very curious to see what their qualifying match could be for the group stage. A lot of options as we look at our final Mobile 1 high performance replay from the match, and there was a lot of finding spaces on those backboards, hitting double taps, and there's a shot from Mazin off the tail. But what a show in general from everybody on Zizonix, Mazin, and Hams, really working themselves well around the corners. especially on the backboard in that challenge game. Again, just immaculate.
And I did like their approach here in the series to start off not overconfident. They came in, you could tell they respected Senbei strikers. They weren't eager to go for challenges. They weren't trying to just demo everybody on the field or go for solo plays only. They knew that they had to be cautious of the space, be very decisive with every decision and not hesitate. And as a result, they had a clean and confident 4-0. It wasn't back and forth frequently. They held the pace and controlled most of the field.
Yeah, and it wasn't any over pushing like you were talking about. They were like, yes, the key to success here will be the consistency.
Exactly.
They managed that brilliantly and well-deserved for them. So, like we said, that who else from Middle East is in here? We still have, I guess Falcons, obviously, as they've qualified from, and they're in the group stage already. So we have O1 here, and then
getting beautiful out here.
I'd have to look at the groups again. It's all so jumbled up in my head at this point. But I'm excited to see how the rest of MENA does, because we already know that Falcon's going to press really, really hard, and we know how good they are, but O1 Esports making a bid to have another MENA team in that group stage.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, I believe that's both APAC North and South teams out. It's Gladiators who were eliminated yesterday, and this will be the end of the road here for... we just cast them. Who's APAC North? We just watched Senbei Strikers. Thank you. I can't.
You throw these balls.
I know, and I'm just like, please help. My brain is just fried after that one.
This is why we don't go historically back into everything. We already.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. That's my bad. That's my bad. But that will be the end of the series for us. So we've got an interview with Johnny Boy up on stage, and you guys go enjoy that.
Thank you, Achieves. I'm joined by AMS from O1 Esports after the sweep of Senbei. But first of all, I have to ask, the start of that series, it was pretty close. Did you think Senbei were going to be that close with you guys in games 1 and 2?
توقعت انك هتوصل للمرحلة دي في الجيم 1-2؟
ايه طبعا واثق بالشباب المعي وان شاء الله نقدر نكمل ونروح البلاي اوف ان شاء الله.
He was sure 100% that he gonna do it and get in here.
Now, some of you guys might not know, but for these guys to make it to this event, you needed Falcons to do well in London. But I heard that Ahmad told you, pack your bags, you're coming with us to Dallas. What was it like watching Falcons in London? You guys are back home hoping they're going to win. Just explain what that's like to everybody, because that must be the most nervous experience ever.
ايه احساسك انك تشوف الفالكنز هيكسبوا في لندن وانك هتوصل للمرحلة دي معاهم؟ احنا سمعنا ان احمد كلمك عليها وقال لك انك هتروح معانا. ايه احساسك؟
شعور كان مرة حلو ويخوف بنفس الوقت، فشكرا أحمد والله.
الإحساس طبعا يخوف جدا، ولكن هو واثق إنه هيكسب. He's very proud of himself and he's sure he's gonna make it there and he's giving a heart to Ahmed.
Lots of love between the Middle Eastern teams. Your other friends, Veloce, are up next. They're playing Team Secret. Do you think they're going to win it? Do you think they're going to make it into the 2-2 round with you guys?
رأيك إن التيم الثاني هيقدر يوصل للمرحلة اللي أنتوا وصلتوا لها وينافسك؟
Of course. Let's go Veloce. Let's go.
And what about you? What can we expect from O1 in round 5 later today?
إيه اللي نقدر نتوقعه منك النهارده في الدور واحد منكم؟
إن شاء الله نقدر نسويها إن شاء الله كلنا أنا إحنا وفيلوتشي إن شاء الله كلنا.
I'm sure me and the other group that is represent the Saudi Arabia we're gonna do it and we're gonna get there.
Well, good luck to you. Congratulations again on the win. Go get practicing. Later on today, round 5 will be happening, but we'll be coming right back after the break for Veloce vs Team Secret.
We've all been here before.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
Like every player that we switched to, that's 80 boost again there for Scrub. Super Lucky had about 80 as well. Juiced up here for Pioneers every time they're on the ball.
And Darth flipping back. And now getting a nice pinch all the way back into the Pioneers half. Banana Head doesn't make contact. What? A mistake from Banana Head. And the Pirates will say thank you very much.
I'm honestly just curious what Banana Head was looking for here. I guess just a touch out to give it to Scrub, but no contact means Snowy comes through. And again, he's got a great read on the game to see that one not go through. And then a great shot to put it home. Pirates finally able to break through here.
It looked like Banana Head was maybe just trying to be a little bit too cute. Had to get a perfect touch back to the middle, and Scrub trusted 100%. But still, they've got a cushion. They were up by 3, now up by 2. So we approach that final minute of game 4. Head down, Banana Head blocks it out. Super Lucky, oh, it's a double commit. This one off the ceiling. Scrub, he gets dunked on, and Darth brings it within 1.
What a read from Darth. And you look back at the Pioneers, that's 2 going. Scrub's the 3rd man, but he doesn't get a great touch. He went too far past the ball, and Darth just dunks them. Pirates within 1 with a minute to go.
Oh, things are getting interesting. 2 overtime games now. 1 goal away from having it once more. Can the Pirates do it, or will the Pioneers close this one out? Especially when you have an entire season of RLCS on the line. Scrub in field, Super Lucky will bounce it down, and there's some insurance for the Pioneers.
Cutting through the defense once again. Scrub this time, dishing it off to Super Lucky, and he just threaded it by Snowy, just outside the tip of his car, and Pioneers, like you said, get a little cushion here with 45.
And that is where the Pioneers are dangerous, is possessing the ball in the corners, essentially dribbling it on the wall and looking for that center pass. And Super Lucky drained the shot. Snowy will fake out, trying to get some more space. It's been working before, and Pioneers are giving him space. Snowy beating almost every defender, went for the dish, but it was blocked by Super Lucky. Darth, center ball, the backflip from Snowy. No shot comes through.
Need something with time left on the clock. They're on the right side of the field, but that one's getting a hold of it. Skill steal, looking for Dar. The pre-flip, not gonna happen. He gets the demo, but too little, too late. Game 4, going over to Pioneers.
And the Pioneers hold on. They got off to a quick start, but the Pirates got back into it. You saw the dunk play. You saw the mistake from Banana Head. They left the door open a bit, but the
my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter.
Here, now, waiting for the flag to fall. Here, now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here, now, this is the moment.
One too many times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to
And it only took 4 games. 0-1 Esports able to knock out Senbei Strikers. The story ends for now. We'll continue later on. 0-1 Esports, what a performance, Bates.
They did. They played quite admirably. And Senbei, I want to give it a little bit of credit to them because a lot of people really weren't expecting them to play that well. But a couple OTs, a couple close games.
Yep.
All it took was Senbei making a little bit better of a play. Sigums a couple misses on a couple times, realizing how double commits. But 0-1. Once they started rolling, once it took game 1, then game 2, and once it got to game 3, 0-1 had the momentum, they looked comfortable.
It was so frustrating though, watching Senbei multiple times go ahead early on, and then they would just mess up. They would just keep struggling. They would end up conceding 1, 2, 3 goals, and then they just could not bring it back. When they were playing from behind or at level, they played well. I was very impressed with them time and time again. But then they'd go behind. They'd then get the lead, and then they'd start lacking. It was a big shame because I really feel like, that could have been a 4-1 or 4-2, but in the end, 0-1, they just had it. They just had a little bit more spice to them.
I think for Senbei Strikers, there'll be plenty of what-ifs. I mean, you mentioned that Sigum's opportunity that he couldn't quite put away. That's something that will be on his mind, but I think that's a good thing as well. You're coming away from this not feeling like you didn't have a chance, not feeling like you were completely and utterly dominated by a team as good as 0-1 Esports have now reminded us that they all are, and that has to be something they take away from this and utilize in the future.
It was games 1 and 2 were so close, down to the wire. But 0-1 Esports able to clutch both of them. We were talking on the desk beforehand, Bates, that how the series started was going to be very important, especially for going up against 0-1. If you're able to get those early wins, you're able to tilt them early, you're able to give yourself a big advantage going into the back half of the series. Them getting those 2 first wins were very important.
Yeah, 0-1 shown that when they get put on their back foot, they're not as good. But when they start off early, they especially taking that game 1 against Senbei, and then when Senbei started off strong too, tied it up 3-3 in game 2, 0-1 still came back, took that game. After that, it was just nothing but 0-1, bang, 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 bang. It doesn't matter if Senbei's messing up.
Well, we will see 0-1 Esports again later on today as we are concluding the 5th round of the wild card today on this Sunday. So we'll get to see them again. But for now, let's move on and take a look at what is coming up next for round 4. We have 0-1 Esports versus Senbei Strikers concluded. So the next match on the docket, Veloce Esports taking on Team Secret. Veloce was a team we saw at the very beginning of the broadcast on day 1. they'd come off of, I believe, like 6 hours of sleep after 24 hours of travel or something crazy like that. Every day for them here, Cole, is going to improve their performance.
I mean, they've also changed their roster since coming here. They've brought in Twiz instead of Impressive, so something maybe not quite working. They do have 4 players that they can utilize, and they have chosen to do exactly that. So good to see that they're able to mix it up when necessary.
Well, they're here again, fighting to survive. It's Veloce Esports.
To travel and play a tournament that I've been dreaming of since 2015. It's been a goal to me, and I'm living the dream. It's my first line for my teammate. Obviously, they're gonna get nervous along with me, but yeah, we will not give up. I'm definitely here to win with my team.
تقريبا 3 دقائق على دم المباراه ونشوف علي طالع للكره. سينزو هو اللاعب الاسرع وسامو الان يسوي الفليب ريست يقدر يسجلها لكن لا العارضه وبيز بيكملها يا سلام. We mainly trying to focus on getting to the group stage. From there, we trying to be sure to get to the top 8. As a team, I think we're doing really good in the offense, especially now with Twiz coming up. He's an aggressive player along with SMW. We're just trying to focus on a few little things in the defense, but yeah, I will do my best to make the opponents struggle.
فنم لكن علي كان موجود فيه. علي على مرحلتين الآن بيحاول يشتت سمو الكرة معه. لازم سينزو أجل تمريرة وين التسديد مش تمريرة.
I'm worried about facing a couple teams honestly, but mainly Falcon, BDS, Moise, G2. To be honest, I don't care about them. I just want to play against the crowd and see how it feels. I want to thank the fans. Hopefully we will make our region proud, knowing that you have people behind you supporting me, supporting you. It really feels good. And to all the haters, keep talking because I can't hear you.
Keep talking.
Wow.
Can't hear you. I love the energy there from Veloce. I want to come back to the fact that we've seen a roster change from the team at the event base. We heard from Stacks yesterday, I think on the pre-show, said that if you have 4 starters on your team, you don't have 3. Do you think that's the case for Veloce?
That's facts because Twiz statistically is really up there and scores everything. Everything scores the Mina. And it's so interesting how impressive was the one who was playing because that really took everybody by surprise. You think just coming with a guaranteed roster, but when you have 4, a little bit of dysfunction maybe within the team itself, and all of a sudden, I want him on the bench, I want to play with this guy, and then it might mess up your results.
Thing is as well, it's not like Impressive was just a sub coming in. He had played over 100 games throughout this season so far. He was very much the 4th player. It's not like he came for 1, 2, 3 games. But Twiz, it just seems like he is just better. He is there. They've realized that, look, we can't necessarily just be playing with a player who is just that little peg below. We need to bring in the big guns. Twiz has to compete. He has to go for it.
And after bringing him in, they then beat Senbei Strikers 4-0 in the next game. So Twiz is already proving his worth. It was tough against version 1, but getting a game against V1, there's no shame in that at all. I do think this is their superior trio, but obviously depending on the day, that can change for them.
Well, Veloce, they've hopefully slept quite a bit more since day 1. I heard Athena was telling me she was talking to Impressive earlier and said they're feeling much better, much more prepared for this match. But if they want to continue, they're going to have to get through Team Secret.
Estando aqui em Dallas na RLCS, eu me sinto muito bem e é uma experiência surreal, como foi em Londres e em Los Angeles também. Eu acredito que a gente está muito forte, a gente consegue passar muito fácil desse wildcard e ir muito forte para a fase de grupos do Worlds. E eu quero chegar lá e mostrar pro que eu vim e representar a nossa região muito bem, que é a América do Sul.
Little more control, he got the pass over to Sad, back in front of Math, shot to the left side, Secret tie it up! Math picks up 1.
Minha função no time, eu acredito que eu não tenho uma definida. Todo mundo faz tudo no nosso jogo. Mas se fosse para definir uma, eu acredito que eu sou um jogador mais defensivo. A Secret é o melhor time por conta das nossas mecânicas e da velocidade do nosso jogo.
Protect the corner, but here comes Sadness again. Passed it nobody. Back around the net! Team Secret head to Championsville! Do you see the pass?
Eu acho que os outros times deviam ter medo do nosso time porque somos muito sólidos, principalmente na defesa, e a nossa mecânica é muito boa. A gente vai vencer e vai ser fácil.
A lot of confidence coming out from that man.
May I speak? Am I the only one who doesn't know what to make of this roster? Absolutely dominating BDS at the London Major. You think they turn the corner and then they come here and I'm not seeing it again. Granted, they did play Renegades and CJ's got something on.
He's the Sam killer. You can't get through him ultimately. But like you say about Secret at the Spring Major, I would personally put that more down to BDS than I would give credit to Secret. In fairness,
Secret are obviously up there in South America, but BDS just threw it away completely. They were just abysmal. We don't need to talk about them here. This is all about Secret's moment. And I want them to be as good as we've seen them do online. I want them to be working into those top positions, making sure that they are being as dominant as we've seen other SAM teams come out, where Furia has been taking games and series and winning tournaments versus EU and NA. Can we see that from Secret? Because they've still got a big question mark behind them.
I mean, they reckon that they make it through this Swiss easily, I believe was the word used in that interview. And it has been anything except that. Losing 4-1 to Renegades yesterday, they're now 1-2 in the Swiss. Need to win a couple of series in a row, starting with this very tricky little number against Veloce. So my question is, can that confidence be rocked as things have gone somewhat against them? That's the question mark that they have open for me.
Do they come into this sad or angry? It is basically the theory behind it, right?
I think it's worth pointing out, too, in an event that has a lot of rookies, as we're in a new era of Rocket League here. Many of the players that are on this stage have never played at a World Championship before. South America is a region that has been steadily growing stronger over the course of RLCS X and into RLCS 21 here. Math, though, has been here before. Math has been on this stage, I think, as early as Season 6. And the fact that in a region that is improving as quickly and as strong as South America is, that Math is still on the top is a testament to just how strong that player is.
It really just shows how strong he is and how strong the region is growing, because when you're already established in a region, you then have to find those new guys that are coming up in order for you to stay up there. Because, listen, you might get past them mechanically. You probably do. A lot of these young guns are all 10, 12, and they all working mechanically every single day, 10+ hours. For Math, he's going to bring that veteran presence, something nice and sad to add on to that.
Absolutely. So, on one side, Veloce, on the other side, Team Secret. One of these teams, though, is going home here, gentlemen.
It's such a brutal point as well, because, you know, they said they want to come into this, get through it easily, get maybe a 3-0 or 3-1. That was their theory. They're currently at 1-2. You know, they have not had the performance that they expected. And we were mentioning Math earlier, coming from Secret as well, but it's Knight who is the one who is really putting forward the biggest performance. He is near the top in goals. He's 5th at the moment. He is right now 8th in score, just to get the general idea of how well he's performing. And I think when we mention the younger players, that's somebody who Secret don't need to like rely on him necessarily, but they need to look to him to be like, if you are on and you are playing, then Veloce might need to run with their tail between their legs.
I think for Team Secret as well, I mean, their opening game was against Senbei, one that a lot of us backed Team Secret in, but Senbei are apparently something else in
They're just good now.
They flip the switch. The Secret doesn't matter.
Exactly. So you can write that one off, but the loss against Renegades yesterday, that would have really, really hurt them. So I think Secret are in a really dangerous position for themselves right now. I mean, obviously they are, because they have to win this series to stay in. But I mean, mentally, I think Veloce are coming into this one with a lot more confidence, despite their own 4-1 loss yesterday.
Well, and for the viewers at home, we're trying to get a bearing of how to watch this match. We pointed out Knight for Team Secret here. On Veloce, who's that player?
Oh, is it not obvious?
It's Senzo.
Is it not obvious?
It's Senzo.
The man who said that he has haters, he has absolutely no haters.
Yeah.
This is Senzo.
That's why you can't hear them. There aren't any.
He's just, I've said it on the desk before, I'm going to say it again, he's one of the best midfielders in the game. His IQ, if you actually sit there and watch Senzo's tape, the ability to see the whole field and maximize whoever's on his team. When he used to play for SRG back in the day, the maximization of Ahmed was crazy, because he would cover up so many spots and then set it up to where Ahmed really wasn't even rotated past the midline. He would always stay up because he knew Senzo was going to feed him every single time.
And Bates, remind me where Senzo is from again?
Saudi Arabia, I knew it.
Saudi Arabia, and where is it on the map?
Close to Egypt.
It's near Iran, baby, but it's not Iran. It is very impressive to see how Senbei has been performing as well, because you mentioned him back in the 4 Major as well. He was alongside Ahmad and Khalid. He performed on stage. Sure, there wasn't a crowd, but it's more similar to this and then being in the 14,000 seated that we've got next door. And Senbei has got a lot of experience. Not only that, the 1v1s that he has been bringing, the fact that he is able to be at the top in the most competitive 1v1 region in the world is such a credit. And Veloce need to look to him, again, to be that more of a LAN player and more of a pressure player.
At the top for so long that he had retired. He had said no more competitive Rocket League. Samrock Gaming back in full said, we need you. He stepped up, refound his passion for the game, I think reminded himself just how good he was, and then has made himself to Worlds. It's a beautiful esports story all around.
And then going back to your story, can I just bring up how he said in his interview that he's been dreaming of this moment since 2015?
Yeah, it's
7 years.
Crazy.
2015, and they just got added now. So that's dedication and grind without knowing whether or not you're actually ever going to play in RLCS for the RLCS to ever go expand to this level. I mean, like 2017, 2018, it didn't look like that.
No.
They kept on grinding. That shows for the MENA region and their persistence and how much dedication they have to Rocket League and to their craft.
Grinding on different servers as well. They used to queue into EU, 130 ping, whatever it may be. That didn't stop them. Nothing has stopped them. And yeah, it truly is inspirational, like all of these teams.
They don't want their journey to end here, ultimately. They've still got so much grind, so much determination. Neither of these teams, you're right, mate. Neither of these teams thought, you know what, we'll go 1 and 2 and then see how the dice rolls on the day. They're looking at themselves going, yeah, round 5 is ours. That is where we're going to be next.
I'm going to be keeping a really close eye on Twiz as well. I mean, obviously, he would have been pushing for himself to step back into this roster for Veloce. They would have been unsure if he's the man to do so. He is confident enough to be up there, so I feel like he has to be taking it upon himself to make mechanical plays, to go solo, to really push everything against Team Secret. So I think he's definitely a player to watch, despite Senzo obviously taking the headlines.
It is still so special to me that this is the first World Championship where I can say a sentence of, we have a team from Brazil playing a team from Saudi Arabia. And it's just so much more global than it's ever been before.
Yeah, it's something that, you know, we've been working towards for a very long time. Back in the day, you know, when these guys were grinding as well, Bates wasn't here, Cole wasn't here, I wasn't here. Like, everything has got so much more global. And the fact that, you know, like you say, we're on this stage, they're playing to then get in front of the 13,000 people. If you make it out of Wildcard, you do that. In one way or another, you will be playing in front of that crowd. Like I say, get that round 5 is the one where these two teams see themselves. And it's amazing.
I think the Team Secret will just be telling themselves that they came up against a team. Wow. That's energy right there.
That hype.
We'll be telling themselves they came up against a team in Renegades yesterday that were playing about as well as they have, that, you know, certainly a LAN situation for a very long time indeed. I mean, Kami was absolutely incredible against them yesterday. Fever, we know what he's capable of, and CJ is looking cleaner, I would say, than ever. I mean, we made a joke about them losing to beating Furia because they were whiffing the ball and then scoring unexpected goals. That's not how Renegades beat Secret yesterday. So they came against a team that were completely popping off. Will Veloce do the same?
When we're looking at this matchup, I'm just saying nothing but mechanics on both sides of the pitch. For all 6 players, really. I want to ask all y'all, like, who y'all think is the more mechanical team out of the 2?
Oh, my goodness.
I would lean towards Veloce, but you can split them with a hair. Like, it is so close. It is... No, I'm wrong. No, I'm right. Wait.
What just happened?
I don't know. I've half changed my mind to just not be confident. Bates, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that Secret's the more mechanical out of the 2 teams. I think they have, well, mechanical as in they're going to be up in the sky more, and they have more of that polish up in the air, so to speak. I think Veloce, and I really think the whole entire MENA region really dominates on the ground, especially in the 50-50 category. 50-50 category, 50-50 arena. They don't lose any of those. I don't know how they do it, but that's how they really dominate. So it really is just a battle of the air and the ground. It's going to be interesting to see how the matchup comes to fruition.
I mean, that's what the ones gets you as well, right? Like, the ones gets you more of the ground play, whereas, you know, playing the 3s and 2s, that then gets you more of the aerial play.
Well, there was a small tech issue on the stage. You saw them resolving that there. It sounds like it has been resolved, so we'll be getting into the game momentarily here. Both of these teams in a 1-2 situation, a very difficult spot to be in a Swiss. You have to win to get the opportunity to win to get the opportunity to get out of the Swiss. So it is a very tough situation. They have to keep their minds focused here. Let's see what you guys think. Who do you think is going to have that focus on the Verizon fan vote? Hashtag Velo, hashtag TS there. Stumpy, let's go down the line. I know you. Can
you not start with me?
I've watched you flip-flop 3 times. Bates, sure.
I'm in the middle, so I never go first. This is great.
Let's start with Cole here.
Oh, why do I say things?
You had to speak.
I am very silly
You had to speak.
I think looking at recent results, that's all you can base this on at the moment. And Veloce have had better recent results. You know, even though they lost yesterday, it was a battling loss against version 1. I'm going to go Veloce for that reason. I also think this will be a grind, so what you mentioned about the challenge game and the ground game, that really will be an impact. I can't see this being, you know, beautiful goals left, right, and center. So yeah, for me, Veloce.
Give me Veloce too for the same reason he just articulated so eloquently.
I am feeling a little bit secret on this one. They've had the exact same run through. They've got 0-4, 0-4, 1-4. So, or rather 4-0 in the middle, right? I think it's incredibly close. I want to see the South American teams continue to live up to the way that we have seen Furia go. I want to see more teams go that direction. I am going to be going fully secret.
I believe I'm going to join you on Team Secret. I think that the mix-up on the roster for Veloce, on top of I don't think that the lingering jet lag is not going to be a problem anymore. But the fact of impressive for Twiz, the weight that puts on all the players' minds, the weight it puts on Twiz's shoulders that he has to perform, he has to prove them right in this situation, I think might be a little bit too much.
The ground wins on land, chat. Learned that. The ground wins.
The ground wins. How does chat feel? Chat is also on the side of Veloce here narrowly. But so I think we've learned that the hair is 2% wide here, 3% wide there. A very, very small one, folks. We've got match number 2 of the day underway. Another team heading home. We've got Veloce Esports of Saudi Arabia on one side, Team Secret of Brazil on the other. Let's get to the Verizon Skybox for game number 1.
All right, let's do it. Time to send somebody home in an interesting spot for both these teams. A lot of high hopes going into the wild card, but not necessarily the position they expected to be in.
Yep, same exact series scores across the board. The only difference for me, Team Secret had a tough loss against Renegades, Veloce against V1. I would tier V1 a little bit higher than Renegades, which gives me the edge to Veloce coming in, but Team Secret, if they've improved on a couple of different things that we can talk about later on in the series, I think we'll have an even match.
Now, Secret had a long night last night after the overtime loss. Thinking about that match against Renegades for Veloce, a better performance in the end against V1. Still not enough for the win, though. Both these teams coming in, again, at 1 and 2 respectively. Whoever does walk away with the win will keep their hopes alive here in the wild card. The other side will be taking an early flight home.
Oh my goodness, we're already out to very high-paced start. Big clears heading down each side of the field. SMW is up for that one off the backboard, and I really think this is going to be a much more even match than some might predict. Veloce, it's difficult to analyze the play style that they bring. Team Secret, I think, is a little bit more straightforward with their aggression and the way they like to play mechanically. Veloce, it's a mixed bag. Sometimes you get some mechanics, sometimes you get some aggression, and sometimes you get yourself a goal. It's Senzo to start us off.
Now, we've talked about him a lot, but it's going to be some of these kickoff wins and the continuations down the field. The double tap setup from SMW, Senzo punching it home for the 1-0 lead. It's going to be massive for both teams, and I think for Team Secret, they're going to have to deal with that backboard pressure for the majority of this series.
And I think the different play styles we see out of Veloce is because of Senzo. That man likes to play every single play style you can imagine. He'll be aggressive. He'll go for demos. He'll be the cleanup shot. Here's a demo from Knight. Might lead to an easy follow-up as that does trickle into the midfield. There was a flip reset too gathered, but the pass not accurate and fast enough.
Yeah, a bit of an open net, not a lot of boost to be able to continue the play, but regardless, they won't find the angle, and we still hold on to a 1-0 lead. How long will that last? But both teams vying for a spot at midfield. We have a challenge that sends its way towards the corner, jets up towards the ceiling, and a double commit that leads way to a clear. If you're Veloce, you come into this with a lot of expectations and understanding the pace of Team Secret. You're going to be worried about Knight and Math on the defensive end, and we've seen them get great rotations just as now. How far upfield they do play, the physicality could be huge.
Big clears from Veloce. They're trying to use the top part of the map, send that one straight down. It worked in the first instance, but they're forced to look at the defensive side of things and get in front of it. There's a double commit, so there's more space on the field, going for an infield pass. It doesn't result in any shot, but still the best look for Team Secret.
Yeah, it's 2 saves in a row. Really putting the pressure on early for Team Secret. Gonna have to continue to do so. One rotating out towards midfield. That should be Knight. He will think twice about the engagement here. Senzo finds the clear, but Math cuts it away. Interception. Team Secret, double tap, great enough. It's sad, we'll tie the game.
And it's a real big error off the backboard for Veloce. We had somebody in position. I believe it was Twiz. Yes, it was, excuse me. Couldn't find the touch, and then Sad just anticipated a whiff, and that's the best possible situation.
It's a quick setup. Both teams getting their early looks in the start of game 1. Long best of 7. An interesting thing about the wild card, we've had many discussions about it, is it's not best of 5s anymore, right? Like, this is a brutal gauntlet to walk through. This is a grueling series, regardless if it's a 4-0 win. It's been close throughout the rest of this tournament, and it's going to continue to be so, and even more difficult the further and further you move on.
Absolutely. And it's going to be difficult to put a shot on net when the defensive Team Secret is so fast in the air, like we just witnessed. A good 50-50 win for Math sends this ball flying across the net. Twiz now. I really like his addition to Veloce. I think that it was the right move to sub out Impressive. No disrespect towards Impressive, but I just don't think they were meshing well as a team. Subbing in Twiz seems like they've gotten much more lethal on offense and a lot more threats coming towards the end of Team Secret.
We've played these aerials for about 30 seconds or so. Finally, the ball does find its way into the hands of Team Secret. Looking for the extension upfield, but we'll poke it free. and now try to continue the play forward. Pressing the issue through the corner. Math does escape around the 50, but can't get away from Senzo's hand as he grabs both and clears it right back into the orange side of the field. Now, Veloce looking for numbers up, but Math will play it right back into the hands of Veloce.
And I love what Senzo's doing. He realizes his team is in a bit of a sticky situation, so what does he do? He extends forward, takes the boost, and then that means Team Secret are forced to clear this ball all the way down the other side of the field instead of keep it close, because they have no boost to have any counterattack.
Resource management's going to be big in this series for Veloce. We saw them pick up the pace against version 1 at the end of yesterday, though they did drop the series. It came down to a couple of crucial challenges that did not go their way, and at the end of the day, V1 is just a tough opponent to handle.
Miscommunication on the field. SMW and Senzo didn't know what each other was doing. Senzo predicted a pass coming down, and now we've got Team Secret looking for something, maneuvering past the defense. That's a clear shot, and it's accurate. Knight makes it 2-1.
And that's a save you're going to have to make here for Veloce, but this setup is absurd.
Wow, what is
touch the third, and Team Secret riding the coattails of what Sad just put on the board. You're going to need plays like that in this series.
That is simply disgusting. The third follow-up, he did enough work with the double tap off the backboard, but then to get the third one and put it in the midfield, the hustle from that man, and then maybe a follow-up to make it a 2-goal lead. Team Secret don't connect. 45 seconds left. Veloce forced to try and equalize.
Both teams only winning 1 game so far in this wild card in 2 best-of-7s. You're guaranteed, at least for that stat to change in the start of the game 1. Under 60 to play. About half of that allotted.
Here it is.
Math trying to keep it in front of the box. Just flips it towards the net. Quality shot. Here comes the follow-up attempt. Denied quickly, and Sendo will try to take it away. Will do so around 1. Gives it right back to the orange side of the field. Secret punching it towards the midfield line. Pressure now mounting, continuing on. Veloce looking for a quality attempt and a possession, and they will not find the goal there.
We don't see a mistake on the backboard like we saw from Veloce. Team Secret have been much more consistent with those mechanics and getting the reads. And then the speed. Look at that 50-50 win. That was massive for Math and Team Secret. Stopped everything Veloce had to offer. And as a result, we should see this ball drop down unless maybe SMW can make some quick work with it.
One still alive off the backboard. Here comes a double commit, and that will be in.
Yes, sir.
And that will be game 1. Pretty risk-averse from both teams.
Right.
But Team Secret just played clean Rocket League throughout, and they took advantage of a fantastic touch from Sad.
And we just didn't see any backboard issues. Rotations were pretty spot on. That first goal for Veloce was, of course, something special, but pretty quiet after that. Fist bumps given to each other, and the best way to start out a series, of course, for Team Secret. Out of Veloce, I'm relatively happy with how they performed. I think that they got off to a strong start, but simple mistakes on the defensive side with those whiffs.
Yeah, there's nothing jarring other than a whiff or two, an easy touch that could have gone the other way. But a neutral ground is where you want to stand if you're Veloce. You know this is going to be a grueling series like the Des talked about. It's going to have to take one 5-minute stretch after another, and we will wonder when those tactical timeouts will come into play, because you are granted that in the wild card. As you see your Mobile 1 high-performance replay, it was a continuous effort from Team Secret, and this triple tap from Sad just to set up the pass. That is one of the best touches you're going to see the entire week.
That is unfair. That is literally unfair. There's not much you can do there as the defender in the net. You see the ball, go for a double tap. It's routine, okay? Some players can get past the defender, go for a double tap, but then they get the follow-up because there's an extra element that needs to be there, and that's the recovery. You get a double tap, you have to land on the backboard perfectly. If you don't land and maybe do a little bit of a wobble, you can't get another touch. Nobody expects it. That's where it came out of nowhere. And for Veloce, I think you have to stop underestimating what mechanics lie on the other side.
Yeah, it's a bit of a snowball effect for a lot of teams. You get a breakaway chance like that, you get Sad hitting his mechanics at the right time, and it gets so much more difficult to deal with. But granted, it was only game 1. We've seen a lot of teams have their high highs and their low lows as the series progresses, and I wonder what the adjustments will be from Team Secret and Veloce as we get into this one. Aquadome on your screens now. Game 2 is underway.
And I want to get into Team Secret and what I have my eyes peeled for. And that is going to be the defense that we see inside their own box. As I was doing some replay reviews, I saw a lot of issues in the defense when the ball is contained in their own small area right in front of the net. That is where they find a lot of mistakes. They get on top of each other, go for some double commits, can't find solid communication. Out of Team Secret, what I want to see consistently is tight-knit defense and everybody spacing the field out so that defensive side inside the box is much cleaner.
You become a little bit more squished going for those double points when you don't have boost, and it's really just kind of a victim of circumstance. Sometimes you have to make those challenges, but often it doesn't work out. As this one ping-pongs its way around towards the front of the box, but cleared away from the blue side. For the moment, 4 extra challenges for Team Secret keep this one alive. Another 50, and Sad keeping it on the ground. Pops it high off Knight. It's going to come off the top wall, and Twiz will have to play it low towards the bar as Sad circles yet again for the center, and a great shot as Knight finds the lead again.
Team Secret are just setting up a tent, camping on the backboard, and they are comfortable. Look at Sad doing so much work, so much damage to get the follow-up touch. This man can't stop.
You know, we talked a lot about the boost management and how difficult it will be when you're running low, especially trying to clear the ball off the backboard. You just saw it right there. Continuous pressure from Team Secret, and Sad off the kickoff, almost dunks it through. Numbers around for Team Secret, but in this instance, we will go back to the counterattack, and rotation should spread out just a little, but Veloce struggling to clear this ball away.
Still off the backboard. Knight had a chance there to get a second follow-up touch. If you're Veloce, you need to tell each other, we need to prioritize these rotations to the backboard and get somebody up there early on in advance to stop Sad from doing what he's been doing best all series.
It's been one swing, these isolated hits, stagnant offense, but
there he is,
there's a demo,
Knight,
and it just missed it. Did Knight just save that?
I think that Team Secret just cleared that one out. I'm not sure if that would have hit the post and out, but it was a good look and then an awkward touch from Team Secret.
You do you, bro. That might have been a 2-0 lead.
Strategic.
But they don't even falter off the potential miss. Veloce have not had long possessions at midfield, struggling to get to that 50-yard line. Continuous rebounds, won by Team Secret.
Here's
Finally,
Twiz.
Twiz holds on to possession, gets it around 1. Can't find the connection. Senzo tried to jump the gun into the lane, was successful, but missed the touch. And Sad will take it on his loan. Big pump. A great save as well. Twiz keeping this at just a 1-goal game.
Sad has been the offensive MVP for Team Secret. Had a flawless first touch, was able to go for a follow-up demo and let that ball float in. It wasn't strong enough, though. Didn't have the pace. Idea was there. But we've run through about half of the game in this series, game number 2. Veloce still waiting on their response.
I mean, it's been hit after hit after hit after hit, and if you are Veloce, you need to at least re-establish that midfield line. You can't afford to go down 2 games in the series with really nothing to show for in terms of the respect department, what Team Secret have been able to do, and elected to bully you past midfield. These 50 wins on their own side just make it so much more difficult to hold on to possession, but Veloce with a back pass from Senzo, popping it high from SMW, looking for the connection. It will be there around the top bar, cleared away quickly, and now Team Secret will wrangle in this ball for possession again.
A really good look from Twiz. Accuracy just slightly off. Veloce picking up speed, finding momentum. This is a really solid approach on offense. Definitely the best form of possession we've seen in this game. We'll see if Twiz can make some magic off the backboard. Doesn't find it. A good demo, and that's got to relieve some pressure.
It's been one touch at a time, one push at a time.
Oh my good night.
Veloce
You see him just take him out?
Yeah, gets absolutely ejected. Thrown into the stratosphere. And the follow-up from Veloce just hasn't been there. Struggling to keep the ball on the ground when they go for the aerials. That's dangerous off the bar. Keeps the post as the 4th defender, and Sad will escape. How much boost does he have? Not enough. Can't keep it off the back wall. Another clear. Finally, Veloce can breathe at midfield. Was looking for the reset, but here comes Twiz.
And it's to nobody. He didn't have a single teammate turning on the rotation. 2 players opting to go back. And Sad was looking for a demo as Team Secret transition out. Down the other end, denied by Math. And a minute left to waste for Team Secret, or another minute to get an opportunity for Veloce.
I mean, you can't fault either defense. They're playing so great. There just hasn't been a lot of opportunities for creativity, but Sad, the reset off the backboard, was trying to set up a pass for his teammate. No center. Will play it low. Back down to earth as Senzo, racing towards the corner, can't grab the boost. Do you have enough resources if you're Veloce? Kinda. Corkscrewing into the midfield. Another takeaway. Team Secret now pressing, but they don't have the touch nor the possession to keep this one going.
And it's a grounded ball, which means better 50-50s for Team Secret. A big miss from Twiz too, but thankfully SMW is there to bail him out. Math just trying to hold on to this ball, get it out of the hands of Veloce, waste the clock down. Final 10 seconds. Veloce have been quiet all game long. Will they get their first goal? They've got 5 seconds to do it.
You can play it from Senzo. You'd have to kick it through the corner though.
Still
and now
up.
it's a wrap around. All it takes is one touch from Team Secret, a pinch. It's alive for Twiz. He grabbed the boost, but quickly read and dealt with. A lot of pressure in the end.
Yeah.
Completely different than the start of Game 2, but Team Secret denying so much of that midfield line for the majority of this series so far, and it gave them the 1-0 lead that they held on.
Yeah, very vigorous defense so far from, Team Secret. They have been holding on, winning 50-50s. Good chances out of Veloce. I like what I saw at the end where they were keeping the ball grounded, throwing a mix-up at the defense, but still Team Secret were able to hold on. I want to see more out of Veloce and what they're willing to do with risks. I haven't seen anything too scary where one person wants to go for a demo, maybe go for an extra boost steal, and we just got information that we do have a timeout on the side of Veloce. So this is their chance to recover, recuperate, and try and fix their mistakes.
I think this is an important timeout and a necessary one because for about 2.5 minutes in Game 2,
it was painful.
Where was Veloce at midfield? They just weren't there. And eventually, when they did get there, they were able to hold on to a boost just a couple of times, but they struggled to get anything other than solo challenges on the ball. Oftentimes, we're kicking it towards the backboard, trying to play it low to the corner, and Team Secret were there ready and waiting to meet that touch. And it's difficult when you're not winning your one-on-ones, you're not able to play through the zone defense and spread out in the front of the box to get areas of opportunity where you can shoot. That power won't be there if you don't respond with physicality, and it just seems that the offense is a little too one-dimensional right now.
I'm just glad that you brought up the front of the box because that's still the same issue that I saw previously for Team Secret that they fixed. They're not stepping on each other's toes, which is a clear indicator that they have worked on a lot of the issues they had. The communication has been spot on because no double commits coming out really that have implemented or impacted the game, That is key for Team Secret. Love what I'm seeing out of their defense. Not the same story for Veloce. And right now, they've got a lot of adaptations to make, a lot of changes to force on their play style. Just take a break, try and fix things moving forward.
And for a lot of our regions who have been getting more experience here at the Wildcard, and some of them getting their first real kind of big LAN experience, we've seen that be a staple, that being the defensive stops for a lot of these teams. How good the defense has been throughout the Wildcard, and that's a good sign going into the main event. But you only win by scoring, and at the end of the day, there needs to be a little bit more creativity, especially from your main strikers. And we saw that a little bit with Senzo and Sad setting up some nice triple taps, but it required that to get a goal.
Just more risks, and you can understand why a player who's at their first LAN event might not be willing to take risks. You've got the experienced Senzo, but Veloce as a team, not too experienced here in this environment, and so not willing to take risks. But you're facing elimination. You've got to throw everything you have at Team Secret. Don't go down without a fight.
Yeah, now's the time to throw everything you have and the kitchen sink onto the table and call your shot. You got nothing to lose. Creativity is your best friend. And so far, the kickoff wins have been Team Secret's, but early on, it's SMW trying to play a 1v2 through the corner. Eventually, this ball does jet its way back towards the midfield. Clear from the ceiling. Sad will follow in with the play. Trying to pop it from Veloce, looking for a possession, but a shot that rings true for the moment. Team Secret funneling their anger into this game.
There was a double commit from Team Secret, but I believe it was Sad who was able to get a bump on the last player out of Veloce, which cut off their transition. Another double commit. As I just talked about the communication, seeing those errors pop up is a good sign if you're a fan for Veloce.
That back wall will bend, but it won't break for both teams. We've seen this a couple of times now. It seems that the tides are starting to turn. Veloce finally getting upfield uncontested and able to find one another. If not, hold on to possession for longer. And it's just, you can't overstate how important that is for a team who can continuously just throw the ball to the other side of the field and try to play through those progressions.
And while it is rare, there is a world where that timeout does affect Team Secret and kills their momentum. One small little break, extra 60 seconds, can stop a lot of what Team Secret were doing so well. And that's exactly what Veloce were trying to accomplish.
And one thing to take note of, we haven't seen a lot of defensive mistakes or wisps from Veloce from Game 2. So far going into Game 3, it's been about as clean as you'd want. We'll play laterally now to the opposite wing. This ball hangs in traffic for the moment. It should be dealt with. It will be. Team Secret doing a very nice job playing boom ball to get to the other side of the field, but the blue half completely controlled by Veloce yet again. Map taking it on his lonesome. Double tap to center it and looking for the extension. Sad was almost there to connect it for the 1-2, but no score as of yet.
It seems as though Team Secret always have one extra touch where you don't expect it. One extra follow-up. Even if they don't have the boost, they'll find a way to get a pre-flip into the ball, go for an extra hit. That has thrown Veloce off several times, especially off the backboard, and it's because of this man here, Sad.
That's a great read going into your counterattack. The hesitation from Math, getting it right in the lane, and Sad was waiting for his chance to move up. He's the third man back. He's waiting for the opportunity for the midfield to present itself. Once it's clear, he makes that jump. Team Secret take advantage of the ground game, and now the aerials can open up for him.
And it's a chip shot from Sad. You like seeing him implement that as he kept his ball, or excuse me, his car low to the ground to get as much power. On the shot, though, is Veloce, saved from Sad. Team Secret. The defense looks good, and the offense looks good.
They need to follow up sooner, and then they miss a 50 on the opposite side, so you get caught in rotation. Now you have to turtle up on defense and hope you have enough boost to escape this pressure. That's a dangerous touch. Here comes Sad off the bar, right back down. Anybody else from Team Secret around? Not for the moment. You're gonna have to play this towards the corner. They will. Math will keep it alive, but Senzo desperately clearing it away, and a big one at that.
Now everybody pay attention to what Senzo does. He goes in for another follow-up, doesn't get the touch. What's he doing off the field? I believe he just got a demo, potentially threatening the defense. There he is again, doing more work. Senzo is going to be the player who steps up, the veteran of this team. That's what you want.
And that demo's great, but where's the follow-up in the air from Veloce? There's so much time, there's so much hang space to make a play happen. They are struggling to meet these aerials on the point of contact against Team Secret, and it's leaving opportunities on the table that could lead way to an equalizer. So far, though, they connect off the ceiling, right back down, won't find it, and SMW has to fly out of his own lane to meet this rotation.
That's what I wanted to see, though, from Twiz. He was the third man and pushed forward with a risky aerial, but had the speed to match it. I think Veloce need more confidence as that third man back to push forward, take a risk, and maybe get something in reward.
And that's a great 50, and here comes the reinforcements. The cavalry has arrived towards the goal line. But they just can't find the window of opportunity. Knight leaving it towards the opposite corner, not getting over aggressive from Team Secret. They know what's at stake right now. This 1-0 lead is sacred. It's been that way for the entire series. Off the backboard, center, quick clear.
Wow.
And oftentimes Team Secret will double stack on the goal line and send one out for the quick challenge. They get the rotation back out again, and they could swing that transition down the sideline, wasting no time nor expense. As of now, it's been all of Team Secret on defense, holding this lead, but that 50 and the block from Sad keeps this game 1-0.
That 50-50 had a lot of power behind it, and Sad crashed the net. Team Secret, these rotations so fast to get back into the net, find the far post, and keep your team still in the lead with a 1-goal advantage. This is it. 30 seconds, Veloce still scoreless. They have been on a streak. Can't find anything that breaks through.
These demos are brutal because you can just play off the backboard. You can continue to throw this ball downfield, kill time. 16 seconds to go. Senzo can't get there. It's a double commit, but the ball's still alive. Hold on. Senzo getting physical on the fake. Almost slips through, but the defense too aware of the positioning from Team Secret. You got 5 seconds to make this possible. One more push is all you need, but Math, the double tap, alive. Ball hanging at midfield. It will die at the ground. And Team Secret are 1 game away from sweeping their way through.
Held scoreless the previous 2 games. Match point, painful stuff from Veloce. Some good looks, even in the final 30 seconds. You saw that player who was far post as the shot got put across. Could have gotten a redirect, didn't find it. Small moments like that are what can change a series, and they did not connect. Only scoring 1 goal in game 1, and that's it has been crickets from their offense since.
I mean, it's easy to say that they have been slow to some of the aerials on the goal line, and Team Secret have taken advantage of that lackluster approach. But I also think it's just credit, again, to the defensive stops of Team Secret, how quickly they get back to midfield. And we're not seeing a lot of contest at that 50-yard line. We're not seeing both teams vying for position, fighting for possession. How quickly Team Secret get the ball, immediately fly down the field, and they're setting up a chance on offense. It's difficult for Veloce to get anything going.
And another one of their best opportunities that we just saw in the Mobile 1 High Performance replay package was a double commit. You had 2 players going for the same shot very closely together, and that was a risk, but they took it, and it almost benefited them. They were so close to getting the goal, had a solid look. I want more of that out of Veloce. Team Secret, it's not flawless, it's not perfect, it's not as fundamental as I'd say Veloce is playing right now, but it's risky, it's dangerous, it's effective. Something is needed with a little extra sauce right there for Veloce.
And if you're Veloce, now's the time to pounce. And that sounds super simple, and it is. But now is the time to get overly creative, overextend a little bit. Like, even if you have to double commit. Because right now, Team Secret are just playing not to lose. They get a 1-0 lead, they play defensively, and they punch the ball downfield. They get their chances where they take them, but they're not forcing anything. If you're Veloce, you have to get Team Secret uncomfortable. Like there, right on the goal line, you have to start getting physical.
Absolutely, Senzo. He's been the player who has taken initiative and taken charge.
Oh, wow.
Getting aggressive still. They're coming out with mechanics. How are Team Secret finding these saves?
That's a good opening look for Veloce. It was off the kickoff. We're getting physicality, a couple of bumps, and a quality chance. Just can't land for the goal, but you'll take more of that, as these deciding factors will decide this series, for lack of a better term. It's a 3-0 lead currently. One game away from a sweep, but Veloce with their backs against the wall.
Big demo.
How can they respond?
Ooh, almost got a bump on Twiz. Deadly stuff. Math coming in for the crash and a big flick from Twiz. Now maybe he can turn the tides off the post and out. Maybe it would have been better to go for a pass or something off the backboard. A good look for Veloce.
Stifling themselves right up the gut. They have to be careful about these quick shots right through the elbow. Math will fly out for boost. Sad will take the challenge and falling down, meets it again. That just kills the play.
I have noticed though, boost possession in favor for Veloce. Taking the corners, especially from Senzo. That's a double commit. Not the best sign. And then the third man does go, but I like the willingness to challenge this ball. And you'll notice Veloce can get back in time. If there's a double commit and that third man still gets aggressive, you can recover and find yourself back on defense, but comfortably.
With Veloce always playing in front of the ball, they can't get behind Team Secret on their counterattack, so they're having to force themselves to take those one-on-ones, which they haven't been winning. And Team Secret are more than happy to throw one body at midfield at a time. Two playing off the backboard. There's a demo, but Math will clear. SMW trying to slow, will do so. Keeping it on the ground. Knight denies the push upfield. 2 minutes burn here in game number 4. Not much fanfare. Can he get it over Senzo? No. Through the corner. Team Secret now pressing.
I still think this is the best we've seen out of Veloce, the best they have looked. Well, they haven't scored yet and ended that drought since game 1. They are finding saves on defense. It's close, but still able to clear it out. 2:40, almost half the game gone, and then there's a beautiful pass, still denied, SMW.
And that's the thing, when Veloce start to wait for that pass, wait for that shot, that's when Team Secret are going to pick up the speed and the pacing in the lane and go for a powerful hit. You might catch Veloce off guard, and one double commit is all it takes. Trying to punch it free, right back into the hands of Team Secret. How many times have we said that this series? They've always been in a position to watch those trades. Another demo. Man advantage high off the backboard. This one will clang around, but eventually will fall right back into Team Secret's POV.
Yeah.
And it's these interesting interceptions and these 50s that pull the defense out and they kind of stretch the counterattack wide. Veloce don't always have numbers together to find those passes on the infield.
It does feel like we're in a likely situation where Team Secret find a counterattack with a big clear downfield and you've got somebody waiting. They've had to play more defense in game 4 than I'd say all the other games combined. Now, they're going to get a goal with this play style. It's going to be down the field, or maybe a big miss. Twiz unable to find the touch in a situation where he could have easily reached it. Oh, pain.
50s are rough, but that's... I mean, you know, again, he's behind his own defender. Could be tough to see.
Yeah.
But at this stage in the series, at this part of the tournament, that's a shot you might have to save.
That's one that I want to hopefully go back later and look at the replay to see if he could have gotten a touch, but he does find this save and redeems himself. Veloce trailing again.
And this could be the best thing to happen for Veloce, because now it's time to panic. Now you don't have to play through the midfield as cautiously as you've done before. How aggressive can they get?
Yeah.
Can they start winning these challenges? They do off Wiz. It might have snuck through if Sad wasn't paying attention, but again, the defensive Team Secret making it very easy to read. And they'll escape with possession. Another powerful shot off the backboard. Twiz can't make the read. Senzo playing towards the side wall. Someone from Team Secret is there. It's Knight who could center it out in the front of the box. And a 2-0 lead, and a devastating one at that.
A solo play from Knight, and it's a tricky one. It looked like an illusion from the defensive side of Veloce. You think he's going to go for an early shot, but then he drops it down and chips it underneath. Beautiful mechanics on display. 55 seconds left. Team Secret so close to sending Veloce home.
It seems that Secret's in cruise control, but there's still a lot of time on the clock. But we're asking for a complete 180 offensively from Veloce. They have to do something they haven't done in this series, which is score 2 goals right now. We need something. As Math kicks it off the back wall.
Find it.
And now you just kill the time if you're Team Secret for Veloce.
Yep, they've got the security.
There were opportunities in this game for sure, and there were chances throughout, but it never felt like the offense was able to get it going.
And the speed, they can't match it. They're out of boost. They've got to deal with Sad, who's being as annoying as ever, a pest on the offense. Senzo's past one. Something, anything, a sign of life, hope needs to be given to Veloce if they want to stay alive here in the wild card stage. 10 seconds left, Spaceman. Will they find it?
This was one of the more one-sided affairs I think we've seen the entire weekend. After that opening goal from Veloce in game 1, this was not even close.
Yep.
Team Secret, 4-0 sweep in their matchup, and they will send home Veloce.
The confidence on the pitch you saw from all three players that you see on your screen right now. Unbelievable stuff. Sad, Knight, and Math. Cool, calm, collected. A couple of double commits, but they were willing to take those risks, which we didn't see out of Veloce until that last game. As it might have been 2-0, but I still think that last game, match point, the best showing for Veloce, at least at the beginning half.
And we barely talked about Math at all in this series. Like,
right?
we barely said his name. I mean, that's just how consistent everybody else was for Team Secret. And it's tough for Veloce for sure. Not only does their tournament run end here, but in that series, it never quite felt like they were either on the same page or able just to put it all together. It was so many opportunities where they needed to pick up the pace. They needed to get downfield as a group, as a unit. The boost consumption and management was certainly there in the start, especially going into Aquadome. But I don't really know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just surprised that it was kind of that one-sided.
I think it's surprising, too, to see some of these mechanics off. I thought Twiz was going to be able to get a save, but still, I think you have to have a lot of respect for Veloce coming in. They had a rough start. Might have been dealing with some jet lag issues. A lot of other problems could have been faced their way that we're unaware of, but still couldn't perform when it mattered most. We're dealing with some sub issues. Impressive. Ended up playing for a couple of series. Then you got subbed out from Twiz. So back and forth stuff. Couldn't find their rhythm, I'd say, for Veloce, and that's gonna be tough, especially when you're up against a Team Secret that gains momentum quickly, Spaceman.
Yeah, I think that Team Secret kind of took what they were given in that game. They get a goal or two, and they played not to lose. Now, oftentimes that could be a detriment for teams, but the defense was good enough to win this series, and all they needed was a goal. They figured, why are we going to shoot ourselves in the foot? We don't have to.
And you talk about playing not to lose, but it seemed as though when they were tied up, everything was equalized. Team Secret were like, okay, we need to be aggressive. We need to take the initiative, and they were willing to throw risk forward. Then they'd get 1 or 2 goals, and then they'd push it back a bit. And Veloce didn't know how to handle that.
Yeah, they were so good at being able to spread the defense out, and at the end of the day, Team Secret do get it done, but that's going to do it for us here on the caster side. Let's throw it over to the stage with an interview.
Thank you so much to Turtle and Spaceman. I am here with Knight from Team Secret. What a fantastic performance. Much appreciation from the crowd, and rightly so. But I've got to ask, Knight, I mean, in the pre-match interview, it was said that you thought you'd make it through the Swiss easily. It's proving more difficult than you expected.
A entrevista que eu fiz falando que ia ser muito fácil era mais uma provocação, assim, a gente sabia que ia ser difícil, tudo isso, mas a gente não performou como a gente realmente queria e tá sendo uma caminhada muito difícil até agora, mas a gente vai classificar, confia em nós.
He said he thought it would be hard, but this like saying it was easy, it's like a provocation for everyone. And he said like just to make fun of everyone, but like it's being a hard Swiss. We didn't imagine that. And then he said that we will win, we will pass, trust us.
Well, it seemed to work right there against Veloce. 4-0, a massive sweep, a brilliant performance. How much of that confidence was important for you to play that well against Veloce?
Depois dessa partida contra a Veloce, a gente está muito confiante, a gente entrou muito confiante, a gente sabia que a gente conseguia ganhar deles e não deu em outra. A gente acabou com os caras.
He said this this happened because we were confident in ourselves. We trained a lot, we bootcamp and everything, and like we just smashed them. Yeah.
Well, South America is increasingly seen as just as good as EU, just as good as NA. How has it felt riding that wave, really helping put South America on the map as a respected team?
A nossa região da América do Sul até hoje é muito subestimada e a gente está aqui para mudar isso. A Fúria já deu o primeiro passo e a gente, a The Club, está tentando continuar isso e fazer a nossa região ser tratada como a gente realmente merece.
He said that Furia already did the first step. They did like top 6 2 times, and we are trying to do the same step as they did, and like we are in the way.
Well, thank you so much. Well played tonight, and Team Secret 4-0 winners here. Make sure you don't go anywhere. There is more Rocket League to come, so stay tuned in.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
Faster in a minute, I'll stay fresh to death, I'm in a mid condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top, I'm on a wave and it never gonna stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot, permanent stain in the flow.
DJ's there to grab her. And now, can he get Drees? No, he couldn't. But he could still be a nuisance downfield. He goes away from Alu, so Fever's got to do it himself. And Alushin there for the stop. Not bumped away by CJ on that occasion. Now Kami took a wide turn and Alushin beat him to the punch. Drees is going to have all day to play this ball and just enough in the tank with a flip reset, but he couldn't dime anybody up. So it goes right back to Alushin deep in his own territory. Both teams doing a really solid job of controlling the ball on the counter, but it's just not enough. They've been able to match each other's pace. As this OT so big for either side. Oh, CJ with the slow play now, Fever alone. Alu trying to take control. Good beat. CJ another miss. He's gonna go for the demo. You see it come out. A goal line save from Miss, but it doesn't matter. Renegades tie up the series. CJ, another whiff, and it doesn't matter. He had him right where he wanted him all along. Renegades tie the series with a huge OT winner. They come from behind.
moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but time my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter. Times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it 'cause I'm here now, waiting for the flag, waiting.
Oh man, Team Secret. We had questions. We thought it was going to be close. This was a 4-0 sweep, Bates.
They're a secret, all right, man. You just can't make anything of this team at all. All of a sudden, they start looking like London form once again. I haven't seen it all week up this point. And they're saying, let's just turn it on real fast, make Bates be wrong.
We were talking about this before we just went on. Team Secret, they were sloppy against Renegades. We were wondering what was happening to, like you said, the form that we saw in spring. This was the series that I think for them might just change the tide in their hopes to make main event.
And honestly, this is the boost that they needed. Veloce, I think they're not going to necessarily be too happy with their results, their world championship. You could tell that they were a bit timid here when they needed to be bold. On the other hand, Team Secret took that initiative, like you were saying, Corelli, not always pretty, but when you're the one who's taking that initiative, getting out there, good things are going to happen.
Yeah, the team was just, from beginning to end, they built the momentum in game one. They did not look over their shoulder one time. They walk away 4-0, continuing on the day. Veloce, appreciate them showing up and putting on a show for us here at the World Championship, but their road does end here.
It does in here. It's pretty sad. I really didn't want to see Senzo, personally speaking, I really didn't want to see Senzo make it at least to that round 5 and see what they could do. But this is a learning experience for SMW, for Twiz, even impressive also. They're going to go back to the drawing board, take this experience, bring it back to that MENA region, alongside 0-1, alongside Falcons, who we'll see in a couple short days here, and then that region's just going to really explode for next season.
Absolutely. Well, that does conclude 2 of our rounds. We have 1 more to go here on the A stream for round 4 before we are done with round 4 and getting ready for round 5. You can see we've gotten through 2 of them, have yet to have the losing team take a game. I feel like that might end here. I don't know. At this point, I'm scared to predict Dignitas taking on Space Station Gaming, the next match of the day. Oh, who knows what's going to happen? One of these teams here are going to qualify for the main event.
You know, I was casting the last Dignitas series with Corelli. I'm like, Corelli, at the end of it, Dignitas looks so good. Jorius was pinpoint accurate all of his shots. Jack was getting flip resets off the backboard. Scrub was feeding balls into the middle for Jack and Jorius. I said, Corelli, do you believe now? And he's still like, I don't know.
I believe a lot more. Look, they took down 4-1 against 0-1. That was their last match that James is talking about. It was that 0-4 against Optic that I was really scared for Dig.
Well, they've had a roller coaster of an event so far, and it all comes down to this. It's Dignitas.
The feeling's pretty good. We've had a lot of like ups and downs, but you just gotta forget about the past. It all comes down to now. Well, we just want to make it through the wild card. Like, obviously making main event, it's a big goal. Just try and take it one series at a time. We've been grinding a lot, like we got a lot of hours just playing all day. We've been boot camping for like a week for the really good boot camp, smashed it. So I think we prepared pretty well.
And Super Lucky just slides that ball.
Royce is up,
and he's off the ceiling, gets the flip, gets the shot, and puts it over 90 and in.
Well, this is super important because everything that we've been working towards for the past 12 months leads up to this. This is everything for us.
Let's get the clips going. Scrubkilla slowing things down. Abjack looking for a double, and oh my, Dignitas on fire.
The reason teams should fear us is we're mechanical gods, 1v1 gods, like defense is crazy, the passing play is crazy, we're really fast, and we're dangerous. To all the fans at home watching and in the stadium, thank you so much for supporting us. You keep us going through the hard times, the good times, but we love you. Absolutely, we're here to win. We can expect the boys to do the greatest performance of our lives. Bring it on. We got this wildcard.
Scrub said they should be feared because they're 1v1 gods, their passing's incredible, their speed's immaculate. Did he leave anything on the, he said their defense was great?
He didn't say they were a handsome team either, so.
Yeah. Didn't even have to
that was the only thing I think he left out.
And the tallest team in Rock.
It's fierce because we're tall, folks. We're coming at you here. The gameplay has been tall at times, Grelly.
Oh, absolutely. Again, I think that 0-1 Esports matchup is kind of their crowning moment so far. They have a huge opportunity against Space Station Gaming to make a statement here, to take down, I mean, very clearly you can hear the crowd in the background, the favorites in this matchup.
And then Dignitas here. Once again, when we talked about it a little bit yesterday, Abjack was on our shuttle yesterday. That means he's up at 7:30, 8 a.m. getting to the venue. He beat us to the venue today, and then I walked over about 9 o'clock, and the whole entire team is already there. They're getting locked and loaded. Dignitas, man, they're taking it day by day, series by series. They're ready for SSG.
And honestly, I love this about Scrubkilla, even in the interview. He's a showman, and he's done it before. He is a world champion, so I just love the showmanship from Scrubkilla. I believe this Dignitas team has what it takes, but there's still something that needs to be proven from this roster.
While we were getting this match set up, just to fill you guys in right now, Optic versus Renegades on the B stream. In Game 6, Renegades up 3-2 in that series, and they have the lead in Game 6 as well. Make sure you got both streams pulled up. But for the main stream here, Dignitas have a fierce opponent on the other side.
Making Worlds was a huge achievement for us. I was at the last one in Madrid. Being able to go back-to-back is a great feeling. We played the majors, we played the regionals, but nothing can really compare. I mean, this is the biggest Rocket League tournament of all time. It couldn't mean more to us. Wildcard is simple. We want to go 3-0. We feel like we're the best team in here, and that's what we're going to do.
Once this Space Station squad gets going, they could be tough to stop. Reynolds off the ceiling, has the flick, there's a bomb!
There's some good teams in there. However, we feel it's good for us because we do need that extra warm-up, so I'm kind of glad we're in the wild card. General feeling's pretty good. We played LA, we felt like we could have won that tournament. We played London, we definitely felt like we could have won that tournament, only losing to the winners at 9 seconds left. We're the most confident team in this tournament. Other teams should fear us because we have nothing to lose. We're coming in with confidence and we're coming in to win the tournament. I don't think any team has put in as much time as we have recently. There's nothing you can do to get us off our grind right now. We're super, super ready for this. We couldn't appreciate the fans more. We have one of the biggest fan bases in the game and we're forever grateful to you guys. Every tournament we go to, we're here to win. Dream outcome for this event would be winning the tournament against Moist. Anyone saying we don't stand a chance, last 2 majors, the only teams we've lost to are both the finalists. Get ready, it's not going to happen this time. All you should expect is the best performance from all 3 of us. We're ready for this.
only teams they've lost are the finalists. Does that mean Semper is guaranteed grand finals at this point?
No, it means that they're going to beat Semper on their way.
That's right. Get revenge on him here. You see Chrome over their shoulder. He's been such a big impact on this team.
Hey, he really is the impact because he sets the game plan. Every single night he's in here late, really making sure that Reynolds, Arsenal, and Daniel all know how they should approach each individual series. They change up their approach every single time they play a different team. It's never the same, whether they're attacking on the ground or in the air. They're the most versatile team in Rocket League.
And to me, the key player is Daniel. We saw him so insane. His mechanics, not only offensively, which are mind-blowing, but also defensively. He's a really tough player to beat.
And those game plans are so important for Space Station. They've had a really rough schedule. 4-2 over the club, 4-2 over version 1, and then they lost to Semper. It has not been an easy road. I think there's only one other team that I'd throw in there and make it hard, and that would be KC. But otherwise, Space Station, they've been tested so far, and there's Arsenal on your screen. I know we've been talking about it a little bit. I don't think he felt that great yesterday. Like physically, I think he might have been a little sick. Coming out today, see if he can play a little bit better. I know he was frustrated.
Yeah, no, I think he's actually still a little bit under the weather, if I heard correctly here. Which, I mean, Bates, when you know you're not at peak physical form as a player approaching a match that's as important as this one, how do you handle that? What do you do?
You gotta trust in your teammates. You gotta trust your preparation, your work, and know that your two teammates can pick up the slack a little bit. And then, as long as you're gonna be in the pitch, if you aren't comfortable making a certain play, Reynolds, help me out. Reynolds, help me out. Daniel, I need you here. I need you here. Coach Chrome is gonna make sure the game plan puts Arsenal in the back plan. Bring up Daniel Moore and make sure that Daniel works.
I'm looking for Daniel in this matchup. You can see the stats from the season. These teams pretty even in their respective regions, but it all comes down to this. One of these teams is going to be playing in the main event right now. They can qualify here in round 4. Let's see how you guys feel at home. Two teams that have some pretty substantial fan bases in Rocket League. Hashtag DIG, hashtag SSG in the Verizon fan vote. James, who you got?
So I think if Dig gets the win here, they've earned my faith. I think they could make the deep run, but playing how well they've played, I think Reynolds has been notably good. The double tap overtime goals that he's had, he is such an addition to this, or such a core player to this team who's been playing so well. I think Space Station is going to take it. I think it could be even a 4-1, maybe 4-2 at best for Dignitas.
Wow. Okay, wow. All right.
Look, I voted against Space Station every single time on the desk. I'm not going to go do that today. I'm sticking with Space Station. I think they can take down Dignitas, but I think it's going to be close.
Rematch of LA? I think the team who lost wins Dignitas.
Dignitas.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay.
Bates going against Dignitas.
Walk that from your bait.
I don't know who to pick. Give me Dignitas. Just even it out.
What?
I don't know. We got to stop doubting them at this point, right? I don't know. Oh, I feel so bad about that one. How do we feel? How does chat feel on this one? We got to get to match.
No, this is accurate. This is accurate. I feel like, I'm surprised
I don't know what's going to happen, folks. Let's get into the game. Make sure you got the B stream pulled up. It looks like Renegades might be about to qualify, but over here we got another team about to qualify. One of the teams in gold going forward. Dignitas versus Space Station. What a match. Let's get to the Verizon Skybox.
A rematch of LA and potentially a completely different fate on its way into Dickie's Arena in Fort Worth. I am Stumpy. I am joined by my wonderful floppy-haired compatriot Spaceman, and we are about to witness two of the best teams in this wildcard stage facing off against each other.
This is a picture-perfect matchup. If you're Dignitas, I think you want this challenge early in the wildcard. Granted, it's the last day, so they're going to have to fight through round 5, whichever team does eventually drop this, but this is a confidence win for both squads, taking down a powerhouse on the other side of the field.
A couple of players on either side being the confident ones as well, and a couple of players lacking too, unfortunately. For Space Station, they have had the helm charged by Rettles, as James correctly identified. Rettles has been unbelievable. Throughout the entire competition, he's been topping several tables. Daniel only recently starting to get to that point as well. Fortunately, not on that play, as the first blood falls to Jorius.
And you're going to have to take those backline challenges if you're Dignitas, because the pressure will be there. Space Station love to get comfortable in the offensive third, but a quick poke out, and they take advantage. We saw Jorius in the face cam to start this series. That dude is locked in. You know the Dignitas are coming here to play. Apparently Jack was here at 7 a.m. They're not messing around.
Yeah, he said to us when we were outside the hotel waiting for our shuttle to come over, he said, I'm either going to join you on the shuttle or I've got on the one before you. He is so confident. He is locked in. He's seen what's happened at previous events and he does not want that to happen again. Now, these guys did not attend the full major. Space Station had an unbelievable performance there. But Dignitas, with that early lead, may well be confidence-inspiring.
I mean, one of the keys to victory, if you are Space Station, is, again, shutting down Jorius on the side wall, the space he creates on the other side of the field, keeping Daniel locked in a bubble. You have to isolate him and quarantine that offense as much as possible. Reynolds, the extension, couldn't find the third touch, but did enough to keep the offense moving. And the progressions being read down by Space Station upfield. This is what their offense does so well. Dignitas doing a good job of holding on the pressure.
Dig's defense not normally pushed as hard as they would anticipate potentially. They are normally the offensive team. Jack is #1 in 4 offensive categories: goals, assists, shots, and score. He is unbelievably attacking. Jory is right behind him for a lot of them in 2nd, 3rd, 4th place. Space Station Gaming, though, they prefer to be sitting back and then go for the counter. That's definitely been where Rettles and Daniel have been most comfortable. But Daniel really turned it on yesterday. That man, that incredible teenager, has turned it up to a level we have not seen every single time from him in LAN. And I'm sure SSG fans, everybody in the audience, is very relieved to hear.
And we spoke to Reynolds' dad before this series kicked off, and he had talked about Arsenal feeling better today. He's on a better mood right now, and again, we hope and wish him the best. But I think with his confidence back and him feeling 100%, hopefully, this is a good sign for Space Station. Now it just comes down to converting it onto the field. The execution has to be there.
And bear in mind, even though Arsenal was feeling a little bit sticky, he just had a bit of an icky tummy, it comes down to the fact they still went to 7 versus Semper. In a Game 7 overtime they lost, and that was a peaking Semper.
Yeah.
That's the level Space Station are able to afford.
Good to have one of your fever games, but hopefully it doesn't come to that. As the bounce off the bottom part of the ground, we're going to roll with that sentence. 2:18 to play here in Game 1. It's been all of Dignitas with the pressure into the blue half. Space Station done a quality job of trying to keep these plays alive and pushing it forward. The pressure just hasn't broken down the defense.
Apparently Jack in the midfield, setting it rightwards towards Jorius, who does get that back boost too. Does not fancy passing the scrub killer in the midfield. 3 minutes gone and a long clear from Arsenal. Tapped on by Rettles as well. Daniel to shoot, does just about squeak it below the crossbar. Daniel equalizing, 2 minutes left.
And it's just enough power here as Reynolds finds that redirect. Daniel hesitantly moves up and stalls out before using the boost to punch it behind the defender. That patience in the pocket from Daniel, you'd think he's a veteran. And it's one of his, if not only biggest seasons ever.
His goal participation throughout the week has been around 60%. Yesterday, it rose to nearly 80%. He has been getting involved in every single angle of the game, and Demo's starting to rein in on from Dignitas towards Space Station Gaming. Daniel, the man that they will probably want to be targeting as much as they can.
That clear was nuts. But Space Station looking to convert that into a positive advantage upfield. Apparently Jack, with very little boost, none in the tank, still pushing the play forward. A win by Daniel leaves it to Arsenal. Colliding into each other in the corner. Set up yet again by Reddles. He'll find the second touch. Scrub Killer will kill it back down to the ground. Daniel popping it, looking for Arsenal on the side, but he will grab boost instead as resource management comes into play for Space Station, and they should be able to get this ball out.
Midfield, though, sees Arsenal wanting to be out Jorius, but that man, as he said earlier on, has logged in. So many question marks. He's basically just a Dutch sack full of question marks at this point. That man is... We can see what he can do. We've seen him in 1v1s. We've seen the ability he can raise to, but he has not reached that for quite a while, I would say, to be completely scathing. Apparently Jack wanting to have a worldie of his own to start off this game. Skokula shooting on the net, Daniel to catch and going to the backboard. But I'd like to see Dignitas raised to the level that, on paper, they certainly are one of the best in the world.
And that's where Jorius can be effective in counterattacks, even defensively. He goes and meets Daniel on the side wall, denies the space, and there's no clear downfield. Finally, apparently, Jack can get comfortable on the orange side. Scrub Killer, the third man back, has to play through the island, but swings out in front of the box. Another continuation by Space Station. They find those second touches, and the rebounds have been there. Now the physicality finding bumps. Arsenal looking for the slow, but apparently Jack will clear it away. Dignitas on defense have done a great job of stalling Space Station on these ISO touches.
Having those double boost grabs as well. Apparently Jack starts to shut down that Space Station attack. Daniel could not go as far as he would like. And the 0-second Scrub Killer to send it on, beats out Rettles. Jorius, can he boom this fast? He's Jack in the center. Jack's in touch, saved away by Arsenal. Jorius in the middle again, saved away by Daniel. Kept to the ground by Scrub Killer. Game 1 overtime.
That midfield presence from Dignitas, which is hot or cold sometimes. Coming out in full force in Game 1, off the kickoff, Space Station find the possession, but taken away yet again. Jorius putting another shot towards the net. He was the only one to score for Dignitas in the start of Game 1. Found it on his own back line, picked the pocket of Space Station. And now it's up to SSG to push themselves downfield.
Defense now being strained. Dignitas on the blue side, managing to get it over towards that orange corner as much as they would like. Daniel can't pick up that back boost as Joreuz was pushing him, and then Joreuz secures that back boost. The boost in massively in favor of Dignitas right now. A miss from Arsenal due to that factor. Right-hand wing sees Scrub pick up the mid again to the ceiling. Daniel pre-jumps him. Rettles pre-jumps him. But Scrub Killer, he has different ideas.
Yeah, but there's nobody around. They're running out of boost. Holding on the goal line. Trying to turtle up as much as possible. These demos now starting to open up those corners. You can see him kick possession right back to Joreuz. Apparently Jack is there. The connection quickly denied. Daniel getting a hand up. Here comes Scrub Killer.
Again, a mid-boost grab. Joreuz rotating so efficiently, effectively, efficaciously round the pitch as he continues to stay in that corner. Jack is central. Jack is shooting. Jack is scoring.
Center box, dead open, infield pass. Working it through the corner for about 30 seconds. And finally, when the tanks are low, Dignitas rise above it. And they find one another for the Game 1 win.
And that minute 13 sums up how I see the series going the entire time. It is non-stop attack from Dignitas. It is rotating via those boost pads. It is continuing the press. And Space Station, their defense is second to none. They are unbelievable in their own third, and then they get the counters.
And what happened to Space Station in that overtime is very reminiscent of what Semper did so well. They got Space Station low on boost, they kept the pressure going through the corners, and they forced a lot of those contests on the point of contact right on the goal line where you only could pop it high off the backboard or play it low on the ground. And Dignitas' spacing past midfield has been good so far, and because of it, they do find themselves that goal.
I don't normally like to just read statistics because that's boring and a bad way to do my job.
Do it anyway.
But I've got 4 statistics I want to read to you. When I was told this by our statistician Direct, it blew my mind and I had to keep double checking them. Jack, the 4 that he's top in his categories, goals per game.
Yep.
He has 1.77, the average 0.72.
Sure.
He's got 1 goal over on average. Score, average 366.
Yep.
He's on 490 per game. Average assists are 0.56. He gets 1.23. Average shots per game, Jack, the average 2.66. He's getting 4.46. He has been explosive. He has been the most incredible version of himself because he has been here from 8 a.m. every single day. He has been grinding, and Aquadome is where Space Station attempt to level it up.
And in this current state of Dignitas, he's going to have to be that player. Like, he's an MVP frontrunner. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The discussion ends there. If he continues to have this performance to get to the main event, we can only know what he's going to do in front of a crowd when they're feeling comfortable. And we've talked a lot about what this offense does so well, how potent it can be for Dignitas. Scrub Kill is a big reason because of that. But off the opening kickoff, it's Dignitas, who once again find themselves control of the ball. Space Station cutting it down, throwing it towards the back wall. Daniel's going to fly out for boost, and now it's a race to possession.
Joreuz with that push only finds Rettles and no teammate. Apparently Jack just using that ability to fake challenge, forces Rettles to send the ball away, but Daniel into that same corner. Will it be deja vu? Will it be a further push down the pitch? It does manage to be a further push down the pitch. 12 boost, sends it high. Scrubkiller and Joreuz both fancying that touch on the back wall. Rettles sees Arsenal go central, instead he fakes it out and goes towards the back corner, but Joreuz, that corner control from the backboard, can then push it out.
Yeah, that's a great catch. He stabilizes, but Daniel almost does the same. Double tap would have led way to an opening goal. 50 win by Dignitas and the clear. Huge from Appjack.
Daniel, the man that we have been wanting to see a lot from, and from yesterday he has been performing. Had an outstanding couple of days of Rocket League. And Scrub Killer, just for me, not yet got to that level.
That's what's scary, though, if he turns it on. All of a sudden.
They're a shark with 3 faces if they turn it on.
Seen a lot of strange things in the water. Joreuz, even stranger, even weirder. He's under the ripples. He's pulling you down by your feet.
What a dunk. What a beautiful play. Over the top of one defender in the midfield. Fancy's going against the second. Strong arms it past. That goal finished off. Dignitas 1-0 up, a minute 40 gone. Chance for Joreuz again, goes to the ground, goes for the fake, underneath! Yet another one, Joreuz! That man, arm wrestling with the best.
SSG have to work on some of these kickoffs because it's too free for Joreuz. Watch this dunk. Plays it low, around 3. We're only a minute 45 in. Love that I can do math on the spot, and quickly, it's a 2-0 lead for Joreuz.
Huge math. I love that a lot. Arsenal trying to go for something else that I might like. And a flip reset does not manage to pay off. Joreuz again, a monster on the ball today, getting one chain dash, 13 boost, sees that back corner, manages to grab it too. Scrubber wants to go for a bump. The shot from Jack in the midfield, squeaks past, but Rettles manages to get called on by Arsenal, and the push coming in. Daniel trying to go for that double tap into the corner. Rettles with a boost grab. This may well be instrumental to the push being successful, but Joreuz again shutting it down.
And Dignitas are starting to catch Space Station off guard as they rotate out for boost. Dignitas are throwing shots upfield, and Space Station have to collide into one another to save this ball. It's getting them uncomfortable. It's forcing Space Station to play out of their own zone. They can't keep that defense as structured as they would have liked, and when the foundation breaks down, that's where you pick up the tempo if you're Joreuz or Scrub. As he plays it around the opposite wing, to the adjacent corner we go. Apparently Jack will grab possession, gets bumped off the play. Joreuz with maybe a third dunk here. Scrub killer, popping it. Here comes apparently Jack.
With one flip reset and the demo coming in from Scrub. That's normally Jack's job, to go off the ball and get these demos, but instead he is feeling it mechanically, wanting to get one in the corner. Daniel going for a long shot, but two players back. Scrub can take possession and control. Rettles challenging again, and Arsenal wanting to push this central as often as they can. It goes to Joreuz. The men have teamed up before for a couple of years, and in the sky they fancy it one more time. Joreuz waiting in the backfield, 100 boost, ready to pound.
And you got plenty of boost if you're Space Station to be able to keep this play going.
Oh,
you can funnel through midfield and force Joreuz to take that challenge, or apparently Jack, who's usually the first one up, to come meet a 50. They have all the resources right now, but it's just about holding on to the clears. They punch it downfield. They have no continuation off of it. Arsenal will get beat to the ball. Scrub Killa wins another 50 at the midfield line. Now Joreuz catching it on his hood and keeping possession. Looking for the dribble, centered around. A pass to no one, but pulls Space Station out of their own goal line.
Manages to keep possession as well, most importantly. He's able to keep that ball away. Does not then fall into a counter-attack, which is what Space Station are so excellent at. And bear in mind, Space Station's defense, they have been holding on. This has been near unabated pressure, and yet it only stays at 2-0. Those two quick goals being massive from Joreuz earlier on. Just seeing Rettles leaving that ball, the control falling back into Dignitas' hands.
Joreuz has been very comfortable in the back line, clearing the ball away on the counterattacks. Oh, what a recovery from SSG! Are you kidding? From the own backboard, and Rettles plays it perfectly.
Rettles! Unbelievable passing over towards Daniel on that side wall, gets it back into the middle. With nobody there, Space Station working around everyone on Dig.
They finally got the pressure to extend, and once they caught Dignitas rotating back into the ball, Daniel stayed up. That's the best play, and Rettles puts another one dangerously towards the net. All of a sudden, the pendulum swings back for SSG. Can they keep it going?
The Scrub Killer, he's used to that danger. He's used to doing this at the top level in the world. That man's a world champion, and by his side is Joreuz shooting. Arsenal to get that save away. 20 seconds separating Dignitas from a Game 2 win. They're going 2-0 up in the series. Final 50.
You might have to keep it up, but Arsenal playing off the side wall. Fennec in hand, won't find anything. Rettles looking for the catch. We'll get it to Daniel. It's off the backboard. Follow-up from SSG. Slow to the play. Denied. Dignitas cutting it down quickly. Still alive. Scrub Killer looking for the pinch down. Daniel takes it away. Interception for SSG and Arsenal. Oh, he's through the corner. It's a miss. Rettles again, down to the ground. I thought it might be centered, but it just won't be there. And Dignitas hold on in Game 2, and they're up 2-0.
I have a very sneaky suspicion that was a genuinely deliberate miss. I think that right then, Space Station were reading Scrub to hit that ball. Instead, he allows it to go onto the back wall, and then it can be cleared away into a better position. Dignitas, if that's true, outstanding mental for them to be holding it at 0 seconds. And 2-0 for Dignitas. On this North American soil, they have thousands, hundreds of thousands realistically across the country for them. And Space Station, after 2 games going down, they will be taking an all-important timeout.
And I think you kind of have to, because after Joreuz was a bull in a China shop for the first 2 goals, Space Station had better control of possession. They had better time on the other side of the field, but the defensive dig stood up. And the rotations from apparently Jack in midfield were hard to deal with. Yep. Joreuz was a nuisance on the backboard, and Scrub Killer was getting very physical with the demos. Like, the offense and the orchestration of Dignitas is here. Space Station have yet to deal with it as a totality, though the offense was looking better at the end of Game 2.
I really like seeing Joreuz playing well as well, where we have been incredibly critical of them, especially through spring, where they had what I would describe as a relatively catastrophic season. Split rather, where they did not make it to the spring major. They did not have that LAN experience. Sure, they scrimmed people online from their rooms. They then attended the major. That must have lit a fire underneath them, seeing their home crowd not even having the chance to cheer for a European team in Dignitas. So the fact that Joreuz is back on it is wonderful to see. Typically, you have a look at his hours. You see somebody posted to social media saying he's only got 20 in the last 2 weeks, whatever it ends up being. I think this man right now is rocking about 70 in the last 2 weeks.
And what I love from apparently Jack, from the start of this wild card, potentially if they make to the main event, about a month ago we interviewed him and said, what changed for you guys? What was it like, brutally, sitting in the crowd at London? How did that feel? And he's like, it hurt for sure, but it also reignited that fire that they want to be there. You know, they're kind of pissed off. They wanted to be in that crowd, in that environment. And he's shown up before anybody else in this tournament to scrim early in the morning. He's looked so locked in.
And that, bear in mind, was them watching Space Station Gaming take to the stage and do so incredibly well. Having one of those top finishes that we've seen from them in these international events. They've not yet been able to win a regional in North America. They've not yet been able to take a major, but they have been a consistent front runner at every event, which is what a lot of teams will be aiming to do. Dig are up against their hardest opponent yet. They're doing incredibly well. I do not expect it to be a sweep, though. There is still so much more we can see from SSG.
If you're Space Station, you're up against a Swiss Army knife of possibilities. This Dignitas team can beat you in various ways. This is one of their hardest opponents they're going to face in the wild card. And it's a tall task, but you're going to have to overcome it if you want to make it to the main event. Granted, both teams have a second chance if they drop this series. It's a collision and a double commit, but you bounce the right way, you breathe a sigh of relief, and you continue on.
And the boost, thankfully, staying positive for Space Station Gaming. They are able to recover from that bump, but Joreuz ultimately did not make the connection on the shot. He's going for a couple of pre-jumps, a lot of very confident plays. Is that what he's been doing so far? Not quite, but Arsenal trying to go for those strong arm 50s, going through that goal line. Scrub Killer, can he clear it long? No, Daniel has got a lot more aggression. He's going to be nipping at your knees for the first goal.
And that's what Space Station are going to have to do on the goal line. They're going to have to start demoing Joreuz or Scrub. There has to be a response physically, because otherwise you're giving them free room to use that boost to clear the ball downfield and hold on to possession like they have. A catch from Daniel, right back down to the ground. Arsenal falls to the earth, and Rettles will sneak into the play. At least gets the ball out before falling. We'll see him on respawn in just a moment. Who's got possession at the time of contest at midfield? It's been both teams, but eventually, apparently, Jack does sneak through.
A long shot from Daniel with a minute and a half in this first game, and certainly we see the pressure falling onto Dignitas instead. They're normally so used to delivering it, and Space Station are normally so used to taking it. Yet they do manage to win the series. They don't think it's working by the looks of things, though. They want to change it up. They need that aggression to come back. Because sure, you can beat the club, you can beat V1, but when you've got a team that is able to pressure you, the hardest you have ever faced in your life, a la how they lost against Senbei, you need to change it up. And they do not want a repeat of that situation. Joreuz pinching that central towards apparently Jack, 100 boost stolen. Scrub. Rettles again, just a couple of dunks coming in, not too much pressure coming in from Dignitas, but the possession starting to come their way. A wide shot, Rettles. Brilliant idea, though, continuing their push with the demos, because that is where Space Station have been threatening their region the entire season.
Dignitas has been caught without boost at midfield a couple of times, so you're seeing Joreuz punch the ball away for a clear. And it's giving time for apparently Jack and Scrub Killer to find those big pads. Scrub does just that, but Arsenal beats it right back.
Opened up with that demolition from Daniel on Joreuz as well. It just starts to, all it serves to do is being able to make them question themselves. It means that they need to burn a bit more boost, keep them moving. Great long shot from Arsenal to secure it. Space Station Gaming certainly looking at what they did in the first two games, not happy with that performance, and taking the lead in game number 3.
Yeah, they're going to have to win some of those contests on their own goal line. Dignitas have been applying the pressure.
Look at Arsenal going for bumps immediately on Jack.
Yeah, but he doesn't do enough to get it around. That's a good recovery from Jack. But I like the idea from Space Station. Again, we've seen more and more of that as this series is going on. Almost a redirect that would have gone towards Central. Instead, kept high. Space Station trying to play off the backboard now, and Arsenal very far pushed up. Leaves it to Daniel. A lot of boost here for the young one. Corkscrewing his way down, should maintain possession for SSG.
good load of pressure from Space Station in this third game as Arsenal fancied a little bit of a worldie going off the top of his car. Retals clearing from the back wall. It goes towards Daniel, but bumping along with Arsenal. A couple of times that's happened, but not devastating in effect thus far. Scrubkiller going wide on that long shot, and Jory is trying to threaten Arsenal. Does not want him to be sitting on his laurels nor his goal line.
Daniel still somehow getting in front. And right when he leaves off the ball, it's Scrub who gets it in position.
It was Scrub getting rid of Retals as well, and Daniel backflipping off the side post. Nearly makes contact, but not nearly enough. Scrubkiller, fantastic push on that goal line to get rid of the defender, and just trying to push back on what Space Station are attempting as well.
Exactly, they just take a play out of Space Station's playbook.
Jory is.
Not again.
Oh, it really felt like that might happen.
That's a back-breaking goal if you give that up with 1:10 to go. Was looking for the reset, but Scrub swings it down through the corner. And Jory's gonna have to play this 50. A couple of chances here for Dignitas, not much developing though. The offense starting to flourish. They looked a little bit more comfortable past midfield. Finally are maintaining boost as well, and they can catch up to these transitions.
Yeah, again though, double commits from Arsenal and Daniel. I don't know who's mispositioning, but I know that it has to stop, and I'm sure they're fully aware of that fact as well. A pass central going towards Daniel from Retals onto the backboard. These teams level, overtime looming in 35 seconds. Apparently Jack missing one touch. Arsenal up the double, gets the flip reset. Scrub to miss, but nobody there to take that final shot.
And that's great positioning at midfield. I believe that was Arsenal who pokes it free. And Daniel extends around. Oh, wow. Oh. Would have been a reset and a pinch off the ground with only 19 seconds to play. It's going to take a heroic moment like that to get this lead right back.
Late game heroics coming in from either team. The Scrubkiller going along with it. Can Joris get one touch? He nearly dunks it in again. Apparently Jack there to shoot, but just weak. Two defenders there, both credited with the save as well. We reach 0 seconds. We reach deadlock. And game number 3 sent to that left-hand wall by Arsenal and cleverly dropped to the ground. It's overtime, baby.
It's a 2-0 lead for Dignitas. If you're Space Station, you cannot afford to go down 3-0 in a best-of-7. We've seen some reverse sweeps before, but it would be very difficult.
Never on an RLCS LAN have we seen a best-of-7 reverse sweep. SSG have been close multiple times.
They might do it here, but you would love a Game 3 victory as Scrub getting very physical upfield. The aggression starting to come out at Dignitas. It's going to be a back pass to Daniel. He'll meet it and grab boost. Great patience defensively. Oh, what can they do with it?
Retals has to be the man to clear that into the corner. Arsenal, his chance to be getting a ground pinch, but apparently Jack, witnessing that, has conceded many of them in his time in the 1v1 gauntlet. 50 seconds has gone in the overtime. It bounces very nicely. Apparently Jack is not able to make contact from the pass coming in from Jories, and a demo. Daniel relieving pressure by removing Scrubkiller.
Multiple big pad grabs by Space Station and a demo. Though they don't have a lot in the tank at the moment, they're keeping their backline clear, and that's big because there's no room for Joreus to progress upfield. There's no room for Scrubkiller to fall back into the play off a bump. He's not going to have enough boost to recover. If you're Space Station, you need to be aware of how much you're grabbing and how quickly you need this counterattack to unfold. Apparently Jack with nothing, still making the play happen.
Jack would have wished he had 20 boost there just so he could make some contact. Scrub burning all of his as well. It is taking every ounce of boost that Dignitas are able to steal and pilfer to get any goal against this Space Station defense. That is doing an incredible job. Scrub launching it over the top of his own goal. Retals to just rotate, keep it going on. Boost continues to be burned. Saved away by apparently Jack, and nobody from Space Station with the initiative to punish.
Yeah, they won't relinquish though. There's no concession at the midfield line if you're Space Station. Daniel,
no.
Reset, almost gets in underneath. Here comes Retals. Doesn't have enough power nor enough boost to keep it going. I don't know how the defensive dig has been able to read some of these touches, but for them, they're just lucky they're still in the play.
This is not what Dig are used to in this tournament so far. They are used to being the ones with the pressure. They conceded from this position previously at the start of the game. And that's where Space Station are fully aware of that fact, nipping in, getting some nuisance touches.
And Dignitas are starting to get starved. That's why they're double committing often on the goal line. They have no choice. Uh-oh, here comes Scrub. Oh, Joris in the front of the net. He leaves it to the left. Nice.
I think
that.
No boost, unable to wrap himself round it. Thought there might be a challenge coming in, but instead just whiffs that chance, and that was a brilliant chance with Space Station sitting on their goal line.
And now Appjack has a full tank. Joreus as well. Scrub working at around what was 40 for 2 seconds.
Daniel!
Is that the chance?
Daniel
Is that the chance?
3-0 Dignitas!
That's a rough whiff. A momentum game like this, at this stage in the series?
That's the point where if you're Rettles, you look at Daniel and you say, don't worry, bro, you're good. You're good. We don't worry about that. What, 4 games to win? We can do that. Do you know who we are? We are Space Station Gaming. We are on home soil. We have got the crowd on our side, and we are playing as a 4-member team. Dignitas, though, 3-0. The confidence, that man in the middle, apparently Jack, with one of the best brains in Rocket League right now.
And he's the first one to talk immediately when the game ends. He's the first one to start commanding the troops. And I think you're right. If with that loss, with that whiff from Daniel, that's what Space Station needs. They need Rettles to be the IGL to say, hey, look, everything's cool. But it is worth noting in this Mobile 1 high-performance replay that it was Joreus who kind of got the scoring going, but SSG no longer have a tactical timeout. They're going to have to just jump right into the next game.
Yeah. They have burned their timeout. And sure, it was a great time to do it. I always agree. Do it after 2. Don't wait till 3. 3, you need to get a best of 7 reverse sweep. That is near impossible to do. It is so hard to do over the thousands of series we played at RLCS events. Rettles down, leading the charge for the chance. SSG reigning through the Wildcard arena.
It's been a tug of war between both teams. It was up and down in game 1, back and forth in game 2. Dead even in game 3. And on Coliseum, how will things change?
Joreus going into game number 4 with 100% goal participation, picking up 4 goals and 2 assists. He has been instrumental. He has been grinding, and he is now on Utopia wanting to shut it down in 4.
So potent is the offense of Dignitas for Space Station. They can beat you on their worst days. But where is that ice? Where is that aggression? Where are those disgusting infield passes that break apart a defense through the speed, the mechanics, the decision-making, the creativity? You need to see more of it going into this game.
I'm sure those questions have been asked from their coach as well, making sure that they are fully on each other's side. Chrome, incredibly intelligent, knows what he needs to say to his players. And look at this push, immediately again. This is where Space Station went ahead in game number 1. It did not work, in game number 3 rather. Rettles, a double touch into the flip reset, but Dignitas holding oh so strong.
Daniel fell out of his own rotation just to go hunt for a demo. You can already tell that's going to be the call going into game number 4. They want to make apparently Jack and Joreus and Scrub uncomfortable when they start getting those clears, getting those wins. Defensively, Dignitas have done enough to win this series. And they've also scored on the opposite end. You get both sides of the coin. For Space Station, looking to maintain possession, it jets its way towards the corner, and Rettles will try to find the clear.
From game number 3, it continues though. The Dignitas only just managing to pick up some boost on their side. 150 between them. It goes lovely for apparently Jack. And Scrub Killer, the question mark on Dignitas with the first goal in game 4.
I mean, it's simple math. It's a 1v2 in the box. And kicking it forward is apparently Jack, who wins the 50 through the corner, puts it on a platter for Scrub. Do the numbers. It's going to be tough.
The kickoff going in favor of Space Station there with the mid-boost pickup. Arsenal can get it just over the top of 1, but unable to find any of his teammates. A good few passes coming in, but Daniel again just having to play a little bit safe considering the position of Rettles and Arsenal. Both going incredibly aggressive. Are they the 2 players realistically that you want to be the most aggressive? Rettles for sure. Arsenal over Daniel. I'd rather swap in the young gun.
I think at this point, if you start forcing the offense to get funneled through one player, unless you have the bumps and demos to boot, it's going to be even tougher. You're almost taking what you're given.
That defense from Daniel. It was a 2v1. You said previously, do the math. That man is rewriting physics with that save.
Doing all that and being good at Rocket League. You don't see it too often. It's a dangerous combo, and so is Joreus with open space. Not a lot of time left in game 4 if Joreus is shooting like this.
Reading the angle and being in position is 2/3 of the job. Hitting it hard is the 3rd point. On the kickoff, Dignitas leading 2-0. 2 minutes gone. 3 remain. Daniel with an early shot, though, from that right-hand wing with Scrub Killer hanging up in the air. Rettles is waiting to take that touch. Arsenal passing, but Daniel with another whiff. Scrub Killer padding those stats in terms of the demos. Manages to get another one, averaging about 4 per game so far in this competition. Jory is shooting wide, not an issue. They are 3 up. If it's passed, it's great. If it's a shot on, it's great. And if these double commits keep coming in for Space Station, Dignitas, they're going to say that's great as well.
Apparently Jack and Scrub Killer just synced up in the Matrix together. They're upfield getting physical, finding demos. Jorius is taking shots. When they don't have the angle, they flip backwards, go get boost. The offense is online, the engine is going, and Dignitas are not slowing down. It's up to Space Station to have to come out and outright win this game. How do they do it? Is it through the air with Daniel? Not a lot of boost. Under 2 minutes to play here in Game 4.
SSG's tournament-topping defense needs to make a resurgence. They need to continue being confident, but Scrub Killer is going to stare them in the white of the eyes and tell them to sit down.
Off the backboard again. A pass downfield that's free.
It's party time for Dignitas. The rave light's coming out. The green says it go.
This is clinical.
And go, go, go have Dignitas been. Space Station, they need 3 goals in 1 minute 45, otherwise they get swept.
The lights say go, 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 so Scrub just went. I don't know what else you really do in that situation. They got caught at midfield. Great pass, better redirect and block. And it feels like Dignitas are reading these touches just a half-second quicker. And how much of a difference that makes. It's currently 3-0. Space Station just still looking for their first goal. But Rettles, the double tap, almost waterfalls it down. Arsenal was ready for the pass, it just didn't land.
If that touch doesn't come in from Rettles, then it falls down to Arsenal to get the open net. But sometimes you just fly into the wrong position. Apparently Jack sends it into the corner, 1 minute 10. Space Station may well be losing out to Dignitas in the 4th round. And they may well be looking down at round number 5.
Under 60 to play. How do we keep this on the ground? Arsenal escapes, swings it around both. It's a double commit from Dignitas, and now the demo starts to open up the corners. If you're Space Station, you have to take advantage of this opportunity. You don't get a lot of time to continue to play with this ball. Daniel, another long clear to the opposite side. Right back into the hands of Dignitas. And with all of that happening, nothing comes of it. They don't continue the offense.
The vice continues to grip Space Station, wanting to suffocate Dignitas in their own half. But it falls down to the incredible lung capacity that Dignitas have. And Jorius shooting on the open net. Scrub Killer, patch your stats, son.
That's a great challenge by Appjack, and Jorius just puts it away. It's going in regardless. Scrub Killer having fun, having a laugh. The vibes are high for Dig, and it feels like it's all culminating in this impressive 4-0 sweep, a 4-0 game on Coliseum. In the hindsight, with 18 seconds still to go, this was not a close game.
15 seconds remaining, and it is near enough done. This is garbage time, and this is the time of Dignitas. Through 4 games versus one of the best teams coming out of North America, Dignitas have been destructive, they have been dominant, and they have been devastating.
This is going to do it. Space Station get to live through another series, but Dignitas handle the pressure. They move on, and they take what's theirs.
Dignitas will now be playing in front of 13,000 people in Dickies Arena in around a week's time. They have wanted this moment ever since they formed. They have needed this crowd to be on their side. They've come to North America to do it, and they have shut down the Sweethearts.
That's a frustrating loss if you're Space Station. It felt like they really never got to see the fruits of their labor develop. And though they do have another series, you know, the way that that one ends, it was all the momentum after that overtime winner. Dignitas held on to it, and it just built and built and built. And for Rettles and company, back to the drawing board you go, because there is no guarantee that you're going to make it to the main event going through round 5.
I feel confident in Space Station's chances. Realistically, look, let's peel back the curtain real quick. We said before the series started, who do we want to win, who are we thinking is going to go through? We both agreed Dignitas go through now because we don't back them in round 5. Space Station, we both said they will make it through. We are pretty confident considering what we saw going into today. They could go through 3-2, but Dignitas, my oh my. That is such a good showing of what showing up early does, of what grinding does, of getting 70 in the last 2 weeks, of what being a team player is all about. And that is something that I admire to the ends of this earth. Dignitas going through 4-0, 3-1 in the Swiss.
Mistake-free Rocket League from Dignitas, and it was clinical. Everybody did their job the way they were supposed to, what they had practiced. It felt like the grind that they've put in, showing up early and taking it seriously. This is the Dignitas we wanted to see in London that never came. This is the Dignitas we wanted to see in the Winter Major. Now we're seeing the Dignitas that is putting it together in the most important tournament so far this year.
I mean, it will be the most important tournament this year regardless. It is Worlds. They have come when it matters. They have shown up in an unbelievable fashion. That is something that we have wanted to see for a very long time. Dignitas fans, you can breathe a sigh of relief. You don't need to pinch yourself. You are not dreaming. They are through to the main event. They have survived the Swiss and with an incredible style. Space Station Gaming, they have still got one more chance, but we need to talk to the winner. Cole is standing by with apparently Jack.
I'm here with Mr. 8 AM himself, apparently Jack, after that massive 4-0 performance versus SSG. I mean, you said to me just before that you didn't think you played very well, should we say? Talk to me about your teammates.
Yeah, my teammates played amazing. I mean, we came into this match with a game plan. We saw what SSG were doing in their previous matches, and you know, Nick and everyone in the team came up with a game plan, and we executed perfectly. So, yeah, they've definitely played a lot better than me, but we got the job done. So it's what it is.
I mean, ever the captain saying that they played better than you. It has to be talked about, though, the fact you are coming in so early, you are getting on your grind. How much is it changing the way you're playing in particular, the way you feel on a stage like this when Dignitas have had their struggles in key moments?
Yeah, even when I'm not playing mechanically, because I've been putting in those hours, I can, you know, play smart and play composed. And that's one thing that I've struggled with in the past, playing composed. So I think that's definitely improved. And, you know, I'm just trying to put in as many hours as possible and getting in the right mindset right from the go. So, yeah.
Whatever happens, the main stadium, 13,000 people are going to see you, are going to see Joris, are going to see Scrub playing on that main stage. How are you and the boys feeling about that? There must be some nerves.
Obviously, there's nerves for every match, sorry. I think that it would be bad if there wasn't. It means you care. But I'm just excited, you know. We've got a couple of days before we play, I think, so just a lot of hours, you know, playing more Rocket League, so yeah.
Finally, very quickly, I'll give you a chance to make this crowd love you or really hate you. Space Station Gaming, are they going to make it through the Swiss?
I actually don't know who they play next round, but I think they will. I think they're a really good team. You know, you've got to give credit where credit's due. There you go. I mean, they were on offense that entire series. We just played a better midfield and defense, so it is what it is. I think they'll make it.
There you go, the correct answer there from apparently Jack to these lovely fans. We can actually head over to the B stream right now, where the club are facing version 1. Let's see how that's getting on.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
But you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior.
Priority defender for this team. The 1v1 god on the roster. Making himself useful at both ends of the field.
Calm wants to see if he can find Torment. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Torment running out of boost at the least fortunate of timing. Stromic ends up missing it. Calm, though, does well just to read that play. That has been something that has caught out V1 at previous moments in this series. Just thinking that the club have got more of a right to the ball than they actually do.
And welcome viewers coming in from the main stream. We hear you guys had a bit of a one-sided affair, but luckily over here, it has been a close one. The club are currently tied, but leading game 3. And they've been, so far, the most impressive of the two teams. V1 having to really work hard just to hold this game to a close scoreline, off the back of some unreal defense from Torment, as well as 4 goals in game 2 from that same man.
Yeah, this has turned into almost the Torment versus Lost show for our opening 2 games, but everyone else more involved here in game number 3. Torment with the goals, Lost with the transitions, doesn't ever seem to lose them as Torment almost found Calm. What a goal that would have been. That's a statement that we have said numerous times. Always seems to be just a whisker away from finding contact, but a Lost, hey, if you want to know what Lost has been all about, there you go, there's the challenge. Thank you for making the point for me. Beast mode.
Oh.
With a Stromic, a heavy read, but a poor touch. And they have got away with it, and they've got their second game.
They have been ice cold up until now, which we should have seen coming, given the fact that Stromic's got his jacket on. But V1 have still to really figure out the club. They got a game win in that second game, and that was off the back of some pretty chaotic defense from the club, where I think they even went a bit too fast for their own good. But when the club get rolling, they look unstoppable. Lost in particular, like you mentioned, completely unplayable today. We knew that he was going to be a demon to go up against in the Wildcard event, but I think even the wildest of expectations have been exceeded. To have one of the most defensively sound and one of the most consistent teams in North America now consistently struggling to handle one South American ball chaser. And I mean ball chaser in the best possible ways. You know me, I'm a massive fan of someone who cuts rotation and puts pressure as opponents. There he is on your screen right now. They just don't know what to do with him. He is walking right through them like they're not even there. And they've got to figure it out quickly, because the club 4-1 Pioneers yesterday. And with the way that NA's been going in round 4, yeah, I think V1 have got to keep this one close. They've got to tie it up in game 4 here. Comeback is going to be so difficult against a volatile opponent.
Lost has been, very interestingly, almost like another fire burner. Every challenge won. And it is difficult to prepare for if you're on V1, because you're used to maybe on occasion getting, beat out by a flip reset. Maybe on occasion just somebody's a little bit too quick for you, but losing challenges, that's just demoralizing.
Yeah.
That feels something different, because he's reading the game better than you, and he's setting up for the game better.
I mean, that's why the club have been so hard to handle, is they're trying to beat version 1 to the ball, and even when that plan doesn't work, they've somehow got a 50-50 to back it up anyway. Beast mode's got a nice setup here, but follow-up is nowhere to be seen from version 1. They're still playing quite a methodical approach in offense.
There's the follow-up. It's just too quick.
A stealing challenge coming in from Astromic. He's forcing the issue right next to the backboard. And look at how much pressure that puts on V1. Lost cuts rotation again to try and get the ball back to Astromic. But this has been the difference between these two teams. As soon as version 1 get the ball, the club are coming for them. They're tackling right next to the goal, and that creates opportunities from point-blank range.
I can guarantee you the most repeated phrase has been, why is he there?
Why not?
Exactly, because we can and because we will. Here we go with Lost yet again. Guess what, over to KV1. It's actually Beast Mode who built it by himself for a while. I think that might have been a little bit of a miscommunication there by the club. I think one of them wanted the at least bump or demo attempt. Oh, that's about as bad as it could have been! He still gets there in time! Not even the teammate can undo this!
I mean, the 50-50 spawn completely unlucky there for the club. Finishing, plaguing V1 yet again.
Oh!
Not even Torment, who scored all their goals, hits the target.
They are still in a good position, but the shooting has been lackluster from V1. Back over to Astromic. Here's Torment, waits for his opportunity. Now the pendulum swings. They know they've got to get some players back into position. So here's what Torment does best. Sticks with it, gets his teammates back into position, and Beast Mode will recover it in the midfield. Good block. It's back out. Torment will receive the back pass. Over to Beast Mode. Well worked here from V1. It will feel like they should be, and they would be absolutely correct in thinking 1-0 up.
Oh, certainly, especially with the unfortunate respawn for the club, blocking their own teammates' approach to what looked like a fairly consistent 50-50. But if you did join from the A stream, you missed an open net miss from Com and another open net miss from Beast Mode, although it was a bit more of a confusing one with a run-ahead demo occurring. That's been the problem for V1, or one of the problems for V1. I think the main problem is that the club have just played brilliantly, but their second problem is that Beast Mode and Com can't hit the target. Now here's Lost, but the air dribble bump. He's hit the post. KV1 isn't wide. Astromic was there to finish it off, but KV1's touch took it away from him.
So we stay at 0-0, a game that should have had at least 3. Beast Mode up against Lost. We'll see it to his own corner, wants to avoid being hit, and just manages to duck away from Beast Mode on his way in. Here is Lost.
Look at this.
Just don't let Lost go over there. He just sticks to the wall.
He just keeps going. Once he's got the ball, he just rolls through everyone, whether it's an outplayer of 50. Beast Mode's with him. Of course, Torment, as usual, covering. Version 1 have had good chances, but the club, every time they attack, look deadly. Here they come again. Com this time is able to defend well, but Astromic, who scored a worldie earlier on in the series, flying at them with everyone in a panic. KV1 trying to shrug off that blunder that took away an open net from his teammate. It's been a game with a bit of mistakes, but now it's Version 1 who are playing forward. But once more, Astromic makes the defensive play while collecting the possession. That's composure from the land veteran of the team, and only a diving save from Com can stop the club from taking the lead. Now Torment keeps them in with a follow-up save as well.
I don't know how many expected goals we've got at this point, but the fact that we are at 0-0 blows my mind. This should be the least likely scoreline of all the numbers that you could throw out there. And yet here we are, still all to play for either side. Still looking for our opening goal. Beast Mode sees that Com might be the option, but Com very quickly realizing that that one is out of his reach. Nice boost steals though. Keep an eye now on those boost totals for the club. Those 100s are not coming up very soon. They have to be smart with these. I believe another one goes away from them. A Debo as well on the back line. Lost
has nothing.
Will be the last one back. Com looks for the redirect. He was not far off it. Breakaway. Astromic outplays one, but Torment happy just to settle for the bump. Are we going to overtime? Or is it going to be Astromic with the hero play? It comes out for Lost. Keeps it alive at the last moment. No angle found. Overtime reached.
Now what have we got for the kickoff strategy? This one goes the way of the club. Lost with a heavy hit forward. Looking to catch Com pre-jumping there. Com's reset easily read by Lost, who just stuck around in the midfield there now. Slight miss from Torment gives a free hit for Beast Mode. Another opportunity for Version 1. Let's see if they can do anything with it.
Version 1 are so close to getting the strategy to work. I love it every time. Just send a hit, don't take your car off the floor, and then from there, move looking for the defender. As you can see, yet again, Com trying exactly that. You have to be so aware, and even if you do manage to avoid the bump, it might just take you out of the opportune position to deal with the shot coming your way. Bouncing pass.
It's great play by KV1. He knew he was going to be the victim of a bump, so he just dove in, but that's not the best play. Torment's got an open net, surely. That's game.
He's missed it!
Torment has just thrown away the most open net of the day.
The trifecta of misses has been complete. The worst hat trick that you could have achieved. Version 1 have it to their name.
Even their one consistent player on the day has completely fumbled a freebie. The club get a gift. They must be thinking, well, that's got to be deserved with how well we played today. But can they capitalize on it and get triple match point?
Astromic tries to work it from the corner. No such luck. But transition game from both sides has been so difficult to pull off. Astromic with a teammate on the wall. Here's KV1. Would have preferred if he was able to get there on the bouncers. There's the shot! And version 1 have got the game, but my, oh my, Johnny, did they have to work for it?
Yeah, what a mess. The safest finish there from Com with the single jump after how their striking has gone. That makes a lot of sense. They did work their way back into it pretty quickly. They shook off the miss, and you can see at the end of the game there as well, Com just shrugging Storm and saying it's not a big deal. We go next. You know, we regained in the game, and they got the win. But that was an extremely difficult one to get, and the club were definitely threatening many, many times in that game.
And that's Com's first goal of the series.
It is.
That Beast Mode hasn't scored yet.
That's crazy. It really
it's been
is.
like that. There's been so many threads across the entirety of the field. But for version 1, I mean, you can see right here as really they're just communicating what they're going to be doing for the next game.
Are they telepathic?
Maybe. Maybe it's...
They're all fully focused here. Well, the club have definitely surprised even those of us who thought they were going to have a real shot at winning this.
That's just really breaking. We could have had it all three the whole way across.
I really hope Astromic doesn't think that they've been eliminated. With how long that game went, he might feel like they've lost it. But no, really, they're just 2 games away from advancing to that main event. Really interesting to see how different players decide to compose themselves between games. Astromic just in the zone here, just taking a quick nap, sleeping on V1. One thing I do like that V1 really started to do in that 4th game is just hitting the ball way around the club.
Yes.
They've figured out that, okay, the club are just going to dive in. Let's make sure that we absolutely do not get dunked on. Hit it to a side wall, hit it to a back corner wall, no backboard, no direct approach, just let's go around them. They're going to dive out of the way, and then we've got free touches, and it's started to give them more control of the series.
I think, despite how bottly that was on occasion from V1, it's not exactly a stretch to say that they were the better team, and by a bit of a distance there between them and the club. They made so many opportunities for themselves, and if they can just remember that coming into this game, then they've got full control. Hey! Beast Mode on the board.
And if Beast Mode's been struggling because he's not had as many goals, well, hopefully that does something for his confidence. It wasn't a worldie, but a goal's a goal, especially for version 1 today. The club finally in a bit of trouble here. It looks like that end of the game, the start of this one. This is the first moment in the series where it looks like it's gotten away from them, but can they reply? Astromic hits the bar, it's bounced over.
Bounce.
It's a bit unfortunate again. That's, like I said, the worst possible bounce. It doesn't stick around in front of the net, and it doesn't go in off the bar. That's what happens when the shot's not good enough.
It's now Beast Mode. Let's see if that confidence is up. I would say certainly yes. As Beast Mode also tries to find Lost Car. Torment to Com on the wall. Version 1 back to trying to outpace the club. And if they can do exactly what you alluded to in between games, Johnny, and just be a little bit more creative, leave the options open and ping the ball around, then the club can't just send the way they have previously. But here we go, from Lost, can't even get hit out of the way.
Yeah, he's so elusive with his movement. And that's a great pass. Another return pass to KV1. Back pass intercepted by Com. I think the initial plan there was slightly different and what ended up happening. Sometimes it is just better to let loose on the first try. The infield pass looked pretty good for a strike, if you ask me. You know, the 1-2 can work as well if the teammates are on the same page.
And we have seen version 1 in previous rounds so good at reading the infield pass.
Oh, look at this. Oh my.
Has Com got it? Oh, what a save. Version 1 backing down. More than most teams that we have seen. Version 1 happy to utilize the back pass. They tried for it that time around, didn't quite get it to go the way they wanted. Drop down infield.
Wow.
And Beast Mode quick enough on the draw. Get enough of that car in the way.
Yeah, really step up game here for Beast Mode. Making himself as big as possible in front of that one. Beast Mode deciding to play the ball, and that's just a fine example of what version 1 are trying to do at the moment. Just getting the ball past the club's players. Not really worrying about getting a goal, not really worrying about making direct advancements towards creating chances, just getting the ball past players. And once 2 or 3 have failed to make aggressive interceptions, well, then you can worry about getting your chance on net, getting your goal.
And whilst it does leave V1 a little bit more exposed, should the play from the club be solid, it's also given version 1 options when it comes to transition. It's not just got to be Torment muscling his way down to the opposite side of the field. We have now seen Beast Mode become an option. Just shifting the ball away from the club. Actually, the club in a bit of trouble here. Double tap attempt right through the middle. Anywhere else, Nostromic might have been in big trouble.
Now Lost did just pick up that 100 boost on spawn. Can't do too much with it to start things off. Beast Mode wants to backboard again. It's defended by KV1, but only as far as Com. Version 1 just circling back around. And once again, a brilliant play leads to a goal. This time, not even using a wall to get the plan sorted, just lofting the ball past the last man. And Beast Mode knew exactly what to do. That's his second goal now. He's finally awoken, and that must be an absolute joy to watch for all the V1 fans and for all of North America. The struggle might be over.
Nostromic wants to put the struggle right back on, as that's just turned away by Beast Mode. A bit wasted actually from Nostromic. Torment was always going to be just loitering around on the backboard. Infield, Nostromic not far off it. With a minute and 20 left, still not good enough if they want to try and take this game. There's Nostromic on the challenge. Can't get past the entirety of version 1.
And a really big pinch clear there from Com. All 3 V1 players just briefly out of boost completely. And that's all you need is a big clear to buy yourself some time, get back in the game. Just a minute to go in game 5. It seems like the turning point has been and gone now. It's all V1 now. The club's infield passes have been close to connecting. None of them have proved effective up until now. Will it go back to more of that solo play-oriented approach that they had earlier on, which was working wonders for them?
The big question for me here, Johnny, is are we going to be looking back at that previous game as the turning point where, despite the fact that they were against it, the club were deep into overtime, had shots going against them, but still could have found a goal, could have capitalized on version 1's lack of clutch.
Look at this.
And now that we've got version 1 in their own groove, they do look like the better team, rolling their way through to match point, even getting double of them as Nostromic wants to try and find one final opportunity. It's not happening. This is version 1. If you describe version 1 to anybody, this is how you expect them to play. High mechanics, high bumps, high demos, and high flying. Version 1, double match point, and the club with answers to find. Is there going to be another? Not quite. Lost, having none of it.
Yeah, V1 with double match point. I don't think they're fully comfortable yet. I think the club really have made life difficult for them, but they're all here finally now to play. We see the big step-up game from Beast Mode. Torment just carried them to a Game 2 win, which is now looking oh so clutch. It was without that, I don't know where they were going to be in this series, but yeah, they're all here to play now. Com finishing off that last game, Beast Mode finishing off this one. And the club have kind of fallen off at the same time. Lost was completely dominating in the opening 3 games. And now we're seeing less of that. KV1, of course, with the big blunder in the last game to essentially save an open net for us that was about to come to Nostromic. And they're going to try and turn this around with a quick timeout here. So,
I mean, you have to.
Yeah, you've got to use it. It's there. This is what it's for. Either to take away the momentum that V1 have built up for themselves with a couple of games in a row, or to just figure out what the solution is. I think that that's probably what's happening here, is we're seeing a lot of talking between KV1 and the coach.
I mean, realistically, they've got to find a way of getting that offense to click yet again. We are well over 10 minutes since we last saw the last club goal. Last game they lost 1-0. This one they lost 2-0. It is just progressively getting more and more version 1s to win.
Look at this. This is really quite something. A very, very, very focused.
You haven't got long, man. You've got to get that point across.
I mean, Lost is just sitting on the other side of the stage there. He obviously has been the star player, so they've got faith in him. But yeah, I think KV1 might be feeling a bit nervous here. That opportunity missed in game number 4 has to be haunting him.
But again, this is going, and I think this has been a storyline that we have really talked about throughout this wildcard, is how important the person in the middle is. Here's we go. Here's the one for version 1. We know how important Com is to the way that they play and the way they communicate and just the general mentality around the team. But now we've just got to see an example of what the club do. And I do appreciate that they didn't just have the coach talking and everyone else looking dead ahead of them, waiting for it. We've seen so many teams do that. There was communication. There was clearly a point that they wanted to make. And now the club have got 2 games that they need to go and grab.
Well, you know, it's Nostromic in the middle there, and he's actually the veteran of this team. They're all young players, but he played in the Fall Major with Era Eternity. And they weren't able to get any series wins, but they did make life very difficult for NRG. They took Vitality to Game 5. That was a great, I think, great tournament in terms of experience for Astromic. And he's the guy that KV1 is going to be looking to. KV1, of course, has all the potential in the world, but that one big mistake can really get in your head. Here's a chance for him. It's denied by Torment, but that's really got V1 in a lot of trouble. Beast Mode with a quick follow-up. Will keep the second shot at bay as well.
Reset from Astromic. The club want to get off to a quick start here. Makes that timeout reasonably worthwhile.
Oh.
We did speak to Daz yesterday about what the club looked like after a timeout, and he said completely different. So we know that when they take the timeout, they utilize it, they change stuff. Let's find out what they have changed. Astromic. Options around him, chooses to go by himself. Up against Com in the midfield, second touch, gets it back to Beast Mode. Beast Mode back to the wall. There's so many bits of contact to not really move the ball anywhere. Pre-jump here from Astromic, he still can't quite get to it. Off the backboard, Com, that drops down awkwardly. And the club, so happy to see that Torment wasn't there quick enough.
Oh, that's gonna work though. Beast Mode notices Lost, stranded at the near post, and he just lobs it up and over him. Torment with a key deflection there. If he puts that near the back wall, it's easy for Lost to defend, but he gets it away from the wall into the middle of the box. That gives Beast Mode a free run up at it, and another goal lead for version 1, this time on match point.
You don't have to win the ball every single time, you just have to make it really awkward for the other team. And both of these squads have been exceptional at doing exactly that. Now off the backboard, Lost. Oh, that's awkward. Has to call into his teammate. Lost. Back down to Astromic from the backboard. But Torment was there about 3 touches ago waiting for this. That backboard was never the choice. And version 1 with players well behind the ball. Doing what they have to do. KV1 dove into it. It's now up to Lost, who gets bumped on his way back. It's going to be good position now for version 1. They send in Com. Can't quite find Lost. Looks for KV1 instead. It's just unrelenting from them whenever they get the chance to wipe out your car.
Oh,
but this is awkward. Where's Astromic? He waited, and he still dove in. It's up to Lost to just try and get himself into a good position. Credit where it is due here to the club. Their rotations back have been quick enough that the risks have been worth taking.
Yeah, they're coming in from angles that are not clear for version 1. So version 1 are definitely scrambling here, just focusing on getting saves. They're not too worried about putting long shots on target. As long as the club can be deceptive with their approach, this is viable. Now Beast Mode in a momentary 1v1. Doesn't get the best takeoff. And Com will help him out and keep the attack going. The club still looks scary going forward. I think their defensive strategy's been a bit more careful. They realized that they were just getting consistently outplayed by lunging in every single time. Now they're trying to throw in a couple of fake challenges and just mix up the timing slightly. But will that be worth anything? They just continue to have a goal throughout. Now finally an opportunity. Lost against Torment, but the touch is heavy. He ran out of boost and couldn't catch up to it.
Lost does have the option, but Astromic, he jumped in. It's up to KV1. Up against Com. Com expected him to play it just a little earlier. Couldn't find the block. Lost in. And Lost bumped right back out. Both teams, they're not overplaying this anymore when it comes to getting rid of the pressure. A lot more booming clears. There's double commit, double the power as it goes straight back to Com. Astromic will loiter around, wait to see when it's his opportunity to just jump in for it, but with Beast Mode also providing the assist. A chance didn't come across. KV1 beats one player, goes to the setup.
Goodness.
And if the club was somehow telepathic, that would have been a goal and a half.
I mean, he almost managed to put it in himself with an impossible angle. The club trying to come to life late in the game, late in the series, but is it too little too late? Astromic with heroics keeps him 1 goal behind. As version 1 continued to threaten with almost every counter-attack. Lost, no reset, but it does set up for Astromic. Double save there from version 1. Seems like the team pitch worked out pretty well there.
Bit of a calamity on the way back for the club, but they do retain possession of the ball. Well, a few double commits, but at least they're calling each other off early, and actually, it's sending version 1 for a loop. Torment pops the ball back up. KV1 with 0 boost. This is going to try and just get this over to Lost. This really is turning into a match where you are waiting to see which team can surprise the other quick enough, because the answers have always been there, the players have always been in the way. And despite how deceptive both teams have been, nothing has quite fooled the other.
Yeah, it's been the defensive difference in this game. Version 1 playing it out flawlessly. Can they keep doing so? They're being tested, but still getting key touches on every single play. 1-2 pass. Leaves it wide open, surely now, and it is a finish for the club with just 10 seconds left.
A roar from out my right ear. The club had to work for it, but with 10 seconds left, they are back into this series. They don't want to do it in the next round, Johnny. They want to get it done here. They want to go to Champions Field. One goal away from doing exactly that.
And they break their goal drought off a KV1 outplay, but now they've got to make it into overtime. V1 have got the pressure on them. Looks like we might be headed to OT. No, it bounces. Torment might actually keep this up. He does. This might work in the club's favor, in fact, but Com's got half a chance. He's got the backboard. Where's the follow-up? There it is for Beast Mode. Version 1 to it with no time left on the clock.
A slow start, but a roaring finish. Beast Mode is the difference. Version 1 are through.
What a series, what a fight.
Cause I play to win. Somebody, how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind. you hang up again, baby? I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby? I just can't be alone tonight. Ticking like a bomb, falling in motion, center of the stage, hoping that we'll be right. Back again. You gotta help me out, help me out. Riding coasters to dream your eyes. You gotta help me out, help me out. Swim in oceans to breathe your life. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
most special moment of the season for me. It wasn't even a moment of gameplay, but in London, Moist, they win the grand final.
Your backs are against the wall if you're Team Falcons. Meanwhile, Moist Esports.
They get up, they celebrate, the crowd's chanting their name. And then comes the moment to give them the medals. Turbo Pulsa steps up and is handing the medals and putting them around the necks of Rise, Joyo, and the tier there. And Turbo is the greatest player of all time. He was of the previous era of Rocket League before we switched to the season format we have now. There was 8 world championships. He won 4 of them, 3 of them back to back. So to be back on those hallowed grounds and to see the person who put Rocket League on the map in the way he did step up and really genuinely usher in the next generation of Rocket League stars was a moment I'm never gonna forget.
Man, it was like half an hour ago at this point. Dignitas able to 4-0 Space Station, and then we watched V1 punch their ticket all the way through. But my goodness, Dignitas, what can we not say about this team at this point, Bates?
There's plenty not to say. There plenty is to say, though. I mean, Dignitas is the preparations, getting here early before everybody else. It's taking it day by day, series by series, learning, growing from the switcher scrub to the middle seat, adding Nick as coach. Dignitas has completely revamped the way they approach Rocket League. But let me tell you, now they got a matchup against somebody. I don't think they're going to be too happy.
I will say, though, Dig looked real comfortable on that stage. Yep. They looked phenomenal out there against Space Station Gaming. I mean, you see the crowd. They were also getting involved in this one. Dig with so many clutch performances in Space Station Gaming now, they're the ones in the hot seat.
Yeah, 2-2, not an enviable position to be in, but at the same time, you're not done out of it yet. I know it's tough to sit here and lose a series to Dig, especially in that particular way. I mean, if it would have felt better, you'd have liked your position a little bit more, but a lot of questions here.
And can I say something? I haven't seen Dig have that much passion this whole entire season. The way Jack yanked out of his seat when they won, I was like, oh my God! Jack, calm down. The way Nick's just bumping his fist in the behind like Tiger Woods. Look at Jorius. Do you know that Jorius is at 90 hours? Folks, that's a rarity. Jorius
oh my God.
Rarely gets above 30 hours. Look at Scrum. Oh my God. They wanted it so badly. They played up to par. They won all their 1v1s. Used the mechanical gods, so to speak, as Scrub likes to call them. And then they ended up taking on SSG, but we do have to give SSG. I'm a little worried about him. Arsenal's not in the best condition physically. It might come back to bite him a little bit later.
It might. Well, we'll see. And that little bit later is coming up very, very quickly. They will be closing out the day. As we take a look at the schedule, we can show you guys the remaining matches for our Swiss format here. So we've gotten through all rounds 1 through 4. Only 3 matches left on the day. Space Station will be taking on KCP. The club will take on 0-1. Optic taking on Secret here. I mean, Chiefs, who got the bad draw here in round 5?
I think they all got the bad draw, but I really don't envy either, like any of these particular matchups for anybody. Because, you know, if you're Optic, you're thinking, yeah, we could beat Team Secret. And then you look at who's on Team Secret, and you're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Mad Knights, it's kind of scary. I don't really like that.
Yeah, I'd agree with him. I mean, even for Optic, right? They just took a loss to Renegades over on the alternate stream. They're coming off, and now they have to play against Secret. Like, there's no one who's going to be really comfortable here.
I'm worried about SSG. Pioneers, in my opinion, it'd be SSG, Pioneers, the Optic, the 3 best teams left at the club right there.
Slip on the banana peel, T-Bates.
And then, yeah, that's all it takes. That's all it takes, man. And SSG, man, they're not up to par like they usually be playing. They want Arsenal to be healthy. He's not at the moment. Then you got Daniel and Reynolds. They have to pick up more. Pioneers might take advantage.
Anytime you have a team that goes 2-0 in the Swiss and then ends up in round 5, you gotta have some questions. You gotta be nervous, and you know that's gonna get in their heads, Daz. Like they could have been out of here 2 times, and now they have a possibility of being eliminated.
Big question marks for Optic, the club, Space Station. All of them were sitting 2-1 at the beginning of the day. All of them are now in this position where. Listen, you're fighting for your life here at the World Championship. You have to be able to bring your very best. You can make the excuse that you made there for Optic Gaming. I think that definitely, I mean, not for Optic, I'm sorry, Arsenal and Space Station Gaming. But for everybody else, you have to show up here if you want to continue to move on. So.
Well, we'll get to see those other 2 matches here in just a moment. But before we do, let's talk about Team Secret going up against Optic Gaming. Many people would not have predicted this would have been a round 5 matchup yet. Optic has survived. Team Secret has survived, Tyler, all the way to this point.
Right, and both of these teams have matched up against each other back in the London Major. Optic 3-0'd them, I believe, over in the lower bracket. But now it's a completely different team. Team Secret, they're really a secret. We don't know which one we're getting. We don't know if Sad's gonna be happy or if he's actually gonna be sad when he plays. Optic Gaming, the OG, the Green Wall, they got absolutely obliterated by the Blue Wall yesterday. 2 teams that we expect more out of. I can't wait to see this match.
Well, they got obliterated by the Blue Wall and then run into CJ, who I predicted that CJ wasn't making it out of the wild
sure
card.
did, and then sure enough, what happened?
And then he put the Green Wall in round 5. So
well, both of these guys ran into CJ. They both got beat down by him. I mean, Team Secret lost 1-4 to them as well. So
no joke.
I'm just saying, CJ, he was like, they were like, ooh, early entrance onto the desk. So no, we can't doubt CJ anymore. But sad here. I think there's a lot to look up for because it's really been, like you said, T-Bates, the boom or bust for Team Secret so far. And I don't know if you get beat that hard if you're Optic right before this one. I think Secret having to maybe like sit on a little bit more has had the time to kind of sit back down and readjust before the final round.
Looking at this one, I think that, for Secret, they're actually in a pretty good spot because, of course, we talk about Optic and how they've been like kind of deteriorating a little bit. They start at 2-0, now they're in 2-2, and Secret is a team that can kind of ramp up, and once they get that momentum going, they can be a force to be reckoned with.
I feel energy can always be a thing of perspective, though, in these sorts of events, right? Where we've been playing 1 match a day. Every team's had to play 1 match and then had 24 hours or so to recover.
Right.
This is the first time we're seeing a team having to play 2 matches in a day. How do they have to adjust here?
You don't have time to go back home, eat a meal, go to bed in a hotel bed, and wake up and it's a new day. You gotta come right back to it. It's gonna be a completely different perspective. But a lot of these teams are already used to that. That's how the whole entire fall split was. It was back to back to back. That's how they play Rocket League, back to back to back. So they should be ready for this.
On the other side, Optic Gaming, a team that after day 1 we thought was going to be pretty quickly out of this event and no longer here, still competing just to try and make it through to the group stage.
Like I said, I watched this Optic Renegades matchup. Dries definitely stepped up, came into his own form, looked like probably one of the most comfortable players on the roster there. It's up to Dries to be able to have a consistent performance level. Meanwhile, there's going to be more to be desired here from Alu. Lanlu, he again felt a little bit flat. There were a lot of mistakes there, especially towards the end of the matchup. When we talk about game 6 between Alu and Dries, someone makes a mistake, Renegades hit him with a counterattack and miss. We see him all the time on the defensive end. Yeah. But if he gets going on offense, if he starts putting in the shots like we saw prior to them going into today, I mean, Optic Gaming could come away with this series, but they all have to be locked in.
Yeah, and I think if you're Optic at the same time, you can't really get too focused on like, ooh, South America is going to be like really aggressive, really ball chasey, because that's the first thing is when you take yourself out of what you're trying to do and be like, oh, they're just going to throw their face at everything. Then you start trying to do too much to think about that, and I think Optic just need to play a consistent game and force Team Secret to beat them if they want to win.
Yeah, both these teams looking to get through the wild card out of this event. From Optic, I wonder if there is a situation of we lost to Renegades and we want to have that run back. We're like, let us do it again. If I had to sit on this for 24 hours, it actually made me feel worse. It's actually exciting to get back on the stage and see if I prove to people I know how to play. We'll see if that's the case. Let's see how you guys feel at home with the Verizon fan vote in chat. Use hashtag TS or hashtag OG, depending on how you're feeling here. And I'm just going to go out and just say Green Wall at the start, just to make things simple for predictions.
Yeah, all right.
I have predicted Optic twice so far, once correctly, once incorrectly. I'm just going to ride the train either into the sunset or into the ground. I don't know what's going to happen here. I'm with Optic.
Oh, me?
Oh, okay. T-Bates wants to go last.
All right. Bates, you go last. I'll go next. I'm also going here with the Green Wall. I think Optic Gaming definitely have a chance here to be able to battle things back. It's going to be a tough match against Team Secret, but if Optic are what we think is one of the best teams in NA who deserve a spot at the World Championship, they're going to prove it right here, right now.
I want Team Secret. I want to see more South American teams in the group stage. I think Fury is not enough. I want more. I think they definitely have it in them. I know you're looking at me like I'm stupid, but it's possible.
I don't think you're stupid. I'm terrified of Team Secret right now.
Let's go, Optic!
That's all I'll be saying the whole entire time. The Green Wall will take this matchup. Mr. Best Player in the field. He's going to prove it. He's going to make Wednesday.
The Optic fans finally showed up too. Green Wall's been missing in chat all day. Good to see y'all here. Let's get over to the stage. First elimination and promotion match simultaneously. One team going home, one team playing on Tuesday. Let's find out who it is over in the Verizon Skybox.
It's been 10 years, but the legend of the Optic van lives on, and in round number 5, they're gonna need its clutch to help the green wall move through. On the other side for Team Secret, a chance at redemption and an opportunity to get to the main event.
Either side of the American line stands Optic in the north and Team Secret down in the south. And in this round 5, as you say, Spaceman, this is their final chance. This is where you look at Death's Door and you're invited in, or you say not today.
This is the final opportunity for both these teams. It's a best of 7, and we are underway in game number 1 for Optic. A tumultuous road here for Team Secret. A tough loss, but they bounce back. They keep it moving. They find the rhythm, and now an opportunity to take down the green wall. We'll see how these things play out early on. The kickoff win was for Team Secret, and for Optic, moving forward, as we make sure everything's okay. A bit of time burned early, and Stumpy kind of keys to victory for Team Secret moving through. How good has Knight been?
Knight has been statistically their best player. He's been 4th in goals in the tournament so far, getting over 1 goal per game. He has been incredible. His shot percentage is up there by a large margin. 40% he is shooting right now, the average around 30%. As a team though, the others have not stepped up. We need to see more from Math and more from Sand. These journeys have been different as well. Optic, they went 4-0 versus Senbei, and then also 4-0 over Dig, then losing 2 in a row. They were on the precipice to go 3-0, but KC and Renegades proving just a little bit too strong. On the side of Secret, however, they lose to begin with versus Senbei. They beat Orlando Pirates, they lose to Renegades, then they take it unbeaten versus Veloce. All it leads together is them here in round 5.
It turns out Renegades are the final boss. Math doing a bit of calculus on that shot. Just won't ring true for the moment. His Optic Illusion will escape downfield and leave possession right back for Team Secret. A bit of boom ball here early on in game number 1. A bit of time burned as well, but not a lot of strong possessions for both teams. Looking at Sad to make something happen through the corner. We've seen it before. We might see it again. His Illusion misses the touch. Follow-up will be there from Secret, but denied quickly. The goal not fallen.
Decent pressure from Secret at the start of the game, trying to just pressure on Optic. But they have got a secret weapon, and that weapon is the bumper of Alu. He's able to ruin his way through a lot of the defense and a lot of the players that stand in his way between victory. He's number 1 in demos in the competition. He is incredibly aggressive. Optic as a whole are number 2 in demolitions across the entire tournament so far. Do not stand still, Secret.
Well, Mist has been an MVP-like performer in game 1 in the start of our first day. Then in game 2, then so on and so on in the best of 7. Looking great in the first couple of matches, but Optic have slowed. The offense just hasn't been there, and they've met their match. And a redirect at midfield could be the same. But for the moment, we will get it back towards that 50-yard line. You're looking for Optic to follow in on these transitions, potentially take the ball away, hold on to possession with that backboard clear. A chance now, but Team Secret denying and doing a great job of stalling out on their own side of the field.
Halfway gone, still 0-0. Chance for Mist to work his way up, but shut down by that star performer in Knight. Sad with the pre-jump, can see a player on the left-hand side, Math, to receive the ball, but Alu wants to get a piece of it. A miss from Drees, the newest member on that Optic roster. Coming in when they were Envy from G2, a miss as well. A few errors, Optic looking holy.
We burned about 3 minutes so far in game number 1. Neither team finding that opening punch, but Mist takes it off the side wall and floats it right around. Here comes Drees with a follow-up shot. It's gonna be off the top bar. Numbers pressing up for Optic. 2 shots for Drees and Mist combined. Assist back and forth. The tandem working together. Not able to clear the defensive side though. Leaving it high for Drees. Pinch there, denied. Another shot, saved away.
Math coming down, being that masked vigilante from that backboard, able to swing in to save Secret. And the first goal in this series. Knight tries to intercept on Mist, but Mist working his way through. What a player Mist has been early on in the competition. You said it earlier, Spaceman. He was showing off. He was doing an incredible job of shutting down any team they fancied themselves against, but just has not been able to show that same level of excellence as we progress through the Swiss.
It's a 1-2 from the cross in front of the net, back out to a rotation, and Drees capitalizes downfield. Optic have the first lead.
Good clear along as well from Drees, sets himself up on the backboard. Has to actually read it low too. That was not just a straight down, that was not a straight out. It was somewhere awkwardly in the middle. And yet that man has been doing his homework and reads the book with perfection.
Counterattack begins on the backboard. Optic so good on their own side of the field, using that space. and making it more difficult for those ISO challenges. Now a couple of bumps in front of the box, but finally a clear will come through for Secret. You are looking for the rotation to begin to flourish at midfield, but they also need to worry about the numbers advantage. It's down in front of the box. It's still alive, but cleared away towards the corner. Every time you think Secret are setting up something nice downfield, Optic are there to put a hand up.
Mist came from absolutely nowhere. Launched himself in front of the ball, stops down that Secret push. But as they continue, Math links up with Knight towards Sad into the center. He has another touch. He has a shot, but saved by Alu.
Diving saves for Optic. Great shots from Secret. Just giving the ball away, buying time for boost. Under 20 to play here in game 1. Relatively easy to read as Aleutian kicks it once more towards the sidewall. Back towards midfield, Aleutian will carry with only 18 in the tank. It's a dunk for one and a clear for the second. Not a lot of time, but plenty of opportunities towards the back wall. Mist playing it down to the ground, and here comes Knight, the only one around for Team Secret. And now you have to keep it up right downfield again. The counterattack so deadly from Optic, and in game 1, it just might touch, and it will. Green wall, 1-0.
Unable to be kept up right at the death, and a brilliant start for Optic. That must be confidence inspiring. They've had issues, they've had errors. There have been chances where they realistically should have taken a series. As we said at the start, they went 2-0 up. They were not able to get that third or fourth series. And this is where they go for retribution. Spaceman, I know you're a massive Optic fan. I know that seeing them
I don't know what you're talking about. Rogue, if you're watching, please stop. I don't know what's going on.
I know that seeing them in the 5th round is something that none of us realistically expected when we came into this competition.
Well, at least the start of day number 1 and 2, Optic looked like they were on a roll. And we're surprised how quickly they were progressing through the bracket. A lot like kind of what Semper's doing. Though Semper as a team, I think it'd be tough to argue that they're not better all around. Optic, though, do falter kind of in the mid-rounds, and they find themselves in round number 5, but Team Secret have had a phenomenal road here, and you can't say enough about what this roster's been able to put together specifically. And they have one of the, again, there are tougher challenges in Optic Gaming, but Team Secret, talk to me a little bit about this roster and what they do so well to get themselves to round 5.
I feel like a lot of the time when you're looking at Sad, Math, and Knight, you normally focus on Knight, despite the fact that he's one of the newer members to this roster, and we've seen Math compete back in season 6, 7, 8, whatever it was, back in the day before this brand new format. You would almost look to Math as that big man in the middle to say, this is the call, this is what we're doing. I've been competing for South American pride the entire time. And yet he's not really performed. He has not been that character. I expect him to step up. He's done a fantastic job of repping South America whenever he's had the opportunity to do so. We just need to see more, because Knight cannot continue to be that man on the front carrying the team.
And it feels like just an hour ago we saw Sad set up one of the greatest triple taps you might see at a World Championship. A ridiculous center and a pass that led away to an opening goal, with Secret trying to rally some of that momentum and that excellence in the creativity department, at least into a positive result here in game 2 on Aquadome. 30 seconds burn, and Optic look for the possession on their own side of the field. All orange contained and all blue pressing. Midfield line, Secret trying to find it.
Chance for Math to go high, but completely mistouches that ball. He had 60 boost. He could have gone for an air dribble, but it just runs away from him. And instead, it is sent back into the blue half, rather, by Alu. The corner again, Math goes with a boost steal from Mist. Is going to be keeping Team Secret subdued. Chance for Mist to shoot, does shoot, not successfully. Knight finds himself in the way. Alu to tip it over the top. Not on target. As Sad slowing that ball down, but still the possession, falling time and time again over towards Optic. Great interception from Math.
Yeah.
Just not enough speed on that ball.
That's a necessary clear. It was a carousel of boost for Optic Gaming. Octanes everywhere. And Team Secret starting to falter a little bit defensively, but finally they do find that clear, necessary as it might be. How do they transition it towards the front of the box? Nicely done to play it off the backboard. Numbers up as well. The boys in blue looking for more of a stronghold, but cleared away again, and Mist trying to meet this touch. Quickly cut into the lane, denied. Aleutian, center box. Still no one around. Defense from Secret, denying it again.
Big pressure from Ult to get every opportunity, however, but Knight in the sky isn't able to get any goal coming from that opportunity. This goes to the backboard. Math in the midfield again, but Drees beating out a defender. Knight has to send it onto his own backboard. Math to secure it onto the left. Sad removing Drees from the pitch, trying to show what those demos can do. But sometimes demos aren't everything, as Mist just continues to and somehow Secret keep it away.
I think we might find a new blue wall here. A huge denial on the goal line. Momentum swings back on the other side of the field, but the pendulum is heavy. How long can they hold it above their shoulders? after all is said and done, it's still time for Optic. Possession as well. We'll kill it down to the ground. Sad tried to play it around through the corner. He gets an assist from Knight, but immediately stolen and denied. Illusion at midfield is so good.
The wall withstood a barrage of shots, but suddenly left completely open. Somebody let the door swing wide and the ball slips through. Optic having a good time on their cameras as well. Drees looking at Alu and saying, look, mate, we've got this. We can do this. We can get through. Secure ourselves 16th place at absolute worst and $20,000 alongside it.
Great shot off kickoff as well. Starting to see them hold possession a little bit more through those corners, forcing the challenges of Secret to meet the ball on the point of contact. And once the transition breaks down to midfield, this is where the aggression from Drees can be deadly. You're going to have to constantly play it off the backboard. Secret being that assignment quickly. Now it's time to steal a page out of the playbook of Optic. Can they get upfield and start to spread the defense in? They just might. A pass towards the side wall. Sad has Knight behind and just sneaks it around, but easily read and dealt with.
Missed caught between two ideas there of what he fancied doing, but what he does know for certain is that he'll be saving that ball from the shot from Sad. Sad to try to intercept, but Drees faking him out. The mid-boost grab also leaves him able to get a pass to centre. Knight to win that ball very handily. 92 boost. Math up onto the ceiling. Will he get the second touch? He does attempt it. Onto the one to the second. Does not go for the shot himself. Instead, setting up whatever he can for these passes, but nothing going the way of Secret.
Oh, there's the shot, though. It ricochets down off the top bar. Still not good enough. Team Secret had opportunities there as Optic a bit overextended downfield. There was one missed touch, and they fly through with an advantage on the counterattack, but Secret did not find the angle, nor did Optic find the boost. For this moment in time, we stall out at midfield, both teams vying for a spot. It just hasn't been there. Team Secret have been working overtime to find an angle. Maybe off the backboard, this can open it up. Boost through the corner, you have Math. Again, the protractor trying to pinch it. He might find it, but no. Illusion for the save, and Optic again find the ball.
There's under a minute left, and suddenly we're seeing Team Secret come alive. Sad in the corner, has it pinched past him by Mist. And then missed again on the backboard, this time by Math and not by the player name. Alu challenging, that ball pinched long into the orange half. Optic with a game lead and with a goal lead in the second game. Looking very confident.
That was a little dangerous. Luckily stuck his nose out in front of the ball. Just 20 seconds to play. It's been a 1-0 lead for what feels like 10 years. Now 15. Where is the touch going to come through? Where are Secret going to find their drive upfield? Now they make their march. They just need to hold on to possession. Math, thinking about the 50, will win it. Knight going to get the call. He'll run point towards the backboard. Optic looking for the die towards the other side of the field. Just has to touch once. Math keeping it alive. Over to Knight. Quickly challenged and stopped. Illusion will get the Game 2 win.
And that Game 2 win coming through the medium of excellent game management. I really can't fault Optic here. They get a goal and then they hunker down. The occasional chance to shoot it long is going to be keeping Team Secret incredibly honest indeed, where they have to just keep a man towards the back. These counterattacks coming in, that one goal from Alu. What was it because of? Because the door was left open. They need to keep somebody back, Team Secret, and that means that their attack is completely hampered. I can't believe this didn't go in, by the way. I cannot believe that that was kept out.
That dunk, the crossfade from Math. Every time you think you're knocking on the door, Team Secret stands strong, but they just couldn't find the counterattack.
That should have been in. That 100% should have been in. That should have been on target at the absolute least, or it should have been one of those passes that goes off the backboard because they're both grounded. They cannot save it in any other way. And instead, shot into a pretty bad position and maybe kicking themselves after that really could have become a 1-all game.
5 saves for both teams, 9 shots for Optic, I believe 7 on the other side for Team Secret. It's a close game. It's a close series, but it's a 2-0 lead regardless, and Secret have to find a way to recover.
Optic, however, we mentioned the fourth player frequently, the crowd, the fans who are here, hearing a Let's Go Optic in the Wildcard Arena. 2 more games, and Optic will be going through as one of the final teams from our Swiss stage into the groups.
We'll see if they can do it. Oh, what a bump off the kickoff! And welcome Mist into Game 3, and welcome Optic to a 1-0 lead.
Seeing that bump come in, Mist knows the job that he has to do. Just hit it hard and get Math out of the way to get that first goal. All it takes is 4 seconds. And now Optic, are we going to be seeing them hunker down potentially, or do they just go into game number 3 with this handicap?
I don't think it's going to be an instance of Secret versus Veloce where it's a 1-0 lead and then we play patiently for the rest of the game. You're going to have to force the issue if you're Secret.
Offense is the best defense as well for Optic, though, so we're going to keep seeing this banger back and forth.
And Drees in the demo, going hand in hand like always. Missed finding a second. Just playing it towards the midfield, trying to buy time for his teammates to get back into the play, as Sad did all he could, but Optic still maintained possession, and he'll skirt it around one. Now flying into the ball. Drees trying to keep this one going. Progression's upfield there for the green wall, but Illusion will stop this play where it stands and give Optic a second chance at a look.
Sad to attempt to send that one long. Isn't quite able to, as Math in the sky wants to go for a couple of touches on the air dribble. Missed, removing 9. Not seen a huge amount of demos so far, but in this third game rather, Optic have certainly landed a couple, and that has got them their first goal as well, even though it was a bump. I'll count it in the same vein as the demo. The player was removed from the situation. That ball though, flies central, Knight to shoot, it goes high. That was the pass that was needed earlier, but still unable to score our Secret.
Optic presented the defense right in front of him, and Secret just couldn't do much with it. Great interception from Path, almost found the challenge, the interception, the tie game. You need a spark here if you're Secret. In these ISO challenges, one upfield at a time. Here comes Sad, will miss the touch. Optic starting to whip a little bit on the back line, but luckily Drees does get the clear. And he'll skate it around. And a dangerous shot at that. Optic are still pressing.
Nearly coming from that back line to score. Drees has looked wonderful. Last couple of games, he's been putting on some shots, some saves. Managed to get an assist, I believe, in last game or the game beforehand. Been a very big personality in this matchup versus Secret. The newest man over on the Optic roster. Forming a brick in that green wall.
Seeing a couple of double commits late into this game, number 3. From Optic. Now granted, they have dealt with these flurry of shots from Team Secret with very little boost to work with as well. Not a lot to boot Drees. Management department, for the moment, Team Secret have plenty to work with. They'll try to catch this one on the side wall. Drees falling back towards midfield. And Math will play it low to the ground. It bounces precariously, but Sad should reel this in before he gets bullied off the play as well.
Missed, sending it long down that left line. Math, though, to send it straight back again, and Knight wants to get his nose on the end of it. Technically on target, but saved away quite easily by Alu. Again, central. With Math just pile driving into the floor. You can't be burrowing through, mate, to hide away from this goal line.
This is constant wins in. It's a whiff from Team Secret. Can they swing it around? You got Mist playing towards the ceiling. That stall leaves to Drees. He's going to play off the 1-2. Looking for the give and go and a center pass, popping it high. Burning time, but still a lot to work with here. Reset bump.
Good bump.
Drees, second touch. Dumped down. Optic 2-0.
Drees was not even needed for that goal. He gets the shot to begin with, but it ends here for him. Instead, Math on the return back sends it into his own net. Maybe inevitable, sure. But you don't want to be seeing that 2-0 scoreline against you and knowing that one of your teammates scored that second goal. Optic in game number 3, 2-0 up. They're looking brilliant. Make it 3 missed.
You get a reset bump, you get a kickoff win, and you get a 3-0 lead.
Good fake.
What a fake, and what a shot.
Nasty, nasty, nasty fake from Drees. Goes up, completely bamboozles the defense, manages to get Mist in for an angle. Great movement from him, and Team Secret removed from the pitch, potentially removed from the competition.
I mean, how many times do we have to watch Secret get past midfield and then struggle to hold on to some of these possessions? They've had opportunities towards the backboard. They've had chances to keep the ball in play, and they've certainly done some of it, but we are looking for that continued pressure right on the goal line. Where are the bumps? Where is the physicality? Sad working through his own goal line, or I should say Optic's goal line, with not a lot of time here in game number 3.
They can slow it down. Alu, brilliant movement, just slows the ball down, doesn't get the touch. Why does he care? Why should he care? He's got the ball. That's what Secret are after.
All it takes is one swing. One push from Secret. But the defense from Optic keeping them in this, and Illusion falling back towards his own net will get the save. And continuing on, Fennec in hand, doing all of the damage for the moment. Around one is Sad, playing it towards the midfield. Now it's a foot race to the ball. We keep this one on the ground, and Math will follow in with it. Mist taking it away. Possession back for Secret, back to Optic, back to Secret, through the corner. Who's going to get possession now? Who will hold on for the longest stretch of 30 seconds it might feel like in this series? Right back over the back line, and Illusion downfield, can't find the save from Secret. It's enough power for a 4-0 lead.
4-0 in game number 3. And do you want to know a horrible stat, Spaceman? We are yet to see a single number next to Secret's name. They have not scored a single goal so far in round 5. They have been shut down. They have been eliminated offensively.
I'm starting to think I'm a little cursed because every team today has been swept when they've come up to this stage. I don't know what's going on.
Anybody been perfect swept yet?
I don't think so.
Not yet. You'd hate to see it in round 5 realistically, and you'd especially hate to see it if you're a proud South American fan. But if you're a fan of good, dominant, incredible Rocket League, you're going to be loving what's happening right now, up until it is good night.
Now listen, that's something. You take that on the road, you try to work through that. First points to score are the hardest. But a 4-0, let alone 4-1 win regardless for Optic, and a 3-0 series lead on best of 7, round 5, World Championship wildcard. One single game, one 5-minute match to send them to the main event. The, lack of a better pun, the optics are rough right now.
And you know, that long shot goal, sure, it might look silly. It might have been, oh, well, he just tapped it in, you know, off Alu or whoever it was who scored it at the end. It's the confidence you get from it, and maybe that's a peek into what they need to do. Maybe it's a peek into, wait, there was no one back. There was no one there to save that shot. And with a timeout falling for Team Secret, potentially they discuss that possibility. Go for some more long shots. See what you can do with not too long left on the clock. See if you can get some equalizing shots.
7 saves for Illusion. 7 saves. 1 shot, a goal, and assist. He's good on both ends. Gets 1 shot, converts. 7 stops, 2 for missed, 1 for Drees. That is the takeaway. The defense standing strong towards the backboard, standing strong in the front of the net. And for Team Secret, it's basically been, we hope we play through the corner. We hope we get a shot. If not, we're going to have to play through midfield again.
Sad with less than 100 points in that game as well. Sad has had, quite frankly, an absolute shocker in game number 3 where he has to step up for his team, where his team are relying on him to not necessarily be that big, loud man, but just to be present on the pitch, my guy. Get around, get something going. Sad needs a resurgence, otherwise Optic is good as one for them.
For Team Secret, it comes down to this. One single game on Coliseum could decide an early exit from Worlds or a potential second life in this best of 7. We don't see reverse sweeps too often online. We've never seen it in a major tournament. And this is about what it's all coming down to. Optic in a very interesting spot, and you know they want to close it out here.
It's do or die. It's the moment where South America may well be losing one of their teams, or it may well be having Optic go through for North America to go in front of that crowd, because that is what they're playing for, not just more money, not just for a better placement when you look back at this tournament in 4, 5, 6 years, but to play in front of a crowd that is going to adore them, that will be having those green jerseys, forming that green wall in the stands at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Dallas. That is what they're playing for. And this is where it starts.
Optic got swept yesterday by Carmine. They lost today to Renegades. Excuse me, yesterday to Renegades. And now, they are 5 minutes away from the main event. Team Secret, it starts here. A little bit of progression upfield, working through the positives. They have to start putting points on the board, and they have to be careful about these challenges from Optic on the goal line.
Another close save, though. Team Secret taking that as a positive, I am sure. Not conceding early like they did in game number 3, but a demo from Mist. The double bump attempt, but San is able to clear it away. The right wing sees Alu attempt it in the corner. Math facing off with him. One of them, I believe, leaving that Rule 2 situation. The headlock does not manage to come out with Optic. Mist taking out Sad again, rubbing salt in that wound. He needs to show up. Knight needs 2 teammates either side of him.
You're going to need those powerful 50s towards midfield to keep the offense moving. You don't want to stagnate and play one at a time through the challenges that Optic starts to dictate. Giving possession back to Mist. They'll look for the clear. Drees circling for boost, we would assume, but Mist will grab the mid pad, and Illusion will try to stall out at midfield, giving his teammates time to support and rotate back into the play.
Mist threatens in the sky so often. Just then, going for the double tap. It does not manage to play off, but they had to stay back. Secret had to stay penned back in their own net. Missed again in the sky, this time caught out by Matt. Knight off the ceiling, but Alu with a pre-jump to end all pre-jumps. Sad able to block it off that sidewall, but again shut down. Drees missed. Alu, a conveyor belt of shark's teeth in the jaws of this game.
Yeah, numbers up for Secret, but Optic quickly take it away. Missed the only backline for the moment. One challenge will be up, and here comes Drees. The young one can't escape the pressure. Time being killed. Secret starting to mount their attack. But maybe a chance now. Drees, backboard, cleared away. Math handling it. And we start to play a bit of boom ball here in game 4.
Secret not wanting to give anything up. They were able to score a single goal with 0 seconds left when we were in garbage time already. And Optic, they know that. They know that they're able to outscore them, outshoot them, out-anything them at this point. They are biding their time to let loose the dogs of hell. Alu wants to be the first man to take the bite. Instead, 0 boost, it falls to Matt, has to go high with that pass. Knight into the sky, missed with low boost, has to try and get anything from it. Drees though on the backboard, clears it rightwards. Ball control still for him, leaves it in favor of dropping it to Alu. 50 boost up again for the pass, for the shot in fact.
Well, Drees tried to sneak it over. Both teams sending one defender towards the backboard to deal with that pressure. It's going to be off. Here comes Drees. Can't find the touch. It's a bit of an open net though. How much power can they get? Oh, the Devil doesn't sneak through. No, it's not in. Team Secret had an opportunity. The smoke screen comes out. It's still in the front of the box. A clear from Mist. And Optic survive a flurry of challenges.
Team Secret putting the wool in front of everyone's eyes until they pull the wool away and punch you in the face. Math able to secure the pass from Sad, who fakes it going high. A wonderful touch, helped on its way by Drees. Team Secret getting potentially an incredible goal.
Yeah, there's no way you're going upfield like that and not finding a goal. I don't care who you are. Team Secret understood the assignment, and now is the time to strike. Right off the kickoff again, we've seen Optic be deadly from this part of the game. A couple of small chips, but nothing too threatening. As Team Secret again look for the clear, they will be successful at their attempt.
This lead, the first one that we've seen Team Secret have in the entire series. Can they hold it, or do we continue to see the Optic pressure break them down?
Well, if you're going to start a reverse sweep, now is the time, quite literally, to do it. And now is one of the best ways, too. Getting physical. That aerial challenge, yet again, though Optic did win it, they don't maintain possession. A long clear from Team Secret. Time for them to buy some spots at midfield. Carrying it over, Mist again wins it. But Optic don't want to overcommit on this ball.
Optic have done a very good job at game management so far. I don't hate that they left that one. But a minute left. They're going to need to get something soon, otherwise Secret work their way back ever so gently into this series.
An interesting flip, but it basically goes to no one. Back into the blue half, kicked up, Math. Playing it off the backboard again. Drees, Illusion, Mist. They've been there for those reads. It's a miss. Towards the opposite corner. Kicked back out. Team Secret doing a phenomenal job of taking those 50s.
Sad on the right wing tries to get any pressure going for Team Secret. Again, Math rotates his way in, much more present this time. Both of them, all three of them have done a great job in game number 4 when they are at the death. It's do or die, and my gosh, are they doing it. With 10 seconds remaining, it's Drees to push with Math. Gets bumped out of the way. Knight, he has to wait. No touch comes in. Math is able to save it. Alu passing rightwards towards Drees, but no boost spawning until the 100. It bounces terrifyingly. Destiny on the line, secured for Secret.
All it takes is one score and great defense throughout. Finally, Team Secret get themselves on the board, and they begin the long journey ahead into the giants of the Green Wall. 3-1 series, but a big win on Coliseum keeps their world dream alive.
Right after the timeout as well. The chat clearly did them some good. Secret able to work their way back in, because Optic, my word, were they looking good. They still look very good in that game, realistically, on Utopia Coliseum.
Yeah.
Just it comes down to one goal that's how it didn't go in. Knight saved it. That goal, I didn't even realize we were smoke screened.
We were smoke screened.
Let alone seeing what they saw. Knight got the demo, but instead just replaced the defender with himself. But thank the Lord, they got the game regardless.
That quick cut in the box, a wonderful redirect that set up that opening goal. He had one shot, one goal for Math. I mean, that's what it came down to. Only 2 shots in the game for Secret, 5 for Optic. You don't often see just a 2-shot game at this caliber of RLCS and an event like this on the world stage.
Bear in mind that I was incredibly impressed with Knight having a 40% shooting percentage. That game, we saw Team Secret have a 50% shooting percentage between them. Sure, there's less data points. Sorry, scientists, I'm still impressed.
Well, finally, the curse is broken here on the mainstream. We finally get a Game 5. Thank the Lord. Let's get it going.
The Lord is getting a lot of thanks today.
If you're Team Secret, you're going to keep praying. 1 round at a time. Drees, center to back out. Illusion couldn't meet the challenge. Sad, way downfield, looking for the dunk. Won't be there, but gives it right back. Open net, and that is how you follow up if you're Secret.
Another lead established for Team Secret. Sad knows that he does not have to rush this. He just has to force Mist into any opportunity he can to make him awkward. Knight was there to follow. Knight was there to score that first goal on Wasteland.
And patience from Secret pays off. The Green Wall looking to get their first goal in 2 games after taking a 3-0 series lead. From the elbow. Almost ricochets around the top bar. Backboard relatively open for Optic if they elect to go there, but Knight not giving them the option for the moment. 50 win for Team Secret towards the midfield line. Slow challenge from Optic, with the boys in blue denying a lot of those open looks that Optic had early in this Game 7, or in this best of 7.
Mist into the sky, has to face off versus Sad as it bounces on that backboard. The pass back to Alu just goes behind him. With 50 boost, he has to get in the air quickly, but fakes it low actually. Brilliant movement from him, bumps out of the way instead. Math removing 2 players from the goal line. Sad fancies the 3rd. Math is there, blocked away by Drees.
Optic don't have enough boost, so they're gonna have to try again. The Team Secret contesting every single look. Swinging it through the back line towards midfield. A pass, cut down. Sad giving it back to Matt. You have the backboard open, but quickly denied. Drees ready for the challenge. Will take the ball away.
Minute 40 with a lead for Team Secret, but Ali wants to change that. On the right-hand wing, he bounces back down to the ground, tries to touch it low, but Matt was in the way. The 100 boost burned out the way, nothing to show for it. Drees gets beaten out. Alu has to save it on the back line. Missed to receive it on the right wing. With 100 again, wants to go solo himself. Nothing quite lining up for Optic right now. Sad to go right above the defender. Will he angle his car back down? Drees is there. Drees is the savior.
Great patience. This one's dangerous though. Played off the backboard hard. The wall is the friend of Optic, and a bump off of Mist will kill this play through the corner. This will be easily read. The green wall starts to push up, but Team Secret not giving them much.
Halfway through, and the pressure building for Optic yet again. 2 minutes 30. Team Secret want to hold on to this one goal lead. We've seen 3 of our 5 games so far go to a 1 goal difference, and all of those being just a 1-0. Only game 3 was that blowout 4-1. Will the second goal be received for Team Secret, or will we be seeing an equaliser for Optic? With 2 minutes left, we'll get our answer soon.
Well, it was almost a potential breakaway chance if they popped it over the last defender for Secret. But Illusion playing it off the ceiling was looking for the pass. That redirect actually might help. Drees now has a full tank. But every single time, Secret is there.
It's low. Got the block. Just about enough. Gets sent long, but Drees to intercept. Actually falls right in the path of Math as well, as Ali's going to be sending it into the corner to go high from Mist. Off that ceiling bounce, nobody's up in time. Instead, it just only falls to Sad on target as well. Mist, his defense has looked brilliant in game number 5.
Optic haven't found much. Secret's defense has been great. Their counterattacks are a little bit more stable. They're picking Optic apart. But Drees has a pass. It's a ricochet back out. The rebound again, caught by Secret to 50, won by Secret. The back wall open. The shot potentially there. Floats dangerously. Mist will catch it onto the ground. Optic trying to make their move.
Mist unable to dribble that past any of the defenders. But finally, Knight breaks down that back line. Alu and Math taking each other out. Great movement from Knight as well. Just turns upside down, gives it the deftest touch beneath Drees. And this reverse sweep continues on its path. The runaway train does not need a track to follow.
We're starting to see more confidence in the challenges from Secret. They're winning their 50s. Their transitions down the field are smoother. They're following up with one another, winning those awkward touches on the ball. They're forcing Optic to work overtime just to get towards the blue side of the field. A lot of boost for Drees, a bit in the tank for Illusion. We've seen that a couple of times in this series, let alone this game, where Optic have thrown something towards the net dangerously, but not enough to make the defense panic.
It was an excellent chance for Drees to score, just to get anything on the board in game 5. But he was not quite able to. Final 25 seconds. It's all about holding on for Secret right now.
19 to play with, and Optic need to drive. Illusion might be the one to start it. The Catalyst leaves it in the front of the net.
Not quite.
Drees playing it off the sidewall. He'll get a reset right around. Everybody flying up for a dunk, but as time dwindles away, Secret find their second game, and I think they know it. Sigh of relief, fist bumps all around. Secret working their way back in this best of 7.
A couple of claps coming in as well, knowing, boys, we're getting this done. We know what we need to do. We have got our game plan down, and Optic are not able to deal with a later series Team Secret. They have used their timeout, though. Optic have not.
Now's the time.
They have still got something to work with. I completely agree. It is the time. And Spaceman, what did we just hear from our lovely producer in our ear?
Optic has taken a timeout. And now is the time. After those 2 games back-to-back, it's been a warfare in the trenches for Optic, for Team Secret. Just composed, collected, taking what they're given, forcing Optic to have to take a lot of unfavorable wins. And it seems that slowly this series is coming back for Secret.
Certainly working their way back in. Secret just seem a bit more confident. They seem to be able to trust their touches more. They seem to be able to trust the fact that they've got their teammates alongside them, knows that, look, if Math sends it down pitch, Knight will be there waiting.
Yeah.
I don't think Optic are doing badly by any means. I think Optic still look great. I just don't think that Secret are giving them the chances that they had previously. They're not just letting these balls fall by the wayside, and they're not just giving them the awkward free little goals that they got previously. Sure, Optic worked for them. Optic did a great job ultimately.
Right.
2 games that they secured were 1-0s. But the fact that you have got those opportunities for Secret, that they're working their way a lot nicer, it's something that is completely instrumental to their success right now. They've got 1 more game. That's brilliant for them. They still need another for it to even go to game 7. Otherwise, it may well end here on Neo Tokyo under the watchful gaze of Bob's Ramen.
You would love a game 7. We would love a game 7.
That man's got noodles falling out of his mouth for a game 7. I don't think that's a saying, but I feel like it should be.
I want it to be.
It really should be. The crowd
grow up.
The crowd wanting to have a lot of Optic success here. I really feel like they're the favourites. We're in North America. It's the green wall. Where else would they be favourites? And Drees on the screen, completely locked in, knowing that it is their time. They are?
They're in their home state. For Team Secret, it's been a methodical pushback. 1 5-minute match after another. Possession after possession. Working through it time and time again. Kickoff win, getting into Neo Tokyo. Optic trying their best to close this series out.
Neo Tokyo is where it continues for Team Secret, but this push beginning for Team Optic. Or Optic Gaming, rather. Drees onto that back line, but was sad to boom. Drees continuing those demos that he is so fantastic at, with Alu leading the charge, however. It's going to be awkward to try and overtake him in terms of sheer numbers, but Optic second in demos through this competition so far. Don't Team Secret know it?
Illusion recovered nicely, but burned a bit of boost to get that ball towards the corner. Numbers start to fly up for the green wall. It's a demo at midfield. Counterattack begins, open as it might be. The pass, beautiful at that off the backboard. Here comes Team Secret. A little bit off target, but the follow-up from Knight's gonna be good. No! Blocked away, denied, saved, alive. Team Secret still pushing.
Alu, the man on the goal line, keeps us level at 0-0. Team Secret, he's been the biggest enemy so far. Bumped out of the way, Drees now able to get to that ball. Sad has to return it back, picks up the 100 so that nobody from Optic is able to get it and carry on with their attack. With Matt sending it long, Sad is the only one in the sky. Will he get the reset? He tries to go for it, but then goes for the bump instead of carry on with the ball. Matt shoots it on target. Great bump opportunity for Secret.
Yeah, it's a 2-stack on the right side of the field now for Optic. They were falling back in rotation, and now they have to catch up and try to take this ball away, but Team Secret denying so many of those open 50s. Finally, Mist does break up the monotonous grind, but not enough for Optic to find the clear. Still struggling to get back towards the midfield. As Sad will follow it in, maybe leaves off to Math, he will do so. They pop it around, and they can just play with this possession if they want to, as Optic have not had much getting back towards that 50-yard line.
Drees fancied getting a touch on that second ball. Well, same ball, second touch. Drees fancied putting it down again. He's been everywhere, but just has not had the same impact we saw from him in the first 3 games. He wants to put something going forward, however. A lot of ambition on that team, wants to prove that he is the man on Optic that is able to be instrumental. Missed, slowing down, manages to dodge one of the bumps coming in.
Tried to play that to the side wall. I like the idea, but better read from Sad. And Team Secret felt like they've been a third of a second above what Optic's been throwing.
That was it, that was the chance. Matt had the open net to shoot on, but was unable to get the accuracy. This time putting down dangerously, yet again in front of that orange net.
This ball has had its fair share of chances on either side of the field. A couple of times in this game, Mist is downfield, redirect right on target. Great save from Team Secret. They get a demo out of it as well. They have yet to keep it towards the ground. They're gonna pop it right to Sad, playing with the ceiling here. A lot of boost to burn. Can't win the 50. Optic pushing up, but they missed it.
That shot from Mist, stealing the breath of every fan in this arena. Gasps across the stage. Was not able to secure it, however, onto the back wall. Knight misses. That's completely open, but nobody from Optic able to read that whiff. Central, Drees to shoot, but Math to fake him out. Good demo. Mist removes Math. Alu does not want a game 7.
Finally, a demo lands for Optic. And through the corner, it's Drees who sets it up. Perfect center, perfect touch. And Aleutian puts it away.
Knight says to his teammates, we can still do it. Come on, guys. Let's rally. Let's be the better of the Americas on Neo Tokyo.
We've seen Team Secret come back from strong deficits before. When their number's been called, they've had an answer. And Sad's usually the one to start it. Knight could be a catalyst.
Good demo.
There's a demo right towards the front of the net. You had to jump for the save. Drees did it correctly, and Sad steals it again.
Math is chasing, wants to remove this defense from Optic, needs that goal. 1 minute 20 remaining. Team Secret, their tournament life on the line. Pass from Sad in the center, but Math the miss again.
Just 70 seconds left on Neo Tokyo. A lead for Optic and Mist with the clear. A fake? Oh, it's wide open. It's wide open. The fake works out and Mist again.
Oh, Math completely taken aback by Drees, pirouetting in front of him. Merely a distraction as the big guns fly in. Mist able to secure the second goal in game number 6. Optic do not want this game 7, but a great kickoff from Secret. South America famed for getting these fantastic fake kickoffs. 50 seconds remaining, 2 goals needed. Secret, they're on death's door, but it's open again. And Alu with a goal line steal.
All smiles in the face cam for Optic. Left it off the ceiling, and Sad gave it right back to Mist, who gives it right to Drees. And with 48 seconds to play, Team Secret are on death's door in this tournament. It might come down to this kickoff. A bit of a fake. They escape upfield, though. Aleutian just looking to buy time, let alone kill it. Around 1, but Mist is there. So is Drees, cutting into rotation. It all comes down to this for Team Secret. They need a push, and they need it now.
1 goal every 10 seconds seems insurmountable, but we have seen bigger things happen. The boost Mist will not be helping Math out. The midfield caught by Mist yet again. Relatively open. That man is now freestyling. Alu to drop it down. Mist to somehow steal that. He giggles on the bottom camera, and Spaceman, I see a coffin, and I see the final nail.
That's it right there. It was a valiant run by Team Secret. An impressive one, an important one. Repetition on the biggest event, on the biggest stage, and opportunities to play against some of the world's best. But their tournament life And the point of the wild card will end here. They will not be making it to the main event. Optic, scary in this best of 7, a 3-0 lead, and they'll take it 4-2 in the end. The green wall will move on to next week.
It took them 5 attempts. They started strong in the competition in our wildcard stage. They won the first 2. They then lost the next 2. And it came to the 5th versus a South American secret, and yet they managed to do it, shutting down the reverse sweep temptation. I love it when you see the coach with Ian behind them, just being like, ooh, deep breath, we did it. And the crowd enjoying what they have seen from their Optic Gaming side on home soil.
Fist bumps all around, and a really good run from Team Secret. It's tough to see them bow out early, but Optic had to fight tooth and nail after starting off so strong in day 1 and 2. They bounced back through round 5. It took all 5 rounds, but in the end, they do get themselves towards the main event, and you can see a sigh of relief for Illusion, how the past year or 2 has gone for him. You know, the changes that have been made, the inconsistencies with this squad, what it meant for Mist and Illusion and Dries to make it towards this point. I don't think you're going to be able to really put it into words for those guys.
An excellent move from Team Secret as well. They went to 5 in this Swiss. This is the most brutal format we have ever had in the RLCS at any Worlds competition Rocket League has ever seen. That steal is ridiculous, by the way. But Team Secret, the fact that they came this far is a credit to the region. They just miss out on going through to the top 16. They just miss out on playing in front of a crowd. They're going to have another chance, I'm sure, in our next couple of seasons of Rocket League and in the RLCS. But what a chance that they had to show what they can do. Team Secret have got a lot to be proud for through this competition. They might look back at this series and say, we were so close. We were so close to getting through that reverse sweep.
Yeah.
But they just don't happen. Sometimes the tale is already written before the series starts.
Yeah, they had the resilience to get themselves back in the series. You're down 3-0. It's tough in a best of 7. But Optic, in the lead they built, in the end, it just kind of came crashing down. And they just found that pressure to be too insurmountable. Optic did a really nice job closing the series out.
Yeah, absolutely. And being able to, you know, at the end, the celebration, being able to headbang for their opponents, managing to get out of the way.
He's it.
Wow, he is.
He's doing the thing.
Yeah, he's loving it.
He's doing it.
Wow, that is, I can only assume an Optic fan. If he's a Secret fan, I do not know what you're celebrating, my guy. The fact that we've got Optic going through is fantastic to see. Like you said, on home soil as well, you love to see it.
Yeah, you certainly do. And Optic will have to wait a couple of days before they play again for Secret. We'll see them next week. Next season. Okay, it's been a long weekend. Let's just get to the stage. Dazarin, take it away.
Thank you, Spaceman. My God, a whole lot of yapping, but I'm here with Dries from Optic. Main event, Dries. Main event, Optic. Dries, last time I was here, I was talking to Mist. Y'all were 2-0. Oh, you got some chance going on for you. You gotta love that. You gotta love that. You guys really, you know, Mist told me you guys were gonna put on a show. I didn't think you guys were gonna go the distance, go 2-2 in Swiss, but how did you guys end up recovering after you went down and lost those 2?
We played Team Secret prior in London, so we had really high confidence going in, and I think we knew we would win, but they started coming back at the end, but we pulled through.
Yeah. Talk to me about that, because like you said, they called that tactical timeout. They took 2 games. You called a timeout. What was going through the team's mind?
After they took that timeout, we knew to try to ape out and try to bump more, which they did. So after they won the next 2, we took a timeout and tried thinking of ways to counteract that, which was just re-sync together and reset.
Well, you guys did. You reset, you dominated. That's right. And now you get to play in the main event in front of that huge audience. I mean, you've been working so hard over the course of your career, over the course of your season for this moment. Tell me, what does that mean to you?
I mean, it means a lot, especially since my first Worlds, and I'll be playing in front of 13,000 people?
Yeah. That's good. That's right. That's right. Sold out here. Now, obviously, playing in a matchup like that, it's got to be a lot of nerves, super nervous. If you win, you go. If you don't, you're out. How do you guys handle those?
Like I said earlier, especially against this matchup, we already had prior experience playing them, so we had high confidence. But since it was elimination matchup, there was some tension. But like I said, we did pull through.
Did pull through. You did pull through. Now, of course, like I said, you guys have been working so hard over the course of your entire season, and you as a player have had a lot of conversation around you from G2 even till now, but you've also had people who have supported you throughout throughout all of this time. What do you want to say to those people who have stuck by you through thick and thin?
You know, I appreciate everyone through the ups and downs of my career because, you know, kind of did not so well in winter, but we're back now.
You heard them! They're back! And we'll see them at the main event. We'll find out who's joining them after we get back from the break.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow, we can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure.
They screaming, this is my moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter. Times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it 'cause I'm here now, waiting for the flag to fall. Waiting.
Finally, took 5 rounds of action, but Optic Gaming has qualified for the group stage. Team Secret gave it their best effort, nearly threatened the reverse sweep, but could not get there through Game 6.
Looked like it was a really tough chance there for Optic in the, I want to say, what, games 4 and 5. You can see Secret starting to come back. Optic took the timeout, and then next thing you know, they put on a show. They go through.
The green wall is just too strong. It's built brick by brick, and unless you're the blue wall, you can't get through it. That's all I gotta say. Secret, you gotta go work for some more secrets, man. You didn't have nothing. Optic knew all your tricks, everything that you had up your sleeve. It wasn't enough.
Oh, but then you got these back-to-back saves. I think this was 3 consecutive saves from Team Secret. They ended up getting scored on about a minute later, but still, just to be able to stand tall with that amount of defense was unheard of, and still taking the L. It was tough to get through, Daz. You might need to lend them your chain because Team Secret, they needed the ice at the end of the day, and they didn't have it.
They weren't icy enough. It's unfortunate.
No, sir.
But,
no, sir.
you know, after getting a chance to talk with both Fist earlier and Drees now, I mean, Drees said it. We're back. That's how he feels.
Back from where?
Yeah, where did he go?
Where'd he go?
I don't know. He went somewhere. I mean,
are they NRG?
Oh, no.
Don't get me started on the general, okay? That's a whole nother day, a whole nother time. But all I know is Optic, they look informed, they look good, and they definitely seem prepared for the matchup. They were, you know, talking to Drees, it seemed like he understood the play style of team he was playing against, and they had a strategy for it. So they look locked in as they move forward.
Hey, man, listen, the green wall, that's all I got to say. I'm so proud of Miss Drees. A lot of people have doubted them, Landlu even having to be benched, always coming back to this. all the way coming back from the fall major.
Yeah.
Got benched, had the coach for a little bit, got the starting job over the 4 times. The 4 times in the bench right now. That's what it takes. And the Green Wall, they've made that move, validated in a way.
Absolutely. Well, we will be moving forward here with 2 more matches today to set up our group stage. We've concluded Team Secret versus Optic. At the end of the day, we'll see SSG face off against the Pioneers. But for now, 01 Esports taking on the Club. 2 teams that, of the teams we were seeing here in the first time in the wild card, these were the 2 I think I was the most excited about, Daz.
Yeah, it seems like, both of them have like their play style. They kind of like stick to it. I've really been interested when I watch the Club play against some of these teams because, again, just very aggressive, very quick and fast paced. I mean, they kind of make you play on another speed. I really wonder if 01 has what it takes to be competitive because, to me, they just kind of feel like a mystery every time I see them take the stage. I don't know what version of them I'm going to get.
Well, and the Club, I feel like also we've yet to see them get stomped by anybody. They've been a threat to everyone they've gone up against.
And I think that's mainly because when they get any space on the inside of their box, they are so good. But it's going to be difficult because you got players on the other side for 01 Esports, and I'm looking at Zazonix. I liked his ability to make plays off the backboard. I got the ability and the opportunity to cast his matches earlier on against Senbei. They would take one touch in the corner like AMS and then get past one player, go off the backboard, have control on the backboard, and then get a drop down pass. So these players are so efficient when you give them the chance and you let them pass that first defender.
And they're very momentum based. Whenever they start off strong early, they roll with that the whole way through. When they get pushed in the mouth a little bit, they kind of falter. They get a little nervous. We heard Sonic in his own interview saying they have a nervous, excited energy. But to be able to encapsulate that and make that to where even if the team punches you back and you can punch back with them, you got to be able to keep your composure. I mean, we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
They play teams that are better than them, they lose. When they play teams that are worse than them, they win.
This is hard because if Nerves is the problem they've identified for themselves, this is the match that the Nerves are going to be the highest in. You have to win. You've lost any room for error here.
Yeah, but you could also see it, in the Club match when the Club played against V1, right? That was the match to move on. And they started losing, and you could just see, I believe it was Astromec, the head and the hands the entire time, just trying to lock in, just trying to take the Nerves out, and that was not on this stage.
I'm just wondering if that was the nerves or if they were trying to calm down and just take a break, because sometimes the players will look a little bit off, but they're actually just trying to take a breather. And we'll see now moving forward for the Club if they're going to have to do another timeout, take those 60 seconds, relax, but a good start here, especially with Lost. That man takes so much boost. Top 4 in boost dealing for the tournament. I think he's going to be aggressive. He's going to get in your face. And if they can start connecting on those quick passes that we saw against V1, that's going to be very difficult for a team like 01 Esports to deal with.
Well, and relative to the pace of our tournament pace, this is a pretty fast turnaround here.
Yeah.
That the Club, they just got through with a match against V1. They've had one best of 7 basically to get back under themselves and get ready to go here, and now they're on the stage.
Right, well, we just saw that Optic, truly and personally. I mean, these teams are accustomed to playing like this. I feel like it'd be even more foreign for them to have that day break. They have to really adjust to that. They're going back to back, especially, and they really had a really strong showing against V1. They lost. They're up 2-1 in the series. Lost game 4 overtime. Lost game 5, game 6. V1 is one of the best teams here. Probably a lot of people had them going 3-0.
Yeah.
If you polled everybody in the region. So I mean, like, KV1 and the boys at Club playing well against them. That's nothing to put your head down about.
And to your point, I think that some players actually prefer not having too long of a break because they got the jitters out the way early, and now they can come back. They're comfortable. They're warmed up for the day. This might be the best Club I think we've seen throughout the entire wildcard stage.
Will it be the best 01 Esports we've seen? Yes.
That's the question. Man.
You got the answer.
No, I don't. Because this team has been, like I said, it's been very on and off for them over this entire wild card. We've seen them really have some high highs and low lows. For me, I think that when it does come down to this, it's a lot of pressure on the line. Your season is on the line. You're trying to compete to be with one of the best teams in the world. I think you just have to think, let's leave it all out there.
Yeah, for sure. You cannot live this. For one of the teams will be their last match of the season. So leaving it all on the field. Hope both sides got the memo on that one and will give us a banger of a match here. Let's see what you at home think about how this is going to go in the Verizon fan vote. #01, #Club. Depending on how you're feeling. Let's go down the line. Turtle.
I I was too impressed with what I saw from the club against V1. It was a tough loss, but I still think that the club are mechanically just a slight tier above and have a more potential, and that's why I got to go with the club. I think that they're going to knock them out. They are going to bounce back from that previous series. They're warmed up. They're ready to go. Club, take it.
I'm going the club as well.
There it is.
I think it's just the speed, the mechanical abilities, the able to out pressure. When you talk about a high pressure situation in itself, with this being a 2-2 matchup, the club's play style fits perfectly into that.
Club, I haven't seen anything out of 0-1 that proves that they can be a team that's better than them. They're fat.
I don't know if it's
too
going to be
fast.
this one.
Lost too fast. The Stromberg too fast. What's 0-1 going to do? Wave. It only makes sense to roll with the club right here.
We are the club. The club's club. Join the club.
Problem. He's absolutely right. And we've just
I guess you've just
we haven't done this yet. We haven't all predicted one way, and that only ever curses a team. So I'm worried that
Ain't no curse here. Gibbs not here.
Let's see what the fans at home feel like. Fans also rolling with the club here. We are ready to get into the game. Send one team to the group stage. Send one team home. We'll see which region gets represented. Another representation there in the group stage. 0-1 Esports going up against the club. A best of 7. Got to win 4 to move forward. Let's get to the Verizon Skybox.
The only club that matters is the club of teams that are going to the main event. And it is a best of 7, sticking away from either of these teams, making it to that point. The Death said it well, Johnny. Everything you have done this season does not matter anymore. It is all about putting it on the line in this game, putting together the performances, and getting yourself into top 16.
Yeah, the club, we're so close already today. Coming out of that 2-1 round, they had version 1 of the ropes. They almost went 3-1 up in games. An open net miss denied them that. 0-1 Esports, meanwhile, they've had to come back from a deficit in Swiss 2 times already. They've started off today very strong. Really, the desk said, they have not faced a team, well, they've not beaten a team like the club yet. They've lost to all the tough competition they played.
For anyone that did get a chance to join us for the club's match against version 1, they were a single overtime away from triple match points. They are not a team that was far off already having made it. But this is where they find themselves. Teams can flounder on occasion where they were that close to their perceived goal.
Oh,
got to put together the performances here as Zonix just kind of let the club off of that particular one, just handed it straight over to KV1. Now looking for the infield pass. And Stromik back down. Realized that the play wasn't going to go his way, but this is the play that really stood out for us, Johnny. Lost was everything for the club. When he was playing well, the club was getting goals, getting wins.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Stromik and KV1 both had some phenomenal moments, but Lost, just the whole series was an insane series from him against version 1. Version 1, one of the best defensive teams in the world, and Lost made them look so simple to play against at times. So that's the main man that 0-1 have got to watch out for. So far they're handling it just fine, denying all of the extremely threatening chances, but the club are getting to play their favorite style. Getting up close and personal, early interceptions, tons of shots on target. None of them really coming to fruition so far. This is what they want to do, and I talked to Jack about the club. Apparently Jack says that they're the team here at the event who play on stage the closest to their practice style. In practice, this is what they do. A lot of other teams try and emulate this in practice, can't bring it to competitive. The club have figured out a way to do that. They are playing exactly as they practice in the run-up to Wildcard.
For me, the big question is, can 0-1 deal with the follow-up challenges? Not the first touch, but the ones where you think that the club are done playing the ball and, oh no, they're half rotated and just right back on it. I don't know why he's done that. Those questions.
Oh!
A trip up on Lost means that Zonix can get the first goal of the series.
Yeah, really nice play there from Austin, cutting the play off, but you got to wonder what the club were expecting there when they lost control of the ball. No third man present. They can leave themselves open at times. This is something that we have seen from them in almost every match that they've played. So when you've got a team who are this aggressive, just full send every single play, there will be openings to shoot from long distance. And 0-1 Esports, a more defensive team, will be looking for those.
Well, there's more of the plays. They might actually go the whole way with this one. Great positioning, though. Just kept the car as large as possible, but they're sticking around. Lost does steal 100 boost. Great challenge, though. Clears the danger. Lost pops the ball back up. Stromik decides to go backboard yet again. For once, he doesn't see someone on the backboard. He'll be happy not to see a player like Torment, who was cutting those plays out every single time. It'll be up to O1 Esports to recognize the danger and make sure they have their own player that is ready for those, because the club are going to go for it often.
And in their pre-event interviews, Onyx said that he is that guy for the team. He's the third man. He's the priority defender for this team. How on earth is he going to produce defense the likes of Torment? I mean, not many players in the world can say that they've done that. The defense has been on point so far from O1 Esports. They almost had another chance in the infield there, but Club able to nullify that with a key demo. And that's bouncing downwards. Mawson reads it. He's got the second goal. Great read by Mawson, but an even better hit to get that bounced in the first place.
Yeah, I've just recognized the situation they were in. Hey, the shot on target isn't there. If I try and put it off the backboard, I'm gonna get dunked on. Let's put it even higher and get our team a 2-goal advantage. And as much as I feel like many of us were expecting the club to be the team coming out firing, it's O1 Esports who are unfazed. The club have done what we expected them to do, but O1 Esports have done what many might not have, and that is look comfortable against it.
You know, we might have underestimated O1 Esports because when it goes wrong for this team, it goes really wrong. Now, it's starting to go a bit wrong in this play. Mawson able to dive in the way of the play. Whereas the club, even in their losses, they've looked competitive, taking a couple of games off SSG, a couple of games off V1. That's why we think this team, the club, are the favorites in the matchup. O1 getting completely obliterated by Dignitas, only taking a game off Carmine Corp. You know, neither team's taking a series off a currently qualified team from the Wildcard. So really, a lot of the criticism being thrown at O1, saying they've had an easy run, should also be given to the club. I think both these teams have earned their spot in this 5th round. The winner absolutely deserves spot in the main event.
It's very hard to read what a match against Dignitas is like at the moment, because they, kind of like how you were describing O1 Esports, when it's gone wrong, it has gone really wrong, but their highs have also been exceptionally high. And we look forward to seeing more of that next week. But for O1 Esports, this was as good as it could have got. It might get even better, but 2-0 is the score they'll have to settle for, and I don't think they will complain.
O1 Esports with their first game in the series. They handled the club's pressure a whole lot better than version 1 did in their first game against them. The club 3-0'd version 1 in their opening game that they played in round 4. Version 1 really had to dig their heels into the ground there to just get a foothold before eventually being able to survive that series and scrape out a win. So the fact that O1 have already started off strong here, it bodes well for them. And I think one thing that they are going to handle quite well, I expect, is the 50-50 game. The club made 50-50s look like 90-10s against
Fireburner was stood behind them, just go, really? This is going to happen against me, of all people?
Yes, that's one thing that the Middle Eastern region and O1 Esports are absolutely known for. So they'll be looking to try and just control the club in those engagements, at least force the outplays. And if they were paying attention to the club version 1 series, then they would have noticed that the club, they like to lunge in. They like to dive on a lot of challenges. If you can just focus on getting the ball around that initial challenge, then you're going to be fine. The player who's lunged in is out the play for just a while. They recover quickly, but version 1 were able to put the ball around those challenges, really just go for sidewall outplays, vertical outplays, corner wall outplays, rather than direct on goal or backboard. Something that O1 have to do, but already lost. Puts the club in front. A close cheat from both teams goes just in the favor of the club. I mean, that was a super close cheat from O1 Esports, but when the ball goes over the top of your head, you got nowhere to go.
Well, a great way to get yourself going. Not necessarily from open play, but that's where the power of the kickoffs do come in. AMS now tasked with getting this game up and rolling for O1 Esports. Lost does take over as Lost got everyone beat. He wipes out another player!
Wow.
And it's only up to Stromik to finish it.
This is more like the club that we've become used to seeing. Lost scores 1 goal and then sets it up on a silver platter for Stromik for the second goal. He's a hard man to handle. Not many have figured out how to. O1 are starting to learn that fact firsthand.
I feel like a player that is like Lost is so rare because he doesn't go heavily mechanical all that often. It's just perfect pathing to everything. He knows how to weight the ball. And the club are going to need plenty of that if they want to see themselves through to the main event. Also quite importantly for the club, they've got themselves some goals from open play. Against version 1, as good as it did start, they also had a period of about 15 minutes where they did not get a goal. But when that offense gets going, you start to get close to about 15 goals in about 15 minutes.
Now KV1 going to give it a go. It's brought to a halt in the back corner. Definitely expect to see a ton of demos should O1 Esports set up shop in the defensive corners like we saw there. O1 Esports, very calculated team. Definitely a very good team when they can show up. It's been about consistency for them. They've been 4-0, 4-0 in their wins, and then only taking 1 game out of 5 in their losses.
Sonic can't quite find Lost. I suppose the name implied that one originally as the infield pass goes over to the Invisible Man. Good booming clears. Sonic's up for it.
Oh my.
Doesn't get the best touch. Wanted to get a second one. Doesn't quite pay off, but here is where the club do their best work, not allowing Hero inside the field. Forced to respect Mostyn for that one. Now a Stromik. Vic does not come through. Lost on the wall, wins the challenge. How often have we seen that? Sets up a Stromik, and the shot bounced. And I think due to the lack of quality, O1 can keep the deficit at only 2.
Yeah, that was almost panic on the way back, but the club have it under wraps. They haven't slowed down for a moment in this series so far. Absolutely drilling the ball every single time that they get a chance to. Mostyn's in a brief 1v1. Lost not going to be able to catch up to him, but the flick is not going to work, and I think all the club fans will be delighted to see KV1 on the receiving end of that. That is the top guy to be on the receiving end of a 1v1 play. One of the best in the entire tournament, not just on the field right now.
Look at that, 1 boost, who cares? Stromik will not be denied for another opportunity. Lost loses the challenge, first time I've said that today. What will that mean in the long run? It is up to O1 Esports to force the issue here. Club have settled. They'll happily just keep clearing, sending one at a time. Pressure O1 Esports into being aggressive and making a mistake. KV1, a bit careless from him. Austin moves forward. There's a demo as well. That's almost a chance for Sonic, but Lost ball control completely cuts out any chance that O1 Esports had of making their own play. There's the backboard. 2 players had it covered.
I love the slow play from Lost in defense. It's good to see the club changing pace sometimes, even though it is awe-inspiring to witness them rapidly rushing around the field. Just to see that they've got different gears. It's very, very helpful moving forward. Oh, that's an own goal. Mostyn hits the bar. But the club have accidentally got on the wrong side of that one. Phenomenal pass by Ams behind Lost on the backboard. KV1 pre-jumps, catches the ball on the wrong side, and it's 1 goal for O1 Esports.
That shot to set up the final touch was phenomenal. Put it behind the 2 goalkeepers, forced them to panic. They want to run forward, they want to clear it into their own side corner. Just the option was not there. Now the lead only down to 1. Will that force the club to maybe step up the aggression a little bit more, just to re-establish their dominance? Stromik will not be able to do that. The club a little bit careless with some of these touches. They've been very loose. Stromik off the backboard. Lost will go up. He's beat, but he collapses into Ams. More time gone. 20 seconds away from O1 Esports. They're down to 36. Mostyn with Ams to his left-hand side. Zonic's looking to try and bump Lost.
Yeah, well tap-ended.
So comfortable. Well done, the club.
There's excellent defense in the back corner. Now time really running out for O1. They've got to go and force the issue here. They've got a lot of problems just getting control of the ball. Lost once more. Punches it through. The brute force style. So successful every time he gets behind the ball. He stays that way. Sonic's actually going to fake it into the middle here. Am's trying to knock it back towards him, but Sonic didn't have any boost. He had to go get some before making a play. That means the ball will get away from him. The club tie the series.
Lost able to just sell. Potential clear at the end. Not going to touch it. I'm going to see that one down to the floor. And the club answer back in a big way. Johnny, I know you love your kickoffs, so I think you're going to be quite happy with this sentence, but it all started with the kickoff. It put the club in a position where they didn't have to worry anymore about the lack of goals in the previous game, and they so quick after that.
Yeah, an extremely close streak by Moston. I think he might have actually messed up his approach. He looked very uncomfortable when he arrived at the ball, but I'm not sure if it would have mattered. Lost was all over it. And the second play, again, just lost in the setup. I mean, just get the ball to this guy near the opposition net. He'll do the rest. It's something we've seen from Furia. Just get the ball to Jan and let him finesse his way through the defense. Well, the club have a similar idea, but definitely different when it comes to execution. Lost is less finesse and more about brute force. He makes it work just as much as Jan does. They've definitely got a tougher task than many expected here, though, with O1 Esports really showing up for this 5th round. It's wonderful to see our contest in round 5. We didn't think we were going to get one with Optic Team Secret. Secret rallied, made that one an entertaining series. We've got one from the get-go in O1 Esports against the club.
And how big could this be for the club? For South America in general. Need to find a way to put those plays together. Is it possible against a team like O1 Esports, who have reasonably been counter-punching? Here we go with Ams. Just try to loft it over Astromik, who is always around. There's never an end to the play. The play ends about 2 seconds after the 100 boost is gone. And even then, they'll still try and bump you and steal whatever you've got. As that is just pure outpacing. The club a step ahead.
And careless clears time and time again here from O1. Not the first time this game that the ball's just been dumped down towards the middle of the pitch, and it's not going over anyone. Now, if you're clearing the ball down the middle of the pitch, it's got to be a hard clear. It's got to be over the top of the defense, or at least awkward. You know, these clears didn't have any power on them. It makes much more sense to put those sideways, keep it in the corner. O1 Esports getting a bit stuck in the mud. Club happy to oblige the opportunity they've been given.
Back to the midfield. Astromik. Heavy first touch and definitely put the pressure on. KV1 ends up missing. It's up to Ams to get rid of this pressure. He can't get contact, but almost worked out. All eyes now on the O1 Esports transition. That one hits the post, and now a chance to try and break away for the club. It's lost. Passes it over to his own side. A heavy first touch, though. Couldn't set up for the hook shot.
Yeah, well defended by O1 Esports. Any 1v1 with Lost is a terrifying sight when he's got that much pace on him. That's a better 50-50 from O1 as well. Deflecting the ball into that back corner, inviting the club forward, inviting them to a position where they could overextend. They're definitely quick to challenge the aerial plays as well. That's not a weakness of O1. But they're in a bit of trouble here again. Astromik rattles the bar. Sonic's able to intercept after the ball comes back off the bar.
Yeah, beautiful play there by Sonics. His team was in trouble, but realized that they don't need an extra body. Leave himself to clean up. We are seeing quite a few whiffs. It's made it slightly chaotic and difficult to read for either side. As Moston narrowly avoids getting bumped in the midair. Astromik now, looking for the setup. Gets bumped on his way through, can't get a second touch. Finding the play over to a teammate. Austin's turn. O1 Esports that are still a goal down, almost halfway through here, game 3. Ams goes for it, it's the Sonics. Beat to the ball, but here's the best chance someone are going to have for a while. Shot saved. Good block, though, from the follow-up. Sonics, infield pass, nobody there for it. And the club swarm the ball and get rid of it.
Yeah, the club are running out of boost on that play. That's a great read by Moston, by the way, off his own back wall. Unfortunately for the club, they were really in a bad spot there, but so were O1 Esports. They used all of their boost to keep that attack going, so they, in fact, had to just bail on it, go back to the midfield. The club were definitely reeling from that pressure. That's our O1 here. Another very acceptable save. That's really all that O1 have got to settle for at times. club don't hit the ball softly, whether it's a shot or a pass.
We have seen, though, in this tournament that hitting the ball in the middle is just not going to work. That is always the first place that a defender is going to go to, and getting away with it, considering that was exactly where the shot was put. That one's going to just whistle its way past the front of the goal. Minute and a half left. Who is going to take the advantage here in this best of 7? Who's going to get that first aerial bump there? Both teams are trying. Neither team has really succeeded. Here's Lost. Sets up. Went for the 2v1, but here's the scramble afterwards. And KV1 gets Car. Does not get the ball. And that means that it still stays at 1-0. The club, though, well in control. How long is that going to last? Hams unhappy to see the orange car get there before he does.
Yeah, much more simple approach to offense from Owen Esports. It's not been too difficult for the club to read. Owen Esports still creating half chances every now and then. The club look more dangerous going forward, but they are committing more. Owen Esports still unable to find those counters. Now here's an opportunity for one. Mostyn's got to be quick here. He's got Lost coming back behind him. Mostyn is quick, but he's flicked it over the bar. Follow-up shot towards the top corner. It's off the bar as well. And the third man's out of the play.
Mostyn scrambles, gets there before KV1 can get contact in his car. Zonic's waiting for it. Almost got wiped out before he could play the ball. That's a great ball. Mostyn almost got KV1 in time. But a heroic self-sacrifice clears the ball. 17 seconds on the clock. O1 need to find a chance.
That was what O1 needed. They started to confuse the club. They were playing a little bit more of a creative offensive style. Still not enough. Starts too late. Now time is gone.
Mostyn gets a good challenge. Zonic lays claim to it. Ams will stay. Went for it. But the club hold strong. Get game 2 and take advantage in the series.
It's a fantastic read on the fake aerial that Owen Esports were going for. Zonic jumped up immediately, and he was absolutely going for the fake play there, letting the ball drop down for one of his teammates to take a shot. The club able to sniff that one out, close down the incoming shot, and keep O1 Esports at 0 goals in game number 3. So got themselves in front. They absolutely look like the more dangerous team, which was expected coming in here. O1 are making them work for this, and that was definitely a great defensive stand at times after initially conceding a bit of a soft goal, O1 Esports.
We do see KV1, 62 points to his name. I believe, Johnny, when we saw the club taking their timeout earlier on, he was the one that they were mostly chatting to.
Yeah.
Need to keep him just in it, keep him involved. Because when KV1 is playing, it is something to behold, but they've got to get him online here in this series.
Yeah, at times there's not too much to do with Stromic really stepping up big here, and Lost being a consistent player on the ball. He's gonna rack up points on the scoreboard. KV1's trying to fill in the blanks. He's trying to give his teammates those opportunities to play the ball, and he is the priority defender. He's the third man for this team. And I think it's a good decision to make him the priority defender as well. With all of that 1v1 expertise, he knows how to stall for time. He knows how to survive positions that look impossible to survive in.
We'll be relying on an awful lot more of that. As he is pulled into action here. Nice clear over to a Stromic. Brings in Lost. Three-way passing play. Uses the ceiling! Full team used, and O1 Esports don't stand a chance.
Look at the speed from Lost. Hams misread the downward bounce, thought it might be on target, flew into the net, and the ball swiftly followed him. 1-0 the club once again. They've opened the scoring quickly in all 3 games since that initial O1 Esports win in game 1.
Now Lost back into the midfield. This is what the club do so well. Transition game, the ability just to set players down the opposite side of the field. In your peripheral, you might have seen Stromic taking the wide line back. Just do not feel the need to panic as the Stromic into the midfield. Look at how early Lost went up.
Yeah, he's starting to feel it right now. This is a real problem for O1 Esports. They handled the pressure the club sent at them pretty well for the first 3 games, but signs are that just made the club angry. Lost in particular. On form, quick pre-jump to deny O1 Esports advance. Not for the first time. O1 Esports struggling for boost at times when they're attacking. Mawson's just grabbed 100 in midfield. Both his teammates were on 0 there, so he wasn't really able to do too much with the boost that he had. His teammates are telling him, we've got 0. So if your teammates are in front of you with 0 and you've got 100, not too much you can do. That's a tough read. Well done by KV1 to block Mawson. It looked like he might have had that backboard read on target. Am's also going to look for the backboard. That's been consistently defended by the club. I think time for O1 Esports to try a different avenue of attack.
Yeah, O1 Esports are hitting the ball cleanly, but it's not going to lead to a goal. Hitting the ball cleanly off the backboard for a team that are waiting for it. Does not seem to be the way to get this goal as Zonix, again, off the backboard. You can just see the common loitering. There's the infield. I do like that as an idea, but it was an idea that was communicated first time around. Now we go off the side, and that's going to create some more chaos. Good save, but right down the middle. Chances few and far between. Have to find the corners.
Yeah, you've got to hit the target. You've got to hit the corner. You've got to hit the target in a better way than that. Lovely little mind game there by Mawson in the back corner, but O1 Esports are just not getting that last touch that they desperately need. They are creating chances. Sometimes it's telegraphed with the infield pass, but if nothing else, they're starving the club from boosts, and they are making life difficult for the club when they've got them on the back foot. They don't have that finishing touch. They don't have that player like Lost, who can just go and put the ball in the net himself every single time that you give him half a chance. Either that or take out the last man, leave it open for a teammate. That's much better. What a pass by Zizonix, but 2 players all over it. The club are reading the passing plays extremely well at the moment.
Just making sure that O1 Esports are doubly aware that that was never going to work. The club, well in form. And if this keeps up, O1 Esports cannot find something to break down the club, like version 1 managed to do. They could be seeing their way out of this tournament. Zonix hands it back over to Lost, and this position, well, I was going to say the position you want him to be in. We don't know where that position is anymore, Chris. He waits to respawn back on the field, and it does give O1 Esports at least temporary control.
Yeah, once again, though, the attack looks like it's somewhat fizzling. Oh, I'm just going to stick around for this, actually, and he gets the ball just off the post. Well, he didn't have much boost, but he decided to turn anyway, and that might have made the shot more awkward than it looked. Didn't have 100 boost to play with there.
Another chance goes by the wayside. 1 minute. O1 Esports have not been able to do this yet. Their 3rd chance at it. AMS back into the position of KV1. I don't like these attempts to transition through the hard hits anymore because the power is gone. Whatever was there in the opening 2 minutes is not there anymore. It has been giving up possession to the club. Has lost against 2 players. That is one challenge that he is going to lose, but KV1 not having the same sort of problems. Steals the boost. Almost finds the goalkeeper as well. Now off the backboard. O1 Esports didn't have anybody over there. Cut rotation by the club, and more importantly, so much time wasted for a ball that just goes straight back into the path of KV1. Might go the entire way. Low challenge into the corner.
A respectable stand in defense once again from O1 Esports, but they need to get the ball up front. They need to start creating proper chances on net. When they've passed, it's been intercepted. When they've shot, it's been too slow or off target. All else has been down to the club's brilliance in pressuring them and drawing out mistakes. The club win once more, 3 straight, and now 3 match points for Sam's number 2 team. They're number 3 on the seeding. They're power rank number 2, and they're trying to join Furia in the World Championship to keep up the streak of every single World Championship that South America have been a part of, containing 2 South American teams. They look like they're ready to do it, Shogun.
And for South America, that really would just maintain the momentum that the region has had. Came in, and everyone sort of looked at South America as, oh, this is so much fun to watch. They just go all out on offense, not really anything defensively. That's so changed. The narrative behind this region has completely changed to the point now where for the first time, we're hearing people talk about potential South American world champions. But the reason why you said that, Johnny, is because we've got a timeout.
Yeah, we've got a timeout from O1 Esports. They've just got to get those finishing touches together. There are definitely 2 chances there. Got to look at the replay. Ams had a bit of boost left over, so even though he wasn't like fully ready for the play, should have had the goal on target. And before him as well, it was Zizonix with a free shot straight at the keeper. And these are goals that O1 Esports can't afford to be letting go away from them. Their chances have not been sufficient to just let those opportunities go by. The club, meanwhile, they are absolutely on fire. Just winning every single game by 1 goal since Game 2 started. But yeah, O1 Esports haven't scored 2 games in a row now. It's got to be getting inside their head a little bit when your shooting is not working, when it's coming off the post. It's actually, funnily enough, a problem that version 1 had against the club today. They had 3 open nets, 1 from each player, 3 consecutive games. They were able to figure out a way to start hitting the target with those plays. You've got to wonder, do O1 Esports have that same star power on their lineup? Do they have that same quality? Figure out, well, what is going wrong here? It's clearly mechanical. Can they fix it before it's too late?
For me, it all starts with slowing down Lost. That was something that V1 were able to do. We started off that series talking so much about how good Lost was doing. I feel like we didn't really mention him quite as much later on. I do not think that was Lost's fault. I think he was just better covered by the rest of V1. So it comes down now to O1. Have you got those players? Can you do that? Can you, whilst Lost is transitioning, say, no, midfield is ours, we want to keep attacking?
Well, I think, you know, when it comes to game plan, I would be surprised if O1 change anything at all. I think that their problems are mechanical. They had a defensive mistake to concede the only goal in game number 3, just poor clears time and time again, and poor shooting had them missing opportunities that could have led them to winning game number 4. So when you look at those 2 games, consider that actually O1 Esports had opportunities there, and yeah, I think they're probably just going to do more of the same, and this timeout to me is probably, I'd expect it to be more of a momentum thing. Club have won 3 straight games. Let's just take a pause for a minute here. And then just hopefully for O1 Esports to be able to put it together, get us into the business end of the series.
You have to do what you can. The timeout, even if not much is said to change you stylistically, we have seen that the club are a team that are either on or off. And if you can just get the club to slow down, get them back to what was happening in game 1 where nothing was really coming together for them, then you will have a much better look for the rest of the series. But the task is as such. O1 Esports have to win 3 in a row against a team like the club who still have their timeout. The ball back down, KV1. That's into a solid position for AMS, but I think that's, again, to your point there, Johnny, not the contact that AMS would have been going up to that expecting to get.
Yeah, they were either going to go for one of 2 things, like full control or a big clear. It's time for AMS on the ball there. He's got a pass 1, decides to play for the boost steal. No immediate follow-up for O1, so possession is gone. Once again, they've had the lesser of the chances between these 2 teams. It's 1 reset lands for Lost. He offloads. Double commit from O1. The recoveries are coming through. Quickly enough for the back wall to be defended. Definitely a panicky game for O1 Esports. They'll be hoping that the club start to deteriorate at some point. They did have a couple of shaky games against V1, but so far against 0-1 Esports, it's been so solid from the club. I mean, way to regain from a tough loss earlier in the day.
So far, the club have dominated possession. Good clear. Austin sees it go skying past him. Now the counter-attack. The club scored like this in game number 2. Will they get another? It's definitely gave it a go, but here's KV1 in his preferred role. Holding onto that midfield. He has been recycling play over and over again.
Oh.
And it's KV1 who will get the goal.
And once again, it's simple. It's a poor clear from O1. AMS looking to catch the ball on the back wall. He accidentally spikes it downwards. Now, if he was trying to half volley that by clipping the ball, a no jump half volley, just letting the ball bounce off your car and the wall at the same time, he definitely didn't mean it to go in that direction. He's got to be aiming down the line there. Really, that is a massive mistake that O1 Esports can't afford to make. Club have got so much offensive prowess on their team. Giving them 3 goals is just asking for trouble.
0-1 now, up to 13 minutes plus, without a goal to their name. It has gone monumentally wrong ever since game number 1. Sonics clears, but there's just no options. And I think everybody in the world right now, if you put these 2 teams into a power clear game, you would expect the club to win it. But a rare chance to the opposite side of the field. Lost takes control of the ball. A wipeout of the third player. Gives that breathing space back over to the club. This is the most that we've seen from O1 in quite some time. They have to take advantage of exactly that. Mostyn only as far as Lost. Sonics will lay claim, or you would have at least hoped so. It's now a bit of a scramble just to recover it. This has really been, for me, Johnny, the biggest problem for O1 is that the plays can't get started because every time they do, there's a mistouch, there's a whip. It's something that just shatters whatever momentum they're starting to gain.
It's just a real issue with when they lose a game, it just all goes out the window. The clears are ineffective. The shooting is nowhere to be seen.
Okay, I like it.
Idea there by AMS, but the club are never a team to just leave the ball in defense, so they of course just pile it straight through. This could be the last 45 seconds of O1 Esports World's Wildcard and indeed World Championship. The club just a small moment away from qualifying to Worlds. It's a team that didn't even know if they were going to be here until Furia made a run at London. Now here they are, but oh, what a save. KV1 had to do a little bit more work. Onyx testing him. KV1 gets the save. Now just shade under 20 seconds left for O1 Esports to work with.
Last gasp here from O1 Esports. This is the final throw of the dice. And AMS is moving back. He's got an opportunity, but it wasted so much time. Lost takes control and looks to send the club through to the main event. It's all about getting the ball to the floor now. Mostyn keeps it alive. AMS steals 100 boost in the side of the field. Have to go coast to coast here. Can they do it? There's nobody over there. The club are through to the main event.
What a run, what a story. The club get the third win in the wildcard, round 5, 4 straight games over O1 Esports, who started off strong but could not hang with the pressure the club were putting on them. These guys are not done. Looking at how they play, looking at how aggressively they play, I don't think anybody's going to want a piece of this. They're so difficult to play against. They really just force so many mistakes, and you can see throughout this series, time and time again, O1 Esports would run out of boost because they're really being pushed to the limit in terms of keeping up with the club's pace. They're having to race around the field and their attacks fizzling out when they run out of boost. Touches are more awkward because they don't have enough momentum to work with. That's just the pressure the club put on you. They almost had V1 earlier on today. They bounced back from that loss and they do it in round 5. They do it comfortably as well. That is a message to whoever they face in the main event.
Round 5, and in a best of 7, they managed to get their 4-game wins by scoring only 5 goals.
1-0, 1-0, 1-0 at the end there. So
I would have been really happy if this was best of 5. That would have been finally the sweeps that I've been after, but instead it is joy and jubilation for the club. And you've got to say, with what we've seen from them, Johnny, it's thoroughly deserved. South America, this is the season that they have deserved. Stepped up massively, and here is the regional depth.
Oh yeah.
That everyone knew they had.
Oh yeah, there's so much more to come as well. This is a region full of talent. They're putting it together now as a team. You know, still waiting to see the success. We'll have to wait another season for the success of Middle East other teams. But, you know, it's so clear that the nerves are just such an issue for O1 Esports in particular. When it goes wrong, it goes really wrong. And, you know, the other teams have had this issue as well. Even Space Station Gaming today, Dignitas at times throughout this event. It can happen to anyone. So it's a lesson that they've got to learn from this event and take back to the Middle East for next season. You know, there's some tough competition coming up in Middle East next season, and it's going to be a war to get those number 2 and 3 spots again. So O1 Esports and Veloce need to get back in the grind if they're going to be able to come back as number 2 and 3 from MENA again with the new talent that's up and coming over there.
Well, I cannot wait to see all 7 of the players. I'm saying 7 because Jorby is going to be over, and he's very much going to be on Team South America when he joins us next week. But for now, I'm going to hand you off to Spaceman and the club.
Thank you so much, boys. Appreciate you. Wonderful job as always. Folks, give it up for the club. They just qualified for main event. Come on now. That's what we like to see. I'm joined by Lost, and this was a tough fight through. You guys make it to round number 5. Looking at how this series played out, how you guys got to this point, what are you taking from this experience in this best of 7? Taking it to next week, what is this going to mean for you guys?
Qual foi a sua experiência de poder agora representar lá na próxima semana no main event?
Eu acho que a experiência é que todos sonham, né? Qualquer jogador brasileiro sonha nisso. E a gente vai representar muito bem a Sam, porque a gente está muito preparado e confiante.
Lost said that he is pretty confident, and it's to believe in us to represent the South America in the next main event, and that's it.
It's yeah, let's clap, come on, let's represent South America, here we go. Huge win. It's been a long week. It's been a long, grueling 4 or 5 days. I'm sure you guys have been here before that. Given the fact that you've already done a couple of best of 7s, you got a handful to go, it's a long tournament, it's been a long year. How do you pace yourself in a tournament like this with this much stakes? What do you do? What do you talk about with your team? What is that process like going into the main event?
Como é que você falou com a gente aqui pra gente manter a confiança, manter tipo a segurança pra gente conseguir ir bem aqui no campeonato?
Eu falo sempre que se você perde uma partida, foi sempre por erro nosso, porque a gente é o nosso primeiro Major, né, tipo, juntos, e a gente já tá jogando muito bem para continuar confiante que a gente consegue ganhar de qualquer time.
He said that is our first Major, so it's common do some errors, but we are pretty confident to fix these errors and make the better for the next event.
You guys look confident. You've been playing really well. You get a much-deserved win, and it just means that the next stop's going to be a little bit easier for you all. But the last question I want to ask you, keep it very general. What's something about this trio, about this team, that a lot of people don't know? What is it about, whether it's personalities or play styles, that you want fans to understand about this squad?
Fala pouco mais sobre o nosso playstyle, nossos sentimentos, o nosso The Club mesmo, tá ligado?
The Club é uma família, né? E a gente sofreu muito para estar aqui, batalhou muito. Nosso playstyle é o playstyle brasileiro, né? Joga muito arriscado, com mecânica e tenta sempre segurar muito o resultado.
Lost said that the club is a family, not a team, and we are like pretty confident, and our playstyle is a lot of mechanical. Our playstyle is very fast, and our errors we can change and fix in the middle of the series, and that's why we made this main event, and that's it, bro.
Dude, congratulations on qualifying. Good luck going into next week. Give it up one more time for the club. They move on to the main event, and we will see you guys on the other side of this short break. Space Station up next.
We've all been here before.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
You said you're cool and that it's alright, but you're hiding something that don't feel right. You know life is better when we just talk.
My favorite moment so far for this past season has definitely been the lower finals at the Winter Major in LA. And we had Space Station Gaming up against Team Queso, and it was the last second save as the timer's counting down.
With 30 to go.
Where you see Arsenal have the ball, he's going for a dribble. Reddle's classic move going for the demo as well. This is something that we know SSG for, and you just think it's gonna be a goal. Somehow you see Vatira slide across the screen, getting the goal line save, winning the 50-50, but it's still rolling back, and then Rise comes out of nowhere and gets the follow-up save. They prevent a goal from being scored on against themselves, against SSG, with one of the most routine classic plays that seems impossible to stop. And it seems as though Team Queso figured out how to do the impossible and fend off Space Station Gaming.
Another team falls here is 0-1 Esports. Play their last series of RLCS 21-22. The club advancing to the group stage of the Rocket League World Championship in Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome back to the desk. We've got one more match to go, and you can hear the fans are already a rising mass behind us, Bates. They are excited, baited, and chomping at the bit to get Space Station back on the stage.
Trust me, we'll get the SSG in a little bit. They are going to be doing this for probably the next 5 or 10 minutes. But let me get a little bit of grace in the club. The club really changed the narrative of Sam. They played one of the most clinical series I think I've ever seen a South American team play. They really didn't overcommit too much. They learned immediately. That was like the only shot. 0-1 Esports early, got them off guard. The club, I never saw it again.
Yep.
Always played clinical. Always let 0-1 come to them and take advantage. It was so much. It was a beautiful Rocket League display.
Yeah, a lot more of what I wanted to see, and you had to have a little bit of worry for the club as well, because 0-1 Esports looked pretty good in the previous round. They were putting a lot of pressure on, so like you said, it was great to see them adjust so quickly, and that's always been the question for some of the newer regions. How quickly can you adapt? And they did a great job of it there.
And it was always scary with the flurry of shots you saw in Game 1, how quickly that lead was built upon for 0-1, but the club didn't falter. And in that interview, they talked about, look, we're a family. We work through these problems together. We know we made mistakes, but it's about making small corrections as the series went on. And it was a brutal series to get through. They did it finally.
We will see the club play in the group stage starting on Tuesday. They'll get a little bit of a break tomorrow, but you know, for all these teams, basically, there's not going to be much of a break. There's a lot of work to do in between now and the start of the groups.
Oh, yes, most definitely. They're going to have to really just go and lock in. They have 1 day off, I believe, or 2 days off, depending on what group they fall in, and after that, you're right back to work. A lot of these teams, if I were them, I'd take the day off, the rest of the night off, and just relax, chill, be happy about your accomplishment that you've done. But tomorrow it's back to work. He's right back to work, right back
Celebrate
to
the small victory. But then get
more
your head
money
back
on the
down
line,
stage.
more prestige on the line. This is your
Yeah.
whole career right now, baby. It's a world championship.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the schedule. We got one more match to go today, and it is a doozy. Everything has been decided except for one spot in the group stage. The Pioneers taking on Space Station Gaming, as close to a home field advantage as I think we're going to get here in the wild card, Spaceman.
Yeah, I think that if you don't capitalize on the 50, 60, 70 fans that are behind you right now, if you're SSG, you're doing yourself a disservice. You need that energy to inject a new life into the battery of this squad, because their match earlier was not good. Let's be blunt about it. It was not a good showing from SSG. They looked flat. They couldn't figure it out on offense. The defense was just full of mistakes, and they need to turn it around because this is their last chance.
And Chiefs, I mean, what we've seen from Space Station, we can talk about them in a moment, but for KCP, this has also been a long road. Both these teams having to go the full distance in the wild card.
Stressful to be short in as brief as possible. But that being said, there is always something to be said for how you finish, and unfortunately, for Space Station, Banana Head, Super Lucky, and Scrub, they're on the path up instead of the way down. They just came off a pretty nice win, so they can be feeling pretty happy with themselves.
And then Pioneers here, they're really trying to match the OCE counterparts. Renegades, they've handled it with 3-1 to the shock of everybody outside of OCE and maybe CJ, CG, and the boys. But they have balled out. A lot of people might expect the Pioneers to go 3-1. They're here right now, but they've been smiling all day. They've been pretty composed and nothing but great vibes. And I understand we might have an SSG crowd, but they got a lot of OCE people back there. And I know they're going to be chanting up a storm.
I mean, Banana Head has wooed so many people just with having the best name in the game at this point, Spaceman. I don't know. I think there's a good point, though, that like if most people, if you asked them who's better from OCE, KCP or Renegades, I think most people would put Pioneers on that list. They now have to try and play catch-up to Renegades who have already qualified.
I think the benefit for Pioneers is they don't have the track record, good or bad, that Renegades has, so you're expecting them to be hot onto the scene, making a lot of improvements, and proving that they deserve to be here, but that doesn't mean it's going to be easier going against Space Station.
That's exactly the problem. It's not going to be easy against Space Station, even if you're thinking that Reynolds and Daniel and Arsenal are not in their best form right now. Never count them out. It doesn't matter if they had a really tough 0-4 loss previously, because you know that they're capable regardless of how they looked in the last match, and there's a lot to be said. That young man, you got to hype himself up. He's shocked ready.
Looks like he's feeling all right.
He's getting a little bit better, y'all. He's been under the weather the last 24 hours, but now he's back. He took a little medicine probably. He said it's all on the line. Let's get it popping. Come on.
I love to see the energy from him here, because I feel like for a team that expected themselves to go 3-0 in this event achieves, playing in round 5 has got to be a tough mental hurdle to overcome.
Rock of the confidence. Like, whoa, it's really the punch in the face that you're like, I don't understand how any of this has happened, especially when it's like, okay, we can just beat Simper, cool. And then you lose in 7, and then you just get 0-4'd immediately, and you're like, oh, okay, I have no idea what to think of this. So there is a lot to be said for steadying the ship in fairly short order.
We do have 2 minutes until gameplay. Let's see who you guys feel like is going to win this in the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag KCP, hashtag SSG. I feel like I know where this one's going to go. And I'm gonna just, hey, this is my desk, so I can choose what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say SSG's gonna win this and take the easy way out, take the fan vote on this one. Folks, I don't know. Is this the final moment?
I'm last. Y'all gotta go first.
No, you gotta go first. No, you got to go first last.
I'm over here with the Chiefs. No, you go ahead. You hang out. What's up? What do you think about?
Listen, let me tell you something right now. SSG, man, I understand that the Pioneers have played nothing but great Rocket League this whole entire year, really built up. But there's something about Space Station Gaming that I can't go against. When you hear that crowd shouting SXT, when you hear that Reynolds dad walking back and forth, they have every single opponent. They have the best game plan in the game. They have Daniel Lanyo. They got RC Baby looking good, and they got the Captain Slater. I'm telling you, SSG will be joining NRG and NA boys over in the main stage. Come on.
After you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you, Chiefs.
Man, no one wants to predict today.
Listen, I had a prediction, then I saw Arsenal getting real crazy and feeling the energy.
Do I need to slide it?
It can't just be the crowd. It has to be Arsenal in this series. But with that caveat, it's going to be Pioneer. I think they're taking it. I'm telling you, I think the upset's coming. And Pioneers, this is the perfect time to be a boogeyman.
There we go. I believe it or not, I'm here for Pioneers too. I think most of the time I would pick Space Station, but you got absolutely rolled over it. You said earlier, T-Bates, Arsenal not at 100%. You can hype yourself up all you want. Totally different ball game when you get into the game. They're going to give SSG enough problems. They're going to give you more problems than just geography. You're toast.
You're making great points, but you're wrong, and here's why. I had another card anyways. SSG, baby! Come
There's so many. The fans are absolutely on SSG's side in the house and in the chat. It is KCP is absolutely the villains here, but they want to play in that group stage as much as anyone on that stage. Last match of the wild card, the Pioneers going up against Space Station Gaming. The closers have the call in the Verizon Skybox. Let's play some Rocket League.
Two teams enter a series where every pass, shot, save, and boost grab matters. The World Championship wild card, we've seen stars shine bright and lights flicker out. What will these two teams do in their moment?
It is a big fight field, just like it was on day 2 when it was Space Station in version 1. All of Oceania has turned out for this one, and their boys on the offensive to start, but Reynolds with the stop. We could hear it all as the desk was going through their pregame routine. There is not a seat in the house that is not occupied by somebody who's got a vested interest in this one, as Banana Head is waiting at the back. Super lucky to play it ahead. Banana Head follows. And there is Daniel. I think the two big questions here, obviously, Daz. How will Banana Head perform? He's under the weather. How will Arsenal perform? He got hyped up before the series. Will he have it now that the clock is counting down?
Talked to Arsenal before we got in here, says he's all hyped up. He doesn't feel anything, but he knows he's running off that momentum. Can the SSG momentum take him far is the question, as they're going to be watching, and every single interaction is going to be one that we remember for a long time. No room for error here in this first match.
There is one team in this event that has played 4 teams that have made it through to the main event. That is Space Station Gaming, as Reynolds denied by Banana Head. If they lose here, they'll make it 5 for 5 with Pioneers going through. Scrub, indirect, nobody else to follow. And Banana Head at the back, making sure to grab boost and ball and then eat a demo for his efforts. Here comes Laniel with Arsenal across. He didn't turn for this. And now Reynolds out to take it. Arsenal headhunting, and Banana Head avoids contact, gets the stop.
Big stop there for Banana Head. He was last back. You saw Arsenal moving upfield looking for the demo on the play. Pioneers have kept composure, but you can see demos coming through. Out Scrub and Daniel taking each other out as they battle for possession in the midfield.
The dueling chance already. Early in game 1, get used to it. Could be for all 7 games. I'll take it. Daniel, double, not there. And no follow-up as Reynolds is demolished. Around it goes again. Banana Head can't clear the zone. Scrub can at least get this out of harm's way temporarily, but it's brought right back in, and Scrub having to jump a lot sooner than he would have liked. Nothing in the tank at all as Super Lucky goes through. And there is the defense again out of SSG. They are much sharper than they have been the last 2 rounds.
Something, you can feel it about to happen here. So much pressure. This is your last series. Make the most of it, at least in this Swiss stage. As you can see it just on the goal line, everybody jumping for that ball. 2 minutes left. It's been a very quiet opener here in this series.
Being effective on both halves of the field, that's been a hallmark for players on both sides here. That's how you get a high score per game. 3 players in this matchup are in the top 10 in score per game as this goes around the corner. Scrub's one of them, so too is Banana Head and Daniel. He watches Arsenal's shot deflected away. Reynolds there in the corner as well. Here comes Daniel, waiting on Banana Head and getting just a little help from behind there. Reynolds applying some pressure, threatening the bump.
Definitely the physical game. If SSG can find it, that's what they're looking for. Meanwhile, Pioneers, we've seen them be very aggressive on the offensive front over the course of this Swiss stage. But it's about their composure, because sometimes they get too antsy. That can leave up openings for Space Station Gaming to punish. So far, no team breaking on the defensive end as we approach the final minute.
As shaky as Space Station have been defensively coming down the stretch, this has got to just feel like mentally a win for them so far, up against a team that averages 9.5 shots a game, which is near the top. They have kept them at bay, at least for now, but now we're into the final minute. Tension mounts. Short off the back wall. It is only Arsenal at the back, and he makes the stop. Good aggressive play by RC Baby as Reynolds comes up as well. Got Super Lucky out of the way, but Scrub there to help out defensively for the Pioneers, and they're going to weather the storm, it looks like, though the shot from Arsenal's almost stuck through. Reynolds will follow, all set up by Arsenal, diving in.
You can see Space Station come alive after that goal. A great beat by Arsenal. Reynolds has to thread the needle, and he does, showing up in the final seconds.
T-Shock saving his best for last, maybe. 32 seconds left. SSG got to hold on against the Pioneers team that has had a few good comebacks. Banana Head around the boards. That's going to go all the way to the corner. And Arsenal just play it away, but only to a space, and Super Lucky had occupied it. Down to 13 seconds now. Reynolds looking for the knockout blow. Here's Arsenal, just wide off the post, and no follow-up. Daniel thought about it and wisely got back. The final countdown of game one. Space Station hanging on for dear life, and they've done just enough to take game one.
Space Station weather the charge of the Pioneers and start things off here by taking the first game, like you said, Stacks. Towards the end of it, you could see it from Pioneers, that antsiness, that aggressiveness. They had 3 people in the SSG box and no one making a play on the ball. Things started to fall apart. For Pioneers, even though it's a 1-goal game, they gotta get things together, because you can see that man behind Space Station Gaming, Coach Crone. He's gonna be breaking this game down. It's against him and Coach Keller. They're gonna be figuring out what adjustments they need to make as this series continues on.
The Mobile One high-performance replay showed Arsenal's setup, Reynolds' finish, the crowd going nuts, and a 1-0 lead for SSG in the series. 6 shots, good enough, as SSG take game one. It's just a zoo behind us. It's absolutely crazy in here. It has been all week, all weekend. There's just one day off before we come back and do it all over again as well for the team between these two that manages to get through into the main event. The stakes have not been higher at any point than right now in this wild card stage.
Remaining composed, remaining locked in is going to be key here in an emotional matchup. Aquadome is the stage, and it's set. Who will make the difference here? Game 2 on your screen.
It's Banana Head who took that kickoff for the Pioneers. Super Lucky diving in as well. He got the boost steal out of the corner, deep in SSG territory. That's a good stop by Reynolds, forcing this all the way out back into the Pioneers half of the field. Good long pass up ahead to Scrub. Backboard, Banana Head just down and wide.
The aggressiveness is great from Banana Head. You love seeing him go up for things like that. He gets the accuracy down, and Space Station Gaming could be in trouble. Meanwhile, this floats the other way, and Reynolds finds the redirect.
We've all been there. Banana Head jumped and realized, oh, he doesn't have it. And Reynolds offsides in behind him. And Space Station strike first. And it amounts to about 2 goals in the span of a minute between the end of game 1 and the start of game 2.
What a performance from Reynolds, especially this entire wild card. He has been the superstar that Space Station Gaming has needed. Now, how long can he continue this performance? Plenty of time left here for Pioneers to get back into this game.
Reynolds and Scrub both coming into this with over 70 shots. They're right near the top of the leaderboard for the entire event, as this shot blocked away by Banana Head from Reynolds. Only 9 in the tank, so he's just going to set one up and let his teammates work, and work they will. Arsenal coming in, met by Super Lucky. Now Daniel to follow in. Reynolds waiting in front, doesn't need him. Daniel scores it on his own.
The solo star from Space Station. He can do it all. Gets the touch out. Makes it too hard for Banana Head to make a save there. And it's Laniel Chance as SSG go up by 2.
Pioneers had some support before the series started. Their fans have been quiet, looking for a reason as one cranks off the crossbar. Old Ironsides to the rescue for SSG. Super Lucky coming in. Arsenal stopped that as well. And now Scrub. Tough angle, not a lot of power. All 3 sitting ducks in the net. Drop down pass for Super Lucky. That one sailed high as well.
Scrub's gonna be wanting that chance back. I mean, the net was practically open. You played it too high, rushed it, and unfortunately could not get the goal there. But Pioneers still keeping up on the offensive pressure, not giving this ball away to Space Station for free.
We talked to CJ. CJ, after his triumph earlier on, said he thought the Pioneers could pull it off, but their shots have to fall. That one does from Banana Head, and the Pioneers are back within one.
The charge works for the Pioneers. Great pass from Super Lucky to Scrub. Scrub doesn't have to put it on target as long as it's in the midfield. Banana Head will find it, and they're back within one. 3 goals, 3 minutes left.
Their leading scorer has to step up in a big, big way, and he has his 17th goal of the wild card. Now here's Daniel. Oh, he avoided the contact. Somehow, that sixth sense that he has, this is wide, and Scrub will collect with Reddles and Arsenal bearing down on him. That's a good clear by Banana Head, going one-on-one with Daniel. Good luck. It does go deep into the corner.
Pioneers able to get some ground. But my goodness, they're taking off the field. Super Lucky is gone. Gets respawned, demoed again. Now the net's open. Now another goal. Space Station Gaming bully the Pioneers did this one.
Blackjack for Reddles, his 21st goal of the stage. And at the halfway mark, SSG gets the goal back. They're up by 2 again. Got to have something here to stem the bleeding just a little bit. As it is Scrub. Who else? He's been all over the place for the Pioneers. Him and Banana Head. Both halves. Scrub dropping one down. Super Lucky's gonna turn on it. This guy went up there and Arsenal just waiting patiently like he saw the play develop yesterday.
He had 0 boost up there as well. The patience there, like you said, he had to have seen that coming. Great positioning there from Arsenal. Allows Space Station to recover. Now they're on the offensive end again as they're looking to keep this control. Daniel, that's off the crossbar. Here's Reddles with the follow-up. Shot! Bang! Slater can't be stopped. He slots another one in for SSG.
That whiff coming off the back wall comes back to haunt the Pioneers. SSG opening up a 3-goal lead now inside 2 minutes. Space Station just taking what the defense gives them. This is not cutting edge, high-quality mechanical Rocket League. It is literally just take what opportunities are presented.
When you're in a position like this, sometimes all you just need is consistency. And there's no one else on this field that can handle that pressure more than Reddles can, and he is showing it here.
Arsenal just bouncing one forward right at Scrub, so now Reddles running out of real estate there on the back wall. And Banana Head across. They caught SSG napping a little bit there, out of sorts, but could not convert yet. This goes just wide, and Scrub is there to collect. Out in front for Super Lucky. Can he get the offense rolling for the Pioneers? No, Daniel rolls one out, and Space Station can reset defensively.
Still though, Pioneers trying to force the issue. Off the back wall, and Banana Head goes up for it. Daniel brings it across. It's Arsenal in the air, trying to add another goal here. Final minute. SSG are giving no ground. Ground pitch from Daniel! He's just too good.
Every event this kid plays, he does something that makes you go, really? And he's done it a few times here at the wild card. His 2nd goal, SSG's 5th of the game. It is a rout on Aquadome. And here comes Arsenal again. Again, he hasn't been the loudest, he hasn't needed to be. His teammates picking him up. Banana Head trying to get the same support out of the Pioneers, and it's just not there as we get down to the final 30 seconds. And this one feels like a foregone conclusion and probably a timeout inbound for the Pioneers.
This game was out of control. And for Pioneers, they tried to play into this, but even now, you even see it here, Arsenal taking the ball away. Space Station Gaming owned in this game too and made it theirs. Super Lucky, great flip reset, looking for that top right corner, but at this point it will not matter. Final 10 seconds. And add another tick on the orange team. Space Station Gaming, 2 games away from making the main event.
2 games away from survival. That is all this is right now. for Arsenal and SSG, and you see Arsenal get up and walk away, and that's kind of going to be the recurring theme here. You imagine Pioneer's going to take a timeout anyways, so might have a little extra time for whatever he needs to do, but SSG in the driver's seat now in this series. Up 2 games. 2 to go to survive and advance into the main event of the World Championship. Mobile One High Performance Replay. Again, a lot of SSG fans have a lot to be excited about, including that right there out of Laniel. He's popping. He's ready to go. Arsenal's been jacked up the entire series, and we do have confirmation Pioneers have taken a timeout going into game 3. Hey, you can't take it with you, so after dropping these 2 games with all the momentum on the side of SSG, you've got to take it here.
Has to take it here. Coach Threes knows exactly that. I mean, he knows these Space Station players, and you got to be able to slow them down the best way you can. Got to talk things through. That game 2 is out of control. But the real challenge is how. This is where, you know, if these timeouts come into play, this is where you get a chance to think things over. World Championship. Life is on the line here in the wild card.
What a great story this Pioneer squad has been. As Arsenal is back, that's that big roar you hear behind us. The Pioneer squad, we talked about family a little bit while we were over on the alternate stream, Daz, and this Pioneers team has kind of won over a lot of fans, very similar to how Triple Trouble had in the past, back at the Season 7 World Championship in New Jersey. Space Station bringing a lot of family and a lot of fans. Pioneers especially. It's such a great environment when it's not just the players and it's not just a few friends coming along. It means a little bit more when you get to perform at this level for these stakes with your family present, and that kind of inspiration is what the Pioneers need to draw from here going into game 3.
That's why it's such an emotional matchup, Stacks. Those players have to stay locked in. Imagine looking up from your monitor and seeing your family looking right at you in the eye. That would throw me off. This is
happy birthday indeed. Here we go. Game 3. DFH, the iconic stadium with the trophy in the background. Here we go. Pioneers got to have it mentally to stop the tide here. And it's SSG trying to pour it on early. Demo deep in the zone. Reddles trying to force the issue, but Super Lucky is there. They've got Scrub ahead. They do not have Banana Head as Scrub has to get back and barely does. Here's Arsenal looking for his first goal, and it's denied.
Almost a chance there for a follow-up, but Scrub immediately on top of the ball. Pioneers have made some adjustments. Banana Head takes to the skies. That's 40 boost. Back on the Dominus as well. Gets the flip reset. Daniel gets the save. Super Lucky with the follow-up and a bump on the play. And Pioneers take the lead.
9 goals to go with 10 assists. We're Super Lucky. None bigger than this one right here. That gets them back in the series. Their first lead in this 5th round. Pioneers bringing it now to SSG in the first minute. Banana Head shooting up. He'll have to peel off as Super Lucky goes for that side boost. Can he dive down and get this away from Arsenal? He sure can. And Scrub is up there, so too is Daniel. Falls to Banana Head, who put on the brakes, and Arsenal wasn't fooled.
Like I said, you saw the brakes there. Didn't want to overcommit, but Scrub has to get a read. Great read from Scrub.
That's not easy.
And another follow-up touch. That net looks wide open. Scrub is going to try to race downfield. You see Reynolds looking for the cutoff. Does end up getting it, but it's straight to Banana Head, who sends a shot through, and Daniel there to meet it.
Yeah, that really had to be a pass. Unfortunately, there was nobody over there to receive it. This shot almost through Banana Head, saving it off the crossbar. Here goes Arsenal. Hasn't been the big-time threat we're used to seeing, but it doesn't matter. He gets another assist, his 4th, as Reynolds adds a 5th goal.
It's a top right slot from Space Station Superstar, stepping up when needed. You can't count this team out, Stacks. Everyone rising to the occasion.
There are a lot of talk on social media about Arsenal having a flu game. It's been a long time coming. waited until round 5, but he's finally having it. Is that a few? Daniel got this one out of harm's way. Here goes RC again. Daniel chasing downfield. Reddles lagging in behind. It's Daniel that loops all the way around, and he'll play this into the corner. Will he have any support? Well, he had Arsenal, but nothing materializes there. Super Lucky in a tough spot. He's done as well as he could out of it. You wonder if there's anything now that Pioneers can do, Daz, to break SSG's confidence and their composure. This is the confidence of SSG we saw in the first couple of days when they looked, I wouldn't say dominant, but they certainly looked poised, and they were battle tested by both the club and version 1.
Definitely can see signs of that as well. But for them, you know, it's just about one game at a time. Halfway through this game, we're still tied up. Pioneers have been looking for a way out. They've been able to battle a lot of control here in the midfield and set things up. But even then, you see Daniel being able to take that up off the back wall. Those individual plays Space Station can make just to bring the ball upfield, give themselves some distance, has made this so hard for Pioneers to be able to grab a foothold.
Scrub doing all he can to hit Banana Head, and the shot just a little bit wide. Super Lucky to follow. Down C, and Pioneers are back in front.
What a shot from Super Lucky, coming up huge, up early as well. And I mean, bar down and in. You'll love to see it if you're a Pioneers fan. Maybe they do have it all figured out. They shift the tides, but we still have plenty of time left in game.
Behind us to our left as we look back to the stage, that's the Pioneers section. And they have a reason to get loud, and even louder as Scrub doubles the lead.
Oh man, missed reef there from Reddles. Leaves things wide open, and Scrub quick to jump on top of it. You can see Pioneers talking things over to get ready for another kickoff. That communication could pay off big time as they look to turn the series around.
It's Arsenal to lead the charge again. He's got options to his right. Reddles will follow up the play. Daniel getting back, but he can't get back in time to stop that pinch. Banana Head credited as the Pioneers team up.
You see this, Super Lucky, Banana Head, both going together, but it's really Banana Head who gets that pinch off of Reddles' car, trying to get a carry out, looking to bring the ball into the midfield, and just like that, it seems like the tide is shifting in a major way. Scores almost flipped here from game 2.
One good beating deserves another as Pioneers are paying it right back to the tune of 4-1 in game 3. And looking for more as Scrub will throw one downfield. Super Lucky and Banana Head staying back though. Up to the backboard, easy stop for Banana Head. And the follow-up here, denied by Scrub. And here come the Pioneers again. Not a lot of boost for Scrub, but he'll take that midfield and then bow out of the play. Maybe to come back another day. A Scrub out of the corner. Needed that second touch, didn't have it. And Daniel only as far as Banana Head. Role reversal here on DF8 Stadium. The timeout working wonders for the Pioneers.
Been very dominant now. Pioneers goes that quick run of goals. Almost looking to add another one. You saw Banana Head taking his time once again. Pioneers, they've been able to chat. They've been able to move around SSG. The flow from them has been fantastic. It's been a great turn of events in game 3. With 30 seconds left, all they have to do is just continue to get in front, be annoying for Space Station. Don't let them have any more possession.
23 games coming into this matchup. Space Station, a game under 500 coming into the final round. Add another log to the fire as Super Lucky gives us a mirror image, 5-1.
Look at this. Super Lucky. Test the defense, and he said, guess what, you failed. Didn't even have to jump, let that ball come right back to him. 18 seconds left. What a flip of the script.
Now how does SSG respond after, let's face it, being utterly dominated here in this game? They'll get one for the road as Daniel does what Daniel does with 8 seconds left. But it's of little consequence at this point.
Yeah, but still, that's nice. That's Daniel right there.
It did look good.
I'll give it to him.
And for Arsenal, it becomes his 5th assist, by the way. He's still finding ways to make himself useful for his teammates.
But you got to think in this series, if you're SSG, you want to get these types of plays as the time is ticking down. They're looking to try to add one more. They do get the bounce, but the ball will hit the ground. Pioneers get their first win in game 3 of this best of 7. They want to make it to the main event. They still have a ways to go.
With that goal from Super Lucky now, the lowest scoring player on the pitch now is Arsenal with 10 in the event. Super Lucky goes up to 11, but more importantly, Pioneers get a 1 on the left side of your screen. 1-2, but a lot of momentum after Space Station Gaming looked like they were going to be firmly in the driver's seat. The Mobile One high performance replay showing exactly how Super Lucky and KC Pioneers brought it all the way back, including this one that just you look and you go, well, I guess they just kind of gave up defensively. 7 shots from SSG, not enough to match the 8 from the Pioneers as they dominate game 3. And if you're a Space Station fan, after watching that, you're starting to kind of look to your left and your right, maybe starting to bite your fingernails a little bit like, this ain't gonna happen again, is it?
You talk about momentum, and it's very present on Space Station Gaming. Now put in this situation where Pioneers seem to kind of nullify that effect, they're gonna look to build up on that themselves, because Pioneers, they can also take some energy and make a comeback here. I mean, when you gotta leave everything out on the line, you see some special things, Stacks. And of course, you and I know from being in this position. Last match of the day, it could get crazy.
It's a full moon out every time we get to the last match. That's where all the crazy happens, as the shot just a little bit wide from long range to kick off game 4. And SSG fans already wiping a little sweat off their brow after that one. This goes across and pounded away. Brown's gonna have to catch up to this and make sure there's no clean rebound off the back wall, but there certainly was. Even despite their best efforts, Daniel is inevitable.
Daniel, you give him a setup, he'll knock it down. Great bump attempt from Reynolds, put Super Lucky in a tough spot. Even with a good recovery that he had, it wasn't enough. Perfectly placed by Daniel. Once again, Space Station set the tone.
Well, they score first again. Can they keep that pressure on, or will we have a repeat of game 3 where Pioneers get 1 and pour it all on? Daniel up high, avoiding contact. And Reynolds, or rather Arsenal, cannot finish. Reddle's way at the back now, and there's no pressure from the Pioneers thanks to that demo on Scrub. Here goes Reddles now. He still got it. Flip reset, set away.
Oh, can't give Reddles even space there. Great recovery, getting the flip reset. Almost able to get it into the top right corner. Space Station do not seem phased after the loss there in game 3. They're looking to bounce back rather quickly.
Great catch by Arsenal. Good pressure from Scrub. Just even better offense from RC Baby. Banana Head up ahead to Super Lucky. They've got an advantage here, but Reynolds pops it away, and that forces Scrub to pump the brakes and wait at midfield.
Scrub used a lot of boost though, but even more there used by Banana Head, but worked really well to get that to Super Lucky. Now, pops it over Daniel. Look for the bump on Reynolds. It was a great dodge, and an even better follow-up there to get the 50. SSG trying to start the counterattack, but you see Benetti here trying to get past Daniel, throws the ball away. Things could have shifted there so much in the midfield. Team still fighting for that control as they're looking for that counterattack, trying to get a man up. Arsenal high flick. It hits over the crossbar.
This is deflected away, and now Super Lucky trying to apply more pressure for the Pioneers. Drop down to Banana Head, and they just narrowly missed connection there. Had they connected, this game is tied for sure.
Look at Daniel once again able to get that in front. Can Arsenal find the double? No. It's Reynolds. Oh no, he gets caught out. Banana Head gets the shot, it goes in, it's good. Tied up, game 4.
They got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and then Reynolds, insult added to injury with the demolition. Banana Head ties the game right near the halfway mark.
That aggressive style from Space Station, just a little too far forward. We were right on board with Reynolds. When he realized the error of his mistake, Now Arsenal, flip reset, gets it high. Ball will bounce out, but Reynolds once again will not be able to get a piece of that. Super Lucky tries to leave it. Banana Head not necessarily the best 50, but Scrub able to clean up the play. Pioneers still trying to see if they can get 2 back-to-back goals. We're past the halfway point here. And the ties have been shifting back and forth. These two teams fight for their life in the World Championship.
Oh, Banana Head double lined up, and Reynolds had to be keen on it. He was. And this is right at Super Lucky, who can turn and maybe even run onto this, but it's getting further and further away. He chases it down in the corner, but Arsenal's already there. Space Station Gaming. It looked like there might have been just a little bit of opening in their defense. They've shored it up. And Reynolds met by Banana Head, but this is still dangerous in front.
Does he have it?
And it's denied! Great defending again by Scrub under pressure. And here come the Pioneers, stopped by Daniel.
Almost there for Reynolds, tried to do it all himself, but the defense was back in time. Pioneers defense, even now, as SSG try to charge forward, they're able to recover things. But my goodness, was that a close opportunity.
Here goes Scrub, met in the air, Super Lucky on the weak side. Couldn't line up a double, the backboard defense too strong out of SSG. Now Daniel got caught out, and it's off the post. Follow up from Scrub, Pioneers in front.
Pioneers play the mistake. Daniel had all the time in the world, but even then, when the panic sets in, things like this happen. 2-1, a minute 8 seconds left.
The usually unflappable prodigy beaten, and the Pioneers in front, threatening to tie the series. Still got some work to do defensively. That goes right to Daniel, right place at the right time. Rattles to tie, it's wide, follow up. Little floater is popped away by Banana Head.
Arsenal looking for demos while Daniel tries to keep this in the air, but Reynolds can't go for it. Doesn't want to repeat the same mistake as earlier. 40 seconds, not too much time left. Space Station need a drive here. Oh, that looks like a chance. Arsenal can't get behind it. Daniel, midfield, Reynolds, in! The pass play works! Space Station tie!
Reynolds continuing his MVP caliber performance. Right place at the right time with 30 to go. Daniel hits him up. We're all knotted up. And here goes Reynolds again. What else does he have in store? Off the backboard, and he killed it there, so it couldn't come out for Arsenal. Having to waste some more boost to chase it down. Daniel coming up as well. Reynolds just chip it in. See if they can bait out a mistake. Final 10 seconds separating us from overtime. Arsenal has other plans denied by Scrub. Didn't get to that corner boost. Rattles, drop down. Arsenal is up a little too far ahead.
Oh,
Daniel for the win! Daniel comes through at the end of game 4.
The ice on this team is incredible. Daniel's done this all season long, and when his team needs it the most, he shows up.
In every other spot, that is a shot from Arsenal, but nerves of steel, even in his current state, the wherewithal to pass it over. And Daniel with the dagger in game 4, denying overtime, breaking the hearts of the Pioneers, who don't have their timeout anymore and have to find a way to erase a 3-1 deficit.
All that work done, the adjustments being made, being able to take the lead from Space Station, and still to allow that to happen, that is heartbreaking if you're on the Pioneer side. But man, one at the 30-second mark, one at the 0-second mark. You cannot count this team out.
Stealing victory from the jaws of defeat. Yes, that was a steal from SSG, and they'll take it with match point. Rest and relaxation just 5 minutes away for that man, who certainly needs it. And for these fans who have been incredible all week into the weekend, many of them we'll still see here after a couple days and all through the week when we get into the big arena next weekend. This could be the end of the wild card stage unless the Pioneers have a rabbit in their hat.
They have to play every game like it's their last. Oh.
Well, hey, that's one way to prolong your life here in this tournament. So we will pause things here 9 seconds in to game number 5. Hey, that's how we do things around here. Just let the tension build just a little bit more before we put a team into the main event. And we will see exactly what the issue is. It looks like everybody should be good to go very soon. So the Pioneers, in a way, they get an extra timeout out of this.
Yeah, this is big for them. A chance to be able to talk things over. This
is crazy, but I absolutely love this.
Oh, yeah. And the crowd, I mean, we've seen both sides cheered for here. As, like we said, Pioneers playing this one like it's their last. If you're cheering for the Pioneers, every game you better get loud, because they are going to need that support. They're going to need everything to come back here and continue their world's run.
Nothing needs to be said. You can let the crowd speak for us. This is great. We'll restart from the opening kickoff. Fresh 5 on the clock for game 5, and we're back underway.
SSG with a good win off that kickoff. Seeing this one played into the corner. Scrub gets the boost steal. Gonna go off the ceiling. Tries to put that on, almost did. Follow up there from Super Lucky, not good. So now it'll be a battle for the midfield once again. Look at Scrub, able to use the boost so well to get these challenges. Is this a pass? He won't try to get there, but Arsenal, a great cutout. Trying to look to get a flip reset, does get it, but Banana Head patient. These Pioneers, again, cannot afford to make a mistake here. They have to come out on top of this game. Another pass, Scrub does get the touch. Was looking for the top right corner, but it's off target.
Arsenal back the other way. I mean, he has threatened a few times, but he's been the assist guy, and he's got his 7th as he sets up Daniel for another.
Arsenal set up, played the 54 Super Lucky to give the ball away, forced the defense to jump, and set up a lane for Daniel. He ends the last game top right. He starts this game top left. SSG with the lead.
6 goals now for Daniel to go with 6 out of Reddles. And then the 7 assists from Arsenal. I don't know how close he would be to any kind of series record, but it seems like an awful high number as Daniel let that one go by. Scrub made him pay the price for it. Picture perfect placement, and Pioneers tie it back up.
Look at this. Scrub with time. Beautiful shot. Placement in the top left. When you have to pull out all the stops, he does so with the opportunity.
Pioneers just keep on chipping away. They've tied this one. Scrub was super lucky underneath, not anymore. Arsenal took him out, or rather he took out Arsenal. And now it's Banana Head across, and Daniel makes sure to grab that corner boost, but he paid the price for it. That little hesitation allowed Pioneers to get right back on the attack.
Pioneers are fighting despite the aggression of Space Station Gaming, despite being pushed and bullied in their own half. They don't give up. Here's Scrub now on the ball. Gets cut away, but Banana Head can send this downfield. Looks for an infield, but it's given to Arsenal. Super Lucky up quickly, but you see Scrub low boost. Pioneers low on boost. They're gonna have to be able to try to stop this. Super Lucky does fill the tank, but even now, SSG with this ball possession almost was able to find a way through the defense.
Daniel and Arsenal, it'll be Daniel that takes charge. Arsenal follow in after the demolition, and then the demo coming from behind on Reddles. So there's just not a whole lot to work with for SSG, but Daniel trying to make the most out of it. That goes over Scrub. That's really dangerous, just playing that ball very nonchalantly. He got demolished, so too did the Pioneers. Daniel strikes again.
Scrub, you're not gonna touch the ball. Well, Reddles says, toodaloo to you and Super Lucky. Daniel right under the crossbar. A great shot. Pioneers tried to slow things down, But Space Station said, if you don't move, we'll move right through you.
I mean, they looked lost for that 25 seconds, and then they got it right back. Lachlan comes through. Tie game again.
Let's check Super Lucky off the kickoff. Rattles turned off. Super Lucky kept going. If you're not going to 50 him out, try the soft cheat.
Boy, at a certain point, you wonder if Reddle's confidence might be shaken to the point where he doesn't want to be the guy cheating up off a kickoff anymore. Another demo. Daniel taking out Banana Head. He's back in the play. Got Scrub as well, though. That's a good win at midfield. Slowing down Space Station. Who's going to blink next? Daniel had to avoid Banana Head, trying to pay back the demolition. This could fall right to Banana Head, and it's sent away by Reddles. And now Arsenal to work again. Daniel to his left. This could fall right to him, and Super Lucky's there.
Fantastic play from Scrub there defensively, and even with that demo, just being all over the field here for Pioneers. Super Lucky trying to play that 50 out. All they need is one good drive, and Super Lucky trying to start it here. Flip reset. Banana Head goes up as well. The entire Space Station defense goes for that, and yet they still walk away with the save.
Oh, how does that not go through? The double commit right at the net, and nobody could charge in, nobody could turn and make that quick move. But still a tie game. Scrub over one, over two, and oh, he got bumped into the save by Arsenal.
So close. Pioneers, so close. But so close is not enough here. 1 minute remaining. How much more can they give? Shot. That one off target. Daniel trying to keep things in. It's a good pinch, but Arsenal will be back. He's going to bring this one in, get full boost, and try to take it the other way.
Pioneers fighting for survival. Demolition does not open the net as this goes harmlessly across. Oh, what a play by Daniel, though. Getting up to the ceiling ahead of Pioneers. But it's Reddles now, forced to his own back line. Over Super Lucky. Need one critical strike either side. Next goal surely wins the series for the game. And this one's popped away. Banana Head now. Floater. Easily dealt with by Reynolds, now 10 seconds. SSG leading the charge, trying to march into the main event. 3 seconds separate us from overtime, and Banana Head will gladly bring us to OT and a reset. This might be worst case scenario for SSG given their kickoff woes.
It could be the final kickoff though for Pioneers. Arsenal could end it, plays it low, almost at the goal line, saved out. Chance there. Pioneers defense keeps them in.
Who's gonna blink here in OT? It's Arsenal now. Could he come up with his first goal? No. It's Daniel all the way back. That boost not there for him. Watch will probably spawn in a second. It does, so he'll take it. And Banana Head brings it right back in. Daniel, redirect right down Broadway. Barely kept it out, and it goes swept across. Oh, Pioneers playing with fire, and they have yet to get burned for the final time.
That's the second time Scrub's been in that position, and I don't feel better about it every time. But Arsenal now with this one, Space Station have everything in the driver's seat. They're looking for that final connection, that final pass play, the final demo here to end this series. But Pioneers keep kicking.
Some of the most prolific shooters in the event. Going to work now. Super Lucky right at Reddles. Got over Scrub, but Banana Head there in support. Scrub's gonna stay up.
Got the bump.
Oh, they've been trying to clear the runway, and Scrub kept it available, and he keeps it in the corner as well. Here comes Super Lucky, Banana Head. Somebody's got to take charge. It's gonna be Scrub at the back as he'll play it across to Super Lucky. Plenty in the tank. Needs some options though, as that goes to the wall, and Arsenal will gladly take this away.
Clears out, every touch matters. Could be a play here. Daniel, that gets away from him a little bit, but Banana Head can't make contact. Scrub looking to get this over to Super Lucky again. Chance here, 40 boost. Looking for the close, but can't get it. It's SSG set in net defensively, maybe a pass out, but Arsenal there to deny.
SSG breaking out. Arsenal trying to set up Reynolds, but it was blocked back in his face. Now Daniel looking for yet another clutch goal. Instead, Arsenal sailed one high. Reynolds on the weak side could not commit. And a good thing, too, because Scrub was right there, ready to punish them on a counterattack. Roller right at Daniel.
Oh, so close. Super Lucky gets one more on the bump. It goes in. Chance here. Banana Head, light touch, didn't have a lot of boost. But the rest of the Pioneers all boosted up. Scrub, though, can't make contact with that. All it takes is one mistouch on either side, and the other two are in danger.
Well, we've seen a few mistouches and some near misses, near catastrophes. The Pioneers have survived. Banana Head try to get through Arsenal. Reynolds is right there. Arsenal at the back line, and Super Lucky comes out. We go towards the 4th minute of overtime. Will we get there off the backboard, and nobody on the other side to slam it home for Space Station. Still on the attack though. Arsenal to set up Reynolds, and Scrub never lets it get there.
Boosto's getting low for Pioneers. They're getting demoed. Daniel in the air. Will Daniel be able to finish it? No,
oh, what a save! Oh, what a save by Banana Head. He's made another stop on Reynolds as well. Banana Head bound and determined to continue on and keep Pioneers alive. What another block, this time by Scrub, and Banana Head high in the air to give his teammates the breathing room they needed.
You can see people going for off-ball demos. You saw Reynolds going for one. Got to be very careful. If you don't connect, you get taken off the field. Now want to leave your team in a bad spot. Banana Head, oh, you see the side flip there. Wanted to go up and put a shot on. Super Lucky tries for that control. We've seen him go up in the air for that a couple of times, but just cannot get a good first touch on the ball. 4 minutes into overtime. Pioneers still in this series, still in the World Championship wildcard, but they have to come away with this game. Super Lucky tries to do it. Follow-up from Scrub is blocked out, and Banana Head's left alone.
As close as Space Station has been multiple times in this overtime, it bears saying they have lost their last 5 OTs. Looking to get the monkey off their back and get into the World Championship proper. Arsenal to the back wall. Bang, bang, and just like that, SSG survives and advances.
Arsenal strikes like lightning. He comes out of nowhere, and he finishes the series. Unbelievable.
How does that happen? You bring it up, and it's almost like speaking it into existence. Arsenal, his 1 goal in his Blue Series. Unbelievable.
That's the stuff of a World Championship caliber player. The World Championship caliber team.
It reminds me an awful lot of Squishy back in Cloud9 in New Jersey, playing under the weather, doing as much as he possibly could to drag his team through. A lot of respect between both of these teams. You can see it there. Reynolds getting the crowd going, but can we talk for a moment about this Pioneer squad, Daz? We have surely not seen the last of them. Yes, for this season, but going forward, we can expect that Pioneer squad, these players, whether they're on this team or others across Oceania, to be right back at this spot with a spot in the World Championship on the line.
That's right. Nothing but love there between the two teams. The Pioneers, they did leave it all out there. Absolutely. That overtime was wild. There were definitely signs of opportunities where they could have come away with that game. They could have also come away with this series. But at the end of the day, Space Station Gaming, I mean, their performances over the course of this season have been a ramp up. I mean, even in the spring major, going toe-to-toe against some of the best teams in that tournament.
Yeah, going up.
Their run, it felt like it couldn't end here.
Right. It felt like they had some sort of plot armor, the way they played their way into this spot. But in the end, it's T-Shock, the game and series winner, with his only goal to go alongside 7 assists. Under the weather, under the bar, double tap. Arsenal gets SSG into the main event.
I just can't believe it. I
You
genuinely
couldn't
just-
have written a better script other than maybe having it go all the way to Champions Field. It didn't need to for that kind of drama. All the near misses. What a save, indeed. Of course. I think we're going to be talking about that performance, I think, from Arsenal for a long, long time. Certainly throughout this entire week now, as we go into the main event.
Especially, like you said, especially with the main event coming up, Space Station Gaming looking to compete in that, depending on how far they go as well. That just only adds more to that. But like we said, we talk about the stakes here. We talk about people playing for almost an entire year. This was a culmination of so much for them. And when it was on the line, they left it out there.
Well, we have only one thing left to do. Throw it to the stage with Stumpy. I don't know if he's been able to find anybody from Space Station that likes to talk. Let's find out.
I found somebody who is willing to talk. Thank you very much, Stacks. Rettles, congratulations, you've made the main event. You're in the top 16, at least, in the RLCS World Championships. Basic question, how are you feeling?
Today's been a roller coaster. I can't even explain it. I've had the lowest lows and the uppest ups, so I'm just happy to make it.
There is so much fan support here. Obviously, we've spoken a lot about your dad and your family being so supportive. I'm not even going to touch on the crowds. We've spoken about them as well. You said that you've had some downs coming to this moment. You started off the Swiss stage by going 2-0, then you lost 2 series, and you came into round 5. What was that feeling like, knowing that this could have been it?
The morning of the Semper game, 2-0, and we have Arsenal puking every 5 minutes. We can't finish a scrim, we can't finish a game. So just to be able to bounce back and finish this series, and you got to feel for the Pioneers boys. If they have any other match, they make it through. Unfortunate that Arsenal was ill and we lost 2 in a row, but it's nothing but love for them.
So the dedication coming from you guys, being able to fight through that as well. You had a lot of persistence in that series. Game 4, notably, there was a passing play at 0 seconds between all 3 of the Space Station players. Just talk me through how that went and then the subsequent overtime.
Pressure's high. It's never been higher for either team. Almost anything you did right worked because both teams were just so nervous and so jumpy and so panicky. So we saw it, Daniel saw it, placed it perfectly, and it was just good.
So looking forwards, you've now beaten Pioneers, you're in that top 16. You will be playing against Moist. I don't know if you're aware of that, but that is confirmed. You will be playing against Moist Esports, the best team coming from Europe. Give me your first reactions.
If anyone's watched the last 2 majors, they know how that went. Good luck to them.
I love that. I love the confidence. Good luck to Moist from Rettles. Final thoughts, you came through. You got into that top 16. Is it top 16? Is that where Space Station finish?
No. Everyone knew that. Everyone knew that we came in with expectations to be at least finishing on the last day on the top 8, top 4, whatever it is. So we're going to see how it goes.
See you in the top 4?
Yeah.
We'll be seeing Space Station Gaming in the top 4. But for now, let's see what the desk have to say.
What is left to say at this point? There has been so much drama, so much pageantry, so many chances that the crowd has been incredible. This crowd is like 170 people big. I don't know
around there.
I estimated earlier, something like that. 300 people, but they sound like an army.
Teammates is like, come on, let me talk.
I got 2 really smart analysts on the side of this, and y'all didn't pick them boys to win? Are you kidding me? You heard that crowd? This is so loud, man. That's a definition of a champion, of a winner. Arsenal, baby, look under the weather playing like Jordan in a flu game. Come on.
Wait, why are we acting like it was a 4-0 sweep? Was it not just 6 minutes of OT? Was it not just as close as it probably could have been?
To play that well in that moment, backs against the wall, you're not feeling well, and yet you still come out, you still perform. Come on, Spaceman.
The overtimes, though, were pretty hype. I gotta say, they scripted it well. Gibbs did a good job on this one. This was, in my opinion, the most exciting, the most hype match of the wild card, and the most hype game of the wild card to finish off the whole thing at Chiefs. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, and you do have to give a lot of credit to Arsenal because I really did not expect a whole lot from him. To go out there and get 7 assists, and of course, the series winner is massive for him. So huge performance. You can only ask so much from the guy, and to give such a show on your qualifying day for the main event was massive. Pioneers, you had a lot of great pushes, but here, you wanted to know where it fell apart there. That should never go in. Come on.
Should never go in. We'll break that down a little bit, but my goodness, man, SSG, look at him. Double on the money. You need it. I got you. I got you, baby. Look at him. Look at him. He's going through the pain, but he's still finishing the job. Come on.
He absolutely did, and what a performance. It really... it pulled my heartstrings to watch the post-game moment there of Space Station going across the field and going and shaking their hands, giving the hugs to them, telling them how well they did. And I don't know if you noticed Reddles continuing, amping up the super lucky chants that were happening and saying like, hey, give this team what they were due. What an opponent that is not going to make it through at this point. One of the best falling here.
He did know that they were going to win, though. They did know, because he says, anybody else, they make it through.
Yeah. But it was us, though.
It was us.
Unfortunate about that. But I want us to break down that winning goal, that 0-second goal, just a little bit more here, Bates.
Right, man. That's when the game really changed. Let's throw it to the drawing board, please, Johan. Thank you very much. Listen, there are moments in series that win the game. There are moments in series that win the game in entirety. This is one of them. 2-2. Pioneers looked like they had a little bit of momentum. Space Station said, nah, man, we don't need that. Let's check the tape real fast. Let me get my circle. Look at SSG. No boost off for it. 0-12-3. How did they score off of that? I'll tell you, it's class of clutch G. That's wrong.
This is great.
Ruddles off the side. As you're going to see, I'm going to have a couple moments where I pause where you're going to see where Pioneers make key mistakes that give SSG the chance, and then ultimately SSG capitalizes. Right here, 1 second, bang, we're going to pause right there. Listen, ball up 4 seconds left. This is Rocket League 101 for those of y'all who do not know. Banana Head, you didn't see him rotating in, but he rotated in the net. He's in net. He's absolutely useless. There's nobody covering in the middle of my field right here. It's open season. I got two back wall. Two back wall, the ball. Where's the ball gonna go? I'll tell you where it's gonna go. Let me get my orange. It's gotta go right. Oh, whoops. Not that.
Give me the arrow. Give me the arrow.
It's gotta go right here. Right in this area right there. And nobody's covering. Let's roll it. Ball down. Still nobody is challenged. You should have two people on Pioneers on the back wall. They're of no assistance. Banana Head dives. Banana Head dives right there. Slow motion. Daniel top corner. Pioneers, they can't do anything about it. We're gonna get a fly cam for y'all real fast so y'all can see it a little bit better. Super Lachi off. A decent touch. We talked about it yesterday. Here comes a touch. Scrub's the only one with boost right here. We talked about it yesterday. He needs to be the one to control the ball and give his team time to get the ball out.
He does. He gets the trap.
Gets the trap. It's not good enough, though. Daniel immediately shuts it down. We have two people on the back wall of no assistance. You already know where the ball's going to go. Bring it down low, please. Thank you very much. Daniel, slide it.
Pass back.
Game over, baby. That's how you clutch up and win the series. Come on, SSG.
And it was the moment the series momentum completely swung in Space Station's favor. The overtime in the final game.
It could have.
I mean, there was some moments there where we could have gone to another game, but ultimately no. Arsenal. The moment on the backboard that the Pioneer player on the backboard missed, it was over. You knew he was going to nail the shot. You crying, man.
It was so inspirational. I'm tearing up now.
You inspired yourself.
That breakdown was so good.
I inspired myself from SSG's play, man. I'm just kidding.
You inspire me out here, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Quality day. What a game. What a show. We're like halfway through. Like, this is the midpoint of the World Championship, folks. Let's get you caught up, show you what happened over the course of the last 4 days. We started off way back there in round 1, a whole bunch of 0-0 matches, and we've progressed through. We've seen Carmine Corp and Semper, version 1 Dignitas and Renegades, and the club, Optic Gaming, and Space Station advance out of the Swiss format and into the group stage. That is what is going to start on Tuesday. You're not going to want to miss it. Group A action. Starting off things. Moist versus Space Station. We heard him talking about it on the desk. He says, we know how it went, but good luck to Moist. He's so confident in it. Endpoint going to be taking on Semper. BDS taking on Renegades. Man, if CJ wants to continue a crazy run here, going through BDS is the next one. And Energy versus V1. I mean, Spaceman, what is the hypest match of round 1 here?
Well, first of all, the fact that it's only Group A is just disturbing. But I think Moist SSG, just for the sake that it's redemption arc for SSG, for Moist trying to prove that they're still arguably the best team in the world. But you look down the line, Energy version 1, 2 Titans of North America, and Energy who have not shown their best in months. And this is an opportunity to also play spoiler against version 1. There is not a bad match in the group.
Well, let's take a look at Group B. Again, so much action. Group B was the one that is professed group of death. We've got G2 taking on Optic Furia going up against K-Corp, FaZe Clan against the Club, and Falcons against Dignitas. The heavy hitters are here, Bates. Which one is driving your eye there?
Oh, man, the heavy hitters are there indeed, but the moment I'm looking for is that Furia K-Corp rematch sitting right underneath G2 Esports and Optic. That matchup, we heard Noli yesterday, I believe, when he said, we'll beat them 4-1. We'll handle business. We saw what happened in London. We're going to see what happens now, because everybody's been, we're on the Yan train. Furia right off the Gamers 8 victory. We're going to see if that really correlates into the 3v3 RLCS scene. K-Corp Furia is the one I'm looking at.
Falcons Dig scares me a little. As good as Falcons is, I think apparently Jack has shown up, and he's going to be an MVP performer the entire week. I think Dignitas are figuring it out right now.
Oh, man. Dignitas going to continue to try and cause upsets here. I'm actually really excited about FaZe versus the Club. How did the Club handle FaZe?
Oh, I don't know how anyone handles FaZe. That's the problem. Yeah. How does FaZe handle themselves? But the biggest thing, I think, is that a lot of the teams that actually made it through the wild card, they do maybe have a slight early advantage in a series because they have sat down and been like, okay, we're here, we're ready to go. And FaZe, if you come out with that slow start, things get a little dicey. I don't know. The Club's showing they punch up really well, so I'd be a little scared.
What a day. I can't wait for it. It all kicks off Tuesday. That is the 9th. We will see you guys at 10:30 a.m. for the pre-show. And for a lot more fans in the house here as well. Quite a few more tickets sold here. For that, we're going to do a few more games down here in the cauldron. I don't know what we're going to call it, but the bowl is waiting for those final few days. It is going to be wild, gentlemen. Any final thoughts here as we close out the wild card?
I'm glad we got 2 South American teams more than just Furia because I really think that they put on a great show. I wish we could have had more OCE. Unfortunately, KCP let me down a little bit, but that's okay. That's okay. So more new region representation, a couple from MENA, so a lot of opportunity.
North America figured it out. They're rolling. Finally, we're
That's
here.
all he wanted.
Green wall, baby. Green ball, baby. Here we go. Off the game. He's taking it. I can't wait.
Oh, man, for me, I was really excited to see all these new regions come in and actually perform admirably, constantly and consistently getting better and better as each series went along, but they got a lot of learning to do. That's why some of them aren't going to be playing in the main event, but that's fine. It's your first time. And a couple years from now, we'll be crowning this event here as the start of everything new, but for now, we still got some newer regions. They know even MENA, but we got NAEU as well. The best of the best World Championship in front of 13,000. Dickies Arena, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Can't wait. I'm getting goosebumps.
Yeah, just give him your job, wave you.
I'm so excited. You can absolutely do it, folks. Thank you so much for watching the show. For me, for the desk, the rest of the casting crew and the production crew in the back, we appreciate you watching. We'll see you on Tuesday for the rest of the Rocket League World Championship.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.